Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. On the shipwreck, an alarm sounded like thunder on the ground. A series of uninterrupted explosions surrounded the two of them. Several water jets rose into the sky and rushed up to a height of 100 meters. The sea rolled over, and several meters of waves raged on the sea. The two figures exploded out, their feet rubbing violently against the ground, and there was a squeaking sound. Countless pirates fell into the sea under the violent shaking. Before they could rush out of the sea, the waves of several meters high hit the sea head-on, and were hit into the sea again. The huge shipwreck was pushed by the waves and hit the strange-looking restaurant on the sea. Fortunately, the strange boat had two fins emerging from the seabed, which greatly increased the stability of the boat. What? How is it possible? Those chefs, holding tightly to all the things they can hold around and fixing their figure, their faces are shocked. Many of these chefs are pirates, but this kind of battle has long gone beyond their imagination. This is the strong man of the great sea root, and the sea rolls under its collision. Fragrant Custard, holding a cigarette that was not yet living the future, with his vigorous feet barely standing on it, exclaimed aloud. This is, Lin Tian and Lin Tian controlled their power, otherwise they would be able to make a slash that was enough to chop off the warship. Few of these people could survive. Step on step. With each step of the fall, a big pit was stepped on, which made a loud noise, and the surrounding wooden boards were covered with numerous cracks. The strength of both parties was too strong, and the ground was simply unbearable. After retreating for 8 steps, Lin Tian completely unloaded his strength and restrained his figure, but Hawkeye only took 5 steps back before he stopped. The gap between the two was obvious. After breathing heavily for a few breaths, the feeling of breathlessness in his chest was relieved a lot. He stared at the eagle eye in front of him. Lin Tian looked cautious. I have improved so much in his swordsmanship, he is not an eagle eye opponent. One of the great swordsmen. Since the devil fruit ability disappeared, Lin Tian seemed to lose a layer of imprisonment. His whole body was light, from the inside to the outside, and some of the bottlenecks encountered in swordsmanship and physical skill suddenly disappeared. It can be said that not only Ellie's swordsmanship has improved a lot this month, but even Lin Tian has done the same. Compared to Lin Tian's shocked Hawkeye's strength, Hawkeye also shocked Lin Tian's progress. I haven't seen it in a few months. Lin Tian's swordsmanship has improved greatly. Although there is still a little gap, compared to himself, he can resist himself from falling into the wind, and his swordsmanship is far from before. Screamed, turned the black knife, the eagle-eyed figure flashed, carrying the black knife. He attacked towards Lin Tian. Quickly. Fast. Unparalleled speed, Hawkeye's move completely swung the speed to the extreme. It really made the black sword like a beam of light. The whole sword seemed to disappear, making it impossible for you to predict where the sword would slash at you. The sword body turned, trembling slightly, and turned out a crisp buzzing sound, but Lin Tian closed his eyes, motionless, waiting for the eagle-eye to attack him. Fighting against Eagle Eye so many times, both of them have a detailed understanding of the moves between the two sides, just like Eagle Eye's move, relying entirely on unparalleled degree. Let the whole Black Knife Knight, the more the naked eye can discern the limit, it seems to disappear suddenly. It is difficult to predict where the move will be made, because every part of the body may be the attack direction of the Eagle Eye. May say that it is very difficult to change moves so quickly, and it is difficult to get rid of that strong inertia, but what follows is where Eagle Eye is strong, and he has a very high control of swordsmanship, and can already swing the knight like an arm. Hawkeye is a man who can practice swordsmanship all over his body. In a short time, a bright light seemed to be drawn from the horizon, and the limit was exceeded, and the light became more and more, and there seemed to be this light in the world, flooding this space. The confined eyes were also opened at this moment. A brilliant light flashed. Holding on to the wind, the sword tip slid quickly, like a galaxy hanging in the sky, without attacking the bright light, but the broadsword body was blocking the chest. Before. Clang! A slight sound rang from his chest, and the bright light dissipated in the world at the same time. I saw that the broadsword on his chest accurately resisted the tip of the black sword Yi's sword. Amuk rushed in front of Lin Tian, holding the sword with both hands, and stabbed Lin Tian. That bright light is only a false move, but the real ultimate move is this thorn. At the level of Eagle Eye, swordsmanship is no longer limited to gorgeous tricks. The real ultimate move is often hidden behind it, making people hard to defend. Feeling the trembling of his right hand, Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, "Hawkeye, it seems that this is your true strength, and you almost lied to it by a false move." Recalling the scene just now, Lin Tian was also shocked. If he hadn't improved his swordsmanship, he would almost raise his sword to block the sword on the right, controlling his power and swordsmanship far away from himself. Taking back the black knife, Hawkeye took a step back and said in a deep voice, "Your swordsmanship has improved far beyond my imagination, and you can exceed my move. It seems that you have got some adventure in this time." Countless seawater fell from the sky, and the seawater that was washed up high in the sky by the explosion has now fallen like raindrops, smashing down the entire sea area. "Hawkeye, you just made a move, now take me one too." Shadow cut. Without saying much, Lin Tian rushed forward and dashed in front of Hawkeye, chasing the wind in his hands, and the sky was covered by afterimages. However, what surprised everyone was that this afterimage did not stay in place, but attacked the Hawkeye Mihawk from all directions, as if every sword was real and controlled by humans. Like Mihawk before, Lin Tian's move is also a degree, but Mihawk is extremely fast, but Lin Tian's degree is changing in his moves. In an instant, the direction of the monk changed dozens of times, so every afterimage was actually Lin Tian's sword, but these changes occurred in an instant. Wipe! Two cold lights flashed by. The figure of the two holding swords in both hands also passed by at that moment. The surrounding world was quiet. Many people focused on the two of them, wanting to know who these two powerful swordsmen lost. Win. Lin Tian and Lin Tian retracted the swords in their hands at the same time and put them behind their backs. Because of their loss of ability, Lin Tian's swords can't be hidden anymore, they can only show up and put them on their backs. Turned back, and the two looked at each other and smiled. In the end, only the two of them knew their hearts. From the surface, neither of them was injured. Kill the chefs and pirates, who were attracted to the side, suddenly reacted, shouted, and held up various weapons to kill them. "Let's talk about it, Lin Tian." "What do you want me to do?" Withdrawing the black knife, Hawkeye asked with some intent. "Having been the world's #1 swordsman for so many years, I have experienced such a wonderful battle very well. It seems that this time I came to the East China Sea to fight at the right time. Not only did I meet a young man with such a qualification, but he also fought heartily with Lin Tian. Field. Also retracted the chasing wind, turned around and replied, this time I have a new disciple." "Disciple?" Hawkeye was shocked and surprised. "Why did you suddenly accept the disciple? It should be the white girl next to you." "Well," he nodded slightly. Lin Tian showed a different smile on his face. Anyone who understands Lin Tian knows that Lin Tian wants to cheat people again. As Lin Tian's friend, Hawkeye, the whole person immediately became vigilant. After being caught by Lin Tian King several times, Hawkeye has accumulated a wealth of experience with the enemy and treated him calmly. But when Lin Tian finished speaking, Hawkeye was still shocked. His face disappeared completely, and he asked unbelievably, "You want me to be your apprentice's teacher?" "That's right." Lin Tian smiled and explained, "Although my swordsmanship is also very high, it is still a bit worse than you, the world's #1 swordsman. I am talking about our friendship for so many years. Run away." "No," glanced at the figure next to him, Hawkeye ejected without thinking. and relentlessly commented on Ellie's swordsmanship. The posture is unstable, the reaction is not fast enough, and even the most basic sword moves are not fully mastered. It is simply a garbage swordsman. This kind of apprentice has no training value, just the temperament of a whole body. Hearing this, Lin Tian was full of black lines in an instant. Brother's first apprentice carefully selected was actually worthless by you. Although he knew that you were sincere, it was too shameful for him. With a dark face, he retorted in dissatisfaction, "Don't underestimate my apprentice, she is a genius of swordsmanship. It only took a month to touch the sword for the first time to the present situation. I have never touched a sword before. Tell me will come if that's the case. She is indeed a genius." Hawkeye put his chin on and saw Ellie in the court meditating. That is. Lin Tian looked proud, as if Hawkeye praised him. "If it weren't for your kid to be the #1 in the world, I wouldn't want to teach you." Shook his head slightly, and Lin Tian said in a deep voice, "Lin Tian. Needless to say, girls have a natural disadvantage in swordsmanship, that is, their bodies have too many weaknesses. This is natural and cannot be changed." What Hawkeye said was a fact, even Lin Tian had to admit it, and sighed deeply. "It is precisely this way that I handed her over. The natural advantage of girls is not suitable for taking the hard line, so I am going to let her go. Soft, one way." But above this, even Lin Tian didn't realize it for a long time, not to the extreme. Compared to Hawkeye, who has long, combined rigidity and softness, he is undoubtedly more suitable for teaching Ellie. This is also the thought that suddenly popped into Lin Tian's mind after seeing the eagle eye. He held his chin in contemplation, and for a while, Hawkeye said, "If you are soft, it's not impossible. It's just that if you go soft, you have to work harder." Can she persist? She is a person who walked back from hell, a person born of hatred. Hatred is the source of her life, and she can do everything for revenge. This is the case, Hawkeye whispered meaningfully. A sharp long sword across the carotid artery of the pirate, driven by the blood pressure, bright red warm blood burst out, floating on Ellie's face. To be continued. On the shipwreck, Lin Tian and Lin Tian looked at the previous battle like bystanders. Because of Lin Tian's guidance and chasing, the battle was divided into two parts from the very beginning. Sanji versus Akin, Luffy went directly to the strongest clique, and Ellie was active in the pirate group. Inches, Facing the intractable metal spike, Luffy, who is a rubber man, was completely a nemesis, and it was almost chased and beaten. Turning over a large mast, Luffy quickly sat down, and the spikes slid over his head. Luffy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He exclaimed, "Fortunately, it's so dangerous. I was almost stabbed." Bingo. On the other hand, even though Ellie had only practiced swordsmanship for a month, with Lin Tian's full guidance and feeding moves, the fighting power was not weak at all, and a pirate could be solved in a few moves. Turned over to avoid the sneak attack of a pirate behind him, kicked the pirate knife under his feet with the sole of his foot along the ground. The sharp pirate knife penetrated the body of the sneak attack pirate with extreme speed, and the dead could no longer die. Let go and hold it horizontally, block the pirate knife that was cut from behind, turn around, kick the pirate's chaff behind him, and kick it out. But it's not a loss to be a crew member of the strongest pirate fleet in the East China Sea. His combat power is much stronger than other pirates. With his palm resting on the ground, he stopped the retreat. At the same time, the sword in his hand was twisted with a body and slashed at Ellie. Go with. Ellie evaded to the right quickly, but it was still a little late, and a sharp blade struck her arm, and a blood stain suddenly appeared. Seizing the opportunity to close the knife, he hit his face with a flying kick. In an instant, all the blood came out. Ellie bullied herself to keep up, and the long sword in her hand slid gently on her neck. Compared to the two sides, the situation on the Xiangji side is a bit bad. The man named Jin has good combat power, but he is the captain of the entire pirate fleet, and his strength is the most basic. As one of the protagonists in the whole world, Sanji Shah is not as stunned as the future. Now he is being beaten by Ajin. This is the result of Ajin's mercy. Within a few strokes, Ajin seized the opportunity, volleyed the hammer, and smashed it mercilessly. He fell heavily to the ground, and the wooden boards underneath were all shattered by the huge force. Squeezing Sanji's neck tightly, Ain sat on the ground with her knees crossed, lowered her head and said calmly, "Didn't I say, Mr. Sanji, you are not my opponent, go to hell, give me disappear in this world." The rotating heavy hammer slammed down suddenly, and Sanjishi spit out the cigarette casters in his mouth, interrupting Ajin's attack, and slid forward, avoiding the attack of the heavy hammer. With both hands propped up, the powerful right leg, like a blow to the head, hit Ajin's head fiercely, but Ajin was holding back the pain, and the hammer, in the other hand, was hitting the abdomen of Sanjishi. The two people beside were still standing there, with no intention of making any move. Although Click is as stunning as an ant for Lin Tian. He is a rare opponent for Luffy, and he is very suitable for Luffy at this time. Hawkeye would stay here because of Lin Tian. And at the same time, he wanted to see what the the more ordinary the grandson of the naval hero Garp, who can make Lin Tian value his compliance and have great confidence. "How about it, Hawkeye? My disciple is okay," Lin Tian asked proudly with a smile. After 1 month of training, he would have such combat power even if he hadn't given up more than Lin Tian. Hawkeye is still arrogant and calmly said, "In my opinion, it's just a group of ants fighting each other. It's okay to use it for time." Lin Tian was speechless, feeling that talking to Eagle Eye was more tired than fighting him. Turning around, Lin Tian looked at the battle in the field and said in a disdainful tone, "This Click is really rubbish, and even poison gas weapons have been used. People like this kind of people who have not reached the goal and achieved the goal must be very fond of the Red Dog. Taste." Looked at the direction the gas bomb was attacking. "Why, Hawkeye, it seems that the other party is going to solve us as well. Is it to stand here and continue to force or?" However, Hawkeye used actions to show his answer, standing unmoved, obviously preparing to pretend to the end. Lin Tian had to accompany him to continue pretending. Poisonous gas bomb. The poisonous gas, released, covers the entire sea area and is blocked by the thick poisonous gas. Those pirates had been prepared for a long time, and they all wore poison gas masks. The cook was a little weaker, and most of them dived into the sea to avoid poison gas. Not far from the sea, several cooks who escaped floated on the sea, looking at the purple poisonous gas floating on the sea. Their faces were very angry. "This is despicable. I actually used poison gas in the battle. I don't know how Deza and Sanji are in it." By the way, the two powerful swordsmen didn't seem to run out either. Could it be that they scattered? A low drink sounded from the poisonous gas, and then a hurricane vented from the poisonous gas. The poisonous gas on the sea was instantly blown away, and Lin Tian backhanded the chasing wind. Even poison gas is useless to the two of them. Are they still human? Is it true that the great sea roots are all such strong men? Seeing Lin Tian and Indian who didn't wear a mask, they were unharmed in the poisonous gas. Everyone who was still alive was shocked, and their tone revealed deep fear. No loss are the two legendary men, red-footed Tetsuo with a cold sweat on his forehead. In the field, except for the battle captain Ajin who inhaled the poison gas, both Luffy and Ali had masks chipped off by Lin Tian, and were not harmed by the poison gas. It was because Ajin gave him his face mask. Saved a life. Feeling the respect and admiration that Ajin had for himself before he died, Click showed disdain, akin only to blame you for being a great favor by even to end up like this. Forget it, you don't understand if you don't die. The casters, who can't see the goal clearly and doesn't obey my orders must die. For guys like him who may repeat offenses, kill him now, it's also a pleasure. Click Kaijin, whether it is his pirates or the fighting chefs, his faces are surprised and terrified, and the remaining surviving pirates are chilled. And all of this, one side of Luffy suddenly went crazy, roaring angrily, holding his fist high, and rushing directly towards Click. Seeing this, Click showed a triumphant smile on his face. Boy, in this sea, those with devil fruit ability don't be so rampant. Randomly threw a few bombs, blasting the plank in front of him, and at the same time, there were endless spikes in the rotating machine gun in his hand. Ah! Boy, you are too tender, plus the seawater and my spikes, you will definitely die. Unfortunately, the voice hasn't fallen yet. Luffy's body has a few spiked figures stuck in his body, and he sprang out of the sea in the stunned eyes of everyone. Click was taken aback, and backhanded his cloak, which was covered with spikes, with a smug smile on his face. With his cloak, he was absolutely safe. Miscellaneous, be careful. Bullet. Luffy powerful punch hit firmly on the cloak that covered with spikes, and then severely beat towards Click punch in the face, fell to the ground. Looked at the boy in front of him, pulled out the spikes from his body, and said the 3 words in his mouth. A wave of waves slowly appeared on Eagle Eye's calm face, and he gently confided in his mouth. This boy is very interesting. The gun of faith in his belly is more than 100 weapons. Once the goal is determined, I will do my best to complete it. I can't help but think of that bastard. Lin Tian chuckled, and some admiration said, don't look at our captain's usual nerves. He likes to mess around with things, but at a critical moment, our captain can often overtake us and see the essence of things. Hawkeye did not continue to speak, but quietly watched everything in front of him. At this time, a figure stood up, touched the blood on his face with a look of fear. Flames suddenly appeared all over the body and burned. Alu, life is in danger. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Ellie happened to be beside her, and the blazing flame immediately entrapped Ellie in the flame. Seeing this, Lin Tian was immediately angry, and he dared to besiege his beautiful apprentice in the flames without saying a word. Pulled his right hand back, and immediately swiped a powerful slash, puffing, braving the flames, instantly splitting into 2, falling into the sea, splashing waves, extinguishing all the fire. However, the strong slash, the trend, is not diminishing. After cutting the road, it still has a strong power, directly rushed into the battlefield of Luffy and Click. Click's 1-ton battle gun, the first half fell directly to the ground. The explosive tip had been smashed in Luffy's fist, and a thumb-sized red cloth was floating in the sky. You, reading www can't you? Calm was silent in the audience. Luffy raised his right foot and looked at the huge crack where he was standing just now. With fear on his face, he patted his chest and sighed in relief. Angrily yelled at Lin Tian, "Hey, Lin Tian. What are you doing? Not only did you interrupt my battle, you almost cut me off just now." Coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment, and said in a lot of meanings, "Well, Luffy, I was a little excited just now." You continue. "What? I was a little excited. I almost cut off the captain. What would I do if I was impulsive? Is this group of pirates stupid? From the captain to the next?" Sanjishi drank a cigarette and couldn't believe it. Roared. However, for Lin Tian's explanation, Luffy was very useful, and turned around to continue the battle with Click. Ellie, after solving the surrounding pirates, she looked around and saw all the pirates under her gaze, all unable to evade. Feeling boring, retracted her long sword and walked towards Lin Tian. It's not that these pirates are timid. Ali's methods are somewhat influenced by Lin Tian, and she treats the enemy mercilessly. In the previous battle, no fewer than 10 pirates died under her. In the end, under everyone's gaze, the entire battlefield became a battlefield between Luffy and Click. After a life-and-death battle, Luffy won without any change. As for the Click, who was regarded by all the pirates as the world's strongest man, after the defeat, he was crazy, and he was strong enough. To be continued. At the top of the restaurant on the sea, Lin Tian stood quietly on the top, looking at the endless sea, the calm sea like a mirror. Hey. That asterisk female apprentice, how could I be a little sad, and I'm not obedient, and don't do things, how can I? It feels like something is missing in my heart after I walk. The environment has changed and the people have changed. The shadow of the person who was on call that day was always there, and the quarrel with him from time to time disappeared. It has changed, everything has changed, only I have not changed. Looking at the direction of Ellie's departure, for a long time, Lin Tian muttered in his mouth, but couldn't hide the sadness in his heart. What, Chief Master, you said you want me to follow him? Just after the battle, Ellie's white clothes were still stained with bright red blood. Not only the enemy's blood but also her own blood, and several blood stains on her arms. She was shocked when she looked at the Chief Master in front of her and shouted in disbelief. Cow. Okay. After changing his previous laziness, Lin Tian nodded solemnly. This decision was made after Lin Tian's careful consideration, and all aspects are good for Ali's future. This master considered it for a long time before deciding that the next to me is the world's largest swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk, a good friend of the master. He does not need to say more about his swordsmanship. It should be understood from the title with his teaching. Your swordsmanship will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. I was surprised when I heard the introduction of the Chief Master. I didn't expect this powerful man to be the world's #1 swordsman. Since learning swordsmanship from Lin Tian, Ellie has done enough homework on swordsmanship-related aspects. For the name that all swordsmen in this world yearn for, Ellie also knows and expects. The man who stands at the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world today did not expect to appear in front of him. He raised his head and took a look, and he saw Mihawk's most distinctive feature, his eyes sharp like an eagle. Hawkeye just swept lightly, and Ali felt a mountain pressing on her. She couldn't breathe, especially her sharp eyes. Her heart trembled. She quickly lowered her head, and the pressure on her whole body was suddenly relieved. How about, beautiful apprentice, how about the teacher that the master chose for you, but the world's #1 swordsman? Countless people want to go to the teacher. He has ignored it. Do not. Ellie was unexpected by the two opposite people and objected, pouting her mouth, turning her body, and looking at the underground. After she couldn't finish her conversation, she didn't continue. Hearing Ellie's answer, Lin Tian was taken aback. After reacting, he quickly asked inexplicably, why, beautiful apprentice, this opportunity is very rare. Your master just got it because he gave up his old face. Gently wiped off the blood stains on the sword, Ali still lowered her head and whispered back, there is no reason, just don't want to. Ali can't tell why she doesn't know why. It stands to reason that following a better master should be a better choice, but for some reason, Ali is not like leaving and changing to a different environment. This is the only place where I can feel a little bit of sunshine. Although the two often quarrel, the Chief Master is a who wants to do things by himself every day, but at least I can feel that I am a flesh and blood person. If I change the environment. Hawkeye seemed to understand something, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said softly, Lin Tian. Since your disciple doesn't want to learn from me, then continue to follow you. Your swordsmanship is equally good enough to teach him. Lin Tian shook her head slowly, apparently disagreeing with Hawkeye's words. In fact, Lin Tian also disagreed with the beautiful apprentice's walk, but she had to do something like this. She hadn't had the time to stay with herself. She came back from the Ghost Gate with hatred. She still cannot stay with him. Now she is a person who lives by the belief in revenge, although there is a charismatic Luffy here. But there are things that I haven't experienced. Even Luffy can infect her. The best way to get her out of the abyss of revenge is to be exaggerated by some people who have the same experience. And there are some reasons Lin Tian himself is only deeply buried in his heart, but in general, leaving is better for Ali than harm. Reached out and placed her hand on top of Ellie's head, rubbed the head that turned white from grief, sighed slightly, and persuaded softly. Ellie did not lift Lin Tian's hand as usual, but quietly listened. With a beautiful apprentice, master doesn't want to. Only Hawkeye can really teach you the way of swordsmanship you learn. Master doesn't have a profound understanding. Only by following him can you improve your strength as soon as possible and have the opportunity for revenge. But, sheep teacher, you too. Ali grumbled and retorted in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, Lin Tian interrupted aloud. That is only one reason. The most important thing is that I am going to let you go to a place that suits you. Raising her head, Ellie asked puzzledly, a place? A place that suits me? Well, there are many people like you, whose family members died of pirates, died of naval and pirate battles, and were even persecuted by the world government. Where can you find like-minded friends? Raised his head, Lin Tian looked at the direction of the great root. Teacher, I don't want you to live on hatred, you have to live for yourself. On the shipwreck, after Lin Tian had personally done something about Ellie, he let them leave. On the strange boat of Eagle Eye, Ellie stared at Lin Tian with his back on his back and waved Lin Tian. Suddenly excited. Shouted. Chief Master, do you know? In fact, I have always hated you. Not only did I train so much every day, but also asked me to take such bitter medicine every day and rub my head. I wanted to leave a long time ago. Master. The solid black figure trembled slightly, and a slight ticking sound was blown away by the sea breeze. Forget it, don't look at it, it's sad to see it, I can see it in the future. Waving his hand, Lin Tian put his hands behind his back and walked towards the sea restaurant. Luffy and the others have stayed in it for long enough, why haven't they seen him come out? Does that cook disagree? It seems that I still want to take action. Leisurely surpassed the wreckage that was still floating on the sea very quickly with a sound, finally set foot on this famous sea restaurant in the East China Sea, squeaked, opened the door, and walked directly inches. But as soon as Lin Tian opened the door, before he could see the sound inside, he heard a shock and shouting from his ears, followed by a figure in a black suit, head down, and ran towards the direction of the door. Lin Tian hurriedly let go of his hand, dodged towards the side, gave up a position, and let the people rush out. With a beep, the door was closed forcefully by someone. Looked at the chefs in the room silently waiting for everything, and Luffy sitting on the ground with a bone in his mouth and hugging his chest. Looked confused and asked, who can tell me what happened to this? Pulling out the bones in his mouth, Luffy looked at the people who came in and said with a smile, Lin Tian, you are finally here, but you are late, and I have eaten all the cooking. I will eat all of your share. Up. Let's eat. Lin Tian walked over to the table beside him, waving his hands indifferently and said, I will give you these bad dishes. I want to eat well. While talking, Lin Tian found a stool at random and sat down. He smiled slightly at the red-footed Zephyr who had a broken leg next to him. Why, the old friend is here. Are you not ready to order something? Squeak. Zephyr took a stool with his hand, sat down, folded his arms around his chest. We should be regarded as enemies. Have you seen pirates preparing food for the Navy? Navy? There was a cry of exclamation, and the faces of the chefs around were shocked by the news from Zephyr. Isn't he the deputy captain of this pirate regiment? Why did he suddenly become a navy? Regardless of the surprise of those people, Lin Tian sat on the stool and turned to look at Zephyr. Hey, old man, those are all things before. Now I am not a navy, and you are not a pirate, but become a chef. Really? After squinting at Lin Tian, Zephyr said calmly, however, for me, I will not prepare food for the casters who defeated me in the past. Turned around and pulled a chicken leg, bit it directly, and kept saying in his mouth, yes, Zephyr, seems that your craftsmanship hasn't retreated. Fighting with that casters Hawkeye has long been hungry. Holding a chicken leg with a bone in his mouth, he turned around and asked, Zephyr, after letting you go last time, why did you go back to the East China Sea in one fell swoop? My right foot was also broken, and now I am a chef. Why do you care about so much? After eating your meal, leave early and forget about it. www.palma.com. I finally live in seclusion. Wait for you casters to attract the Navy headquarters, then my restaurant is not over. Lin Tian, who turned around to fight the food on the table after hearing Zephyr complained, waved his backhand to persuade him. Don't worry, even the Navy headquarters knows that I am here. They are not really sending people to the East China Sea. It is better to be on the Great Sea route. A rough-looking chef asked Luffy next to him, the messenger, isn't he your deputy captain? Why is he still related to the Navy headquarters of the Great Sea route? Luffy, who was drinking soup, bit a spoon to explain. You said Lin Tian. He lived on the Great Route, but he was chased by the Navy and escaped from the Great Route. What? He actually came out of the Great Sea Route, the tomb of the pirate. Isn't he the Navy? Everyone was shocked. The news was too shocking for the people of the East China Sea. This soup is delicious. Seeing Lin Tian, who was eating and drinking, Zephyr suddenly said, I didn't expect that you casters would betray the Navy. You really beat the Navy in the face. The geniuses of the past rebelled against the Navy. I really don't know those casters from the world government. What wonderful expressions are there. Haha. Hey. Old man, I came here for dinner, so don't laugh at me. Turning his head, Lin Tian held up his fork and threatened, believe it or not, I will tell you about the things you have eaten under my hands. A dark shadow broke through the door. To be continued. On the sunny sea, Luffy and Lin Tian set foot on the search for Nami again, but added, which way is the Great Route? Is it on this side or over there? Scurrying figure made Lin Tian, who was sitting quietly on the ground with his eyes closed, unhappy on his face, said, it's noisy, can you be quiet, Luffy? Sorry, Luffy jumped slightly and said happily, however, finally a chef joins us. Then, as long as we bring Nami back, we can set off on the Great Route. Speaking of Nami, Sanji suddenly looked idiotic. Nami, I feel so happy just thinking of her beautiful appearance, as if to see him soon. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Just like this nympho, he can survive the magnificent sea route and become a strong man. The protagonist Sora is really strong. Stepped forward and sat on the ship's own seat. Luffy asked, Joseph, how long will it take to arrive? This is where Nami went. Unexpectedly, the silent Joseph suddenly raised his finger in anger and pointed at Luffy. You are too naive, don't you understand? We are slowly approaching the place where Aaron is, and the big sister's eyes are tight at the time. Staring at Aaron's bounty, I know it's not that simple. Lin Tian asked Luffy, Aaron, who is Aaron? No, I don't know. Have you heard of Sanji? Sanji shook his head. I haven't heard of it. I don't know who it is. Maybe it's a pirate. Hearing the conversation between the three, Joseph was taken aback and asked in surprise, Aaron, haven't you even heard of Aaron? The three of them shook their heads at the same time, and the word came out. No. Suddenly, Joseph blew a mouth that he didn't know where he took out, stood up, wandered in front of the three of them, and explained, Aaron is a Murloc who made a lot of trouble on the Great Route in the past. Murloc, I have never heard of it. Luffy looked curious. Speaking of Murlocs, Sanji thought of Murlocs. I have heard that there is a Murloc island on the Great Route, where there are many beautiful Murlocs. Ignoring Sanji, who was caught in an infomaniac, Lin Tian asked, Joseph, where did you hear the false news? The Great Route has only 2 Murlocs who have made trouble on the Great Route for so many years, Aaron. Where did the little character come from? I have never heard of it. What? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Joseph was startled and hurriedly stepped forward and asked curiously, Boss Lin Tian. Listening to you say this, have you ever been to the Great Route? Previously, Joseph and Soren went to chase Nami, but they didn't see what happened later, so naturally they didn't know that Lin Tian had been to the Great Route. Yeah. replied in a low voice, propped his chin in reply, yes, there has never been a famous Murloc Aaron on the Great Route. If you want to say that there are really famous Murlocs, there should be two. One is Fisher Tiger, the other is the seaman, is very flat. Fisher Tiger! Joseph screamed, and Luffy and Sanji, who were discussing the appearance of the Murloc, attracted their eyes. Aaron, the fisherman, is a pirate under Fisher Tiger, who followed him on the Great Route and offered a reward of 20 million. It seemed that he had seen Tiger with his own eyes, and Aaron had made a great journey on the Great Route. He spoke vividly, with fear on his face. Oh, Lin Tian suddenly realized it, and then said indifferently, it turned out to be just a little pirate with only 20 million Baileys. I said I never heard of it. Back then, I didn't even have the qualifications to put on my table. Woo. Joseph suddenly burst into tears. Boss Lin Tian. How much money will it take to put it on your table? Who is Fisher Tiger? Is he famous? Who is Xi Jinping? Sanji asked curiously. After all, he wanted to enter the Great Route, and he didn't know about some great routes. A powerful pirate once broke into a place where a group of casters lives, put a lot of slaves, and was killed by an uncle who had nothing to do all day. As for Xi Jinping, he was also his subordinate. Kiwu Heiji-1, the strength, is not bad too, Lin Tian thought, resting his chin. Luffy raised his feet and asked inexplicably, what is Kiwu? Turning back to his seat, Joseph explained, 7 Wu-Hei is the 3 great powers of the Great Sea Route. The Great Sea Route is called the Pirate Graveyard, but because of how many of them, the Eagle Eye that defeated the boss is one of the 7 Wu Seas. To put it simply, they are the pirates, recognized by the government, so they are allowed to exist. For the rest of the pirates, they are the running dogs of the world government. Snap! Luffy patted his feet, and said with excitement, 7 such amazing people are really amazing. At this time, Lin Tian said, in fact, what Joseph said is not entirely correct. Kiwu and the world government are just a relationship of mutual use. Each pirate has its own reasons for joining Kiwu, and Kiwu can shock many pirates, relieve the pressure of the world government. After all, this is just an exchange of power and strength. Seeing that Lin Tian was so familiar with Kiwu, as if he had experienced lightly, Sanji couldn't help but ask, Lin Tian, who are you? You know so much. Am I? I was only a navy in the past, now I am a pirate. Raising his head, Lin Tian replied meaningfully. Navy? Joseph looked shocked. He always thought that boss Lin Tian was a big pirate that boss Luffy didn't know where he found. He didn't expect that old man Lin Tian used to be a navy. On the edge of, Luffy answered, yes, Lin Tian is a very strong navy, like a lieutenant admiral, right? What? Vice Admiral! 2 exclamations sounded, and both Sanji and Joseph were stunned by the news. Feeling the oncoming, fierce sea breeze, Luffy stood on the ship and couldn't help but yell happily. This excitement fits Luffy's style. Joseph stood on the top of the cabin, resisting the fear in his heart, shaking his legs, looking at the slowly emerging building in the distance, and shouting, Boss Luffy, I saw it, a long domain. Okay, go out to Aaron's domain and take Nami back, Luffy shouted excitedly. Blowing the oncoming sea breeze, Lin Tian prayed comfortably, we are very lucky, and we found a manatee to pull a boat. It is much better than that, Luffy, you are a good method. Ha ha ha. Luffy turned his head and proudly said, that is, such a big sea beast pulls the boat, so handsome. Manatee, Sanji turned his head and asked, Lin Tian, you know this kind of sea beast? Well, he nodded slightly and looked at the sea beast on that ship. This is a manatee, a unique creature of the Great Sea Route. It should be brought out by the Murlocs from the Great Sea Route. Hearing the words, Sanji stared at the manatee's eyes to shine. As a sea chef, he has never cooked the creatures of the Great Sea Route. I don't know how it tastes. Feeling the boat slow down, excited Luffy looked upset and said to the manatee below, hey, don't be tired, cow. Below, Joseph was full of black lines, squinting at Lin Tian. who was leaning on the cabin with his hands on his chest behind him. It must be before Sanji. The power is too powerful. Hey, Luffy, how do we get in? Do we rush in and solve that? Aaron solves it, or find Nami first, and then solve Aaron, Lin Tian asked. Standing on the ship, Luffy decided loudly, of course I rushed in directly, first see if Nami is there. Nami, I'm coming. Prince Charming solves the troubled princess. What a touching story. Nami will definitely be moved by my handsome heroic appearance. Sanji's eyes were red. The manatee, who was a little dizzy after being kicked by Sanji, had his entire head in a daze. Instead of rushing towards the front door as everyone had hoped, he crashed into the edge of the cliff. Luffy pointed his finger in the right direction and shouted, "Ah, that's not right. Point to the left, it's that house." It's a pity that the confused manatee didn't listen to Lin Tian's words at all and still ran to the side. Upon seeing this, except for Luffy, the expressions of the other three were still excited and the faces of the other three changed greatly. Without thinking, Lin Tian's figure flashed, and he immediately came to the manatee's head, kicking hard at the bewildered head. Moo. With bang, Lin Tian gave a strong kick and kicked him accurately. The huge impact force caused the manatee to scream and suddenly wake up. But Lin Tian somewhat overestimated the navy. That huge figure flew out of the sea under 1 foot. Pulmonal calm, tilde. That huge figure covered the sun, and the entire coast suddenly plunged into darkness. Along sea area, a large group of Murlocs were discussing the life of the matter just now, but the sky suddenly turned black. When he looked up, he saw a huge black shadow falling from the sky and smashing towards them. In a short time, all the Murloc faces changed drastically, and their faces were full of horror. They rushed to the courtyard and jumped into the pool, connected to the sea, trying to avoid this coming impact. That huge body fell from a high altitude, and under the impact of strength and degree, it was no less powerful than a meteorite, and it fell fiercely towards the air and sea below. A shocking explosion sounded, thick smoke and dust, mixed with gravel, rushing in all directions. The entire courtyard was instantly crushed into ruins under his body, and the ground shook. The ground could not withstand the huge impact. It dropped tens of centimeters, and cracks tens of meters long, snaked and crawled on the ground. Many pirates, who couldn't evade, were directly suppressed by the huge body. Even if the Murloc's physical fitness was too much than that of humans, they were still crushed into flesh in an instant. Lin Tian's kick was too strong, and the manatees were all kicked out. The thick rope broke instantly under the huge pulling force, and the whole boat flew towards the sky. Boat. Luffy stood on the flying boat, looking at the green jungle below, shouting with excitement, "Nami, we're here to pick you up." Hey, is Lin Tian? To be continued. On the coast, Lin Tian stood on it, looking dumbfounded as the three of Luffy took a boat and flew into the jungle. Grav equals Grav. I thought that sea beast should be capable, but I didn't expect it to be so weak. I just kicked it out with one kick, which was too watery. In fact, it was not that the manatee was weak, but that Lin Tian was too strong. Lin Tian didn't want to think about it. As far as his strength was, even if the Admiral was hit head-on, he would be injured. What's more, this is just a sea beast, not the kind of huge sea king. Lin Tian didn't kick it and exploded, it was already good. Lin Tian, as he got ashore, he heard a shout from midair before he knew what was happening, and when he looked up, he saw the boat on Luffy and they flew away. With a snap, Lin Tian patted his forehead helplessly. What's wrong recently? I often lose the captain. This is not a good thing. With that said, he glanced at the direction Lin Tian and the others were flying, thought for a while, and walked towards the Long's domain in the opposite direction. How troublesome it is to find Nami rush directly into Aaron's domain. If they answer their own questions honestly, then they don't bother to do it. If you don't cooperate, then give it a hard hit, and it's not too late to ask again. In Lin Tian's opinion, this is the most effective method. Anyway, Nami's goal is Aaron, and she will go straight to Yuanglong and find the bug, and everything will be resolved in time. Although Lin Tian volleyed and kicked in time, he didn't let the cow run far, but with such a huge body, even if it slipped slightly, it would have to be hundreds of meters away. It was a bit far to walk this way. Lazily walking on the beach, before he walked far, a little light shone in Lin Tian's eyes, a little dazzling, and when he looked at it, he saw half of the figure, buried in the sand more than 10 meters away. Slot, this is too unprofessional. Even throwing a corpse doesn't have any quality. Let's not talk about the place to find, even if it is buried, it can't be half buried. Hey. Isn't this Usopp? Before he walked in, the prominent high nose clearly appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. With such a high nose, anyone besides Usopp was adding those decorative, reflective windproof glasses. Greater than. Grav equals Grav. Lin Tian ran over quickly, put his finger on his nose and tried a little, then he was relieved. Fortunately, he just passed out in a coma and didn't die. Bang. He patted Usopp's stomach and shouted, "Hey, kid, don't sleep for me if you are not dead, get up quickly." Lin Tian's slaps were not casual, he secretly used skill not to hurt Usopp, but also to force the seawater out of his stomach. Ahem. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of seawater and almost vomiting out all the seawater in his stomach, Usopp woke up slowly. The confined eyes suddenly opened and they were a little uncomfortable with the bright light outside. After squinting for a few seconds, Usopp gradually adapted. Looking to the side, a figure was sitting calmly beside him. "Hey, how do you feel, the kid?" "It's not bad after sleeping for so long," Lin Tian asked when he felt Usopp wake up. Looking at the familiar faces above, the two of Usopp got busy, pointing at Lin Tian and said, You are not the partner who left the team that Luffy and Nami have been talking about, the deputy captain of our pirate group, you just what?" Hearing Nami talking about herself all the time, Lin Tian flashed a hint of surprise. Luffy was talking about herself even if she did, but she didn't expect that Nami would do it. Brother's charm is still quite big. "Nami, every day I say you owe him 100 million Baileys, and I yell to you to pay it back, and I still read the calendar every day, and if I don't pay it back, I will add 1 million Baileys." Tough. Lin Tian suddenly ran out of blood. Of course, this is just an imagination. In fact, the situation is almost the same. He was full of black lines and was greatly embarrassed. He just thought he was very attractive, but he didn't expect that he was worried about peeling his hand, and he was just an incidental. "By the way, my name is Lin Tian." "Aren't you chasing Nami with Soren? How come you are the only one left, and you are fakely buried in the sand?" Greater than underline. Greater than, Grav equals Grav. He quickly changed the subject and asked if he continued to speak, the blow would be deeper, and he had already suffered 10,000 points of damage. Usopp's face sank, and he said in a deep voice, "Nami made me like this?" "What, you said Nami buried you in the sand?" Lin Tian asked with a look of disbelief, never believing that Nami would do such a thing. She was not that kind of person. "Fool, I was not buried in the sand, but washed up by the sea." Waved his hand, Lin Tian asked, "It doesn't matter, how could Nami kill you? What happened?" Holding his arms around his chest, Usopp recalled the scene that shocked him earlier. "On the contrary, I was rescued by Nami. I was caught by those Murlocs before, but Nami suddenly came out and claimed to be a member of the Errant Pirates. Then, she stabbed her hand with a dagger, pretending to kill me, and threw me into the sea." Then, Usopp gave Lin Tian everything he experienced on this island, speaking in detail. After listening, Lin Tian stood up, patted the sand on his body casually, and walked towards the jungle behind with a calm face. Usopp also got up quickly, followed behind and asked, "Hey, Lin Tian. Where are you going now?" "I'm going to Kikoja village and ask Nami for everything." "Then let's not find Luffy and them. I think we should find them first, and then act together." No, you go to Luffy and the others first, and tell Luffy that I'm waiting for them in Kikosha village. I want them to hurry up. Nami is still waiting for us to pick him up. Nuakageo said that all four of them fell into silence, and none of them thought that Nami, who usually laughed, could hide such pain in their hearts. They did not expect that Nami, who usually values wealth so much, is indeed working hard to save the people in the entire village, even at the expense of her own life. The angry Sanji immediately raised his hands and shouted, "How dare my beloved Nami endure such pain?" It's a pity that Sanji shout was only a powerful punch from Naki. Raising his fist, Nuoki said angrily, "I'm here just to tell you not to do this. If you keep calling her companions, the pirates will doubt her. All these years of hard work will be in vain. Don't make her suffer. For her fighting alone, the most uncomfortable is that someone regards her as a partner." After talking about his intentions, Nuakageo turned and walked towards the deck. At this moment, a calm word rang from the tree. "Do you think Nami can really achieve her goals by herself?" The sudden sound shocked everyone. Even Zoro, who was pretending to sleep, woke up immediately, looked over his head, and saw that the figure was sitting on the tree. "Lin Tian! Lin Tian! Lin Tian!" Glancing at the figure on the tree trunk, Nuakageo said, "You are Lin Tian. Let me say to Nami, don't appear in her life in the future." Turning around, Nuakageo left one last piece of advice: stop everything here, think about it for yourself. If you really want not to be beautiful, please leave me quickly. Looking at Nuakageo's leaving back, with a cry, Lin Tian jumped directly from the tree trunk. Yuza asked with a strange look, "Lin Tian, you are not looking for Nami, why did you show up here?" Fortunately, Lin Tian was angry when he mentioned it. "Fuck, you are ashamed to say, tell me that Nami is in Kikosha village, but you didn't tell me the location of Kikosha village, that's a fart." Picking up the only remaining Hideo text in his hand, Soren asked, "Lin Tian, Luffy doesn't know where he went now, what shall we do?" "What else can I do? Of course, go to Nami, chop up all the Murloc pirates, and bring us back the navigator." The sudden arrival of the Navy in Kikosha village shocked the entire village, but they were only surprised, and there was no hope in their eyes. As early as a few years ago, the villagers in the entire village had lost all hope for the Navy that insisted on absolute justice. For them, the Navy might as well earn more peel on how to save the lives of their family next month. Nami in the Orange Grove looked surprised at the sudden arrival of the Navy. The whole village had long lost hope for the Navy. Why suddenly the Navy came? The first Navy has a beard like a mouse, and also wears a rat hat on his head. The Navy Division Chief looked at Nami, who suddenly appeared with a disgusting smile on his face. "You are the female pirate named Nami. I heard that all the treasures you stole from the pirate are stored in the Orange Orchard. The other party is a pirate, so I will not arrest you, but the theft is a theft after all, so you steal it. Now I want to take all the gold and silver treasures back to the Navy for safekeeping. Okay, hand over all the stolen goods and I will confiscate them." Standing there, Nami showed deep disdain, and her ironic tone revealed no doubt. Oh, you are really passionate about work, because you don't have the courage to fight the pirates. www.com, so find the little thief. It's amazing to come and give yourself extra points. Holding her hands around her chest, Nami said with confidence, "I'll give you a piece of advice. I am a cater of the Aaron pirate group. If you move me, Aaron will not let you go." Hearing the threat from Nami, Mouse Zuo showed an imperceptible smile of sympathy. "Do you think this can stop me?" "Wait." But Nami's voice was useless. The navies were still searching for Peel, who was hiding by Nami. Even if Nami tried her best to stop it, how could it be possible to stop more than a dozen navies with his own strength? It didn't take long for the Justice Navy to finally find the stolen money that Nami had obtained through her life in a place in the Orange Grove. Looking at the blood-stained alien Mouse Zuo with a happy smile on his face, he returned without wasting There are so many Baileys, nearly 100 million Baileys. The third floor is also 30 million Baileys. Don't move, don't move, don't move, don't move. To be continued. Bang! A gunshot sounded in the noisy orange forest. Greater than 8. Grav. At this time, under the leadership of Usopp, Lin Tian and his party just saw the figure of the village. Lin Tian's face changed slightly, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of everyone. There was only a voice echoing in the air, "Something is wrong, I will take a step first, and you will quickly follow up." With a trembling voice, Usopp swept around with his eyes. "Do you think Lin Tian is a ghost?" He suddenly disappeared. "Ghost shit," Sanji cursed in a low voice, looking at the empty eyes, with a heavy face. Holding a word in his arms, Soren's eyes flashed expectantly. "It surpasses the discrimination of human eyes. How fast is this?" Lin Tian, who was flashing in shape, rushed to the village at a speed several times faster than Shade, only to see an afterimage flashing across the road, followed by a light yellow smoke belt. Across the middle of the road. Although it was only a very soft voice, Lin Tian still sensed it. The familiar gunfire still came from the village. Lin Tian's perception is very strong, so the three of Soren, Sanji and Usopp, who are together, do not feel at all, but Lin Tian can distinguish that it is a gunshot. For the first time, Lin Tian used the domineering look and feel, but the gunfire rang out and disappeared, and there was no movement. This made people worry more, and it was scary if there was no sound. After being driven to the extreme, Lin Tian went to the end of the village in a short time, looking at the empty street. His eye shrank slightly, his figure flashed, disappeared, and appeared again, standing beside Luffy, who fell on the ground. Just when I saw it, Nami pushed Luffy down for a moment. Looking at the back of Nami running towards the Long's domain with tears, Lin Tian did not stop. With Lin Tian's speed, it was only a momentary thing to catch up with Nami, but Lin Tian didn't go there. Some things needed to be solved by her so that she could understand everything. Sitting up, Luffy noticed the dark figure behind him and looked up with a surprised smile on his face. "Lin Tian. Why are you here, Soren, Usopp and the others?" Greater than 8 == Withdrawing his eyes, stretched out his hand to lift Luffy on the ground. "I noticed that something happened here, so I took a step forward. It seems that something bad happened." "Okay." Nodding lightly, Luffy pointed at the crowd nearby and said, "Nami's sister seems to have been hit by a bullet, and Nami doesn't know where she went now." "Maybe." No one noticed that Lin Tian clasped his hands tightly when reciting these two words. Loosen the clenched fist and walk away in the crowd with a calm face. It is difficult for such a crowded crowd to get inches, but where Lin Tian passed, everyone unanimously gave way to a passage, as if specifically let Lin Tian enter it. If some powerhouses were present, you could see that when Lin Tian approached the crowd, he quickly pushed his hands towards the crowd nearby and used his skill to force them away, which was hardly noticeable by himself. Surrounded by the crowd, Nuakageo was lying in a giant's arm, supported by a giant. The doctor was carefully using a knife to slowly pick out the bullet embedded in the bone. The shooting position of this bullet was a little bit off. Without any equipment, it was troublesome to pick out the bullet case inside. The doctor sweated coldly on his forehead due to tension. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian took the scalpel in the doctor's hand and squatted down next to Nuakageo. As soon as he saw the color domineering, he slowly sensed the situation inside Nuakageo. Lin Tian suddenly broke out, making everyone stunned. A giant quickly asked, "Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Stop it quickly." Anyone who is in such a situation, faced with a figure that suddenly appeared but had never seen him before, suddenly offered to help, and he had to be extremely vigilant, not to mention that the boy in front of him was not like a good person. At this moment, because of the gunshot wound and losing too much blood, Nuakageo, whose face was pale, suddenly said with excitement, "Why haven't you left yet? Haven't you heard my previous advice?" Perceiving the position of the bullet, Lin Tian calmly replied, "It seems that your advice is wrong." It turns out that I am indeed right. If Nami wants to be truly free, there is only one way to kill Eren. Underline. 8 == Grav. Nuakageo fell silent. After experiencing what happened just now, Lin Tian was indeed right. Eren had no intention of giving Nami freedom at all. As long as Eren did not get rid of her, Nami would not be free. Even if this is the case, it is a monster from the Great Sea Route, and the Navy has nothing to do with it. How strong can you be the opponent of those monsters? The tone was deeply desperate. Call out. A black ball, stained with bright red blood, flew out, and Nuoki was eyeing the pain. His figure shook, and he fell to the ground with a clatter. I fumbled out a glass bottle from my pocket. There were some emerald green powder everywhere on Nachkeo's wounds, blood-flowing wounds. Under the action of the powder, the bleeding was stopped and scarred at a speed visible to the naked eye. Put the vial on. Nachkeo stood up, smiled slightly and said, if it is a monster coming out of the Great Root, then I should be a monster too. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian ignored the shocking reaction on everyone's faces, turned and walked out of the crowd, and said to Luffy, who was watching the excitement. Hey, Luffy, I'm going to do some small things first, and when Nami comes back, stop her for me and say I'm back. Soren and the others will come later. Luffy covered his hat, responded, and asked quickly, Lin Tian, where are you going and when will you come back? I want to bring back Nami's efforts and beliefs. Those things can't fall into the hands of some smashers. Not far from the village, a large number of navvies were walking on the road, carrying a large wooden box, covered with dirt and green-orange leaves, in the middle. In front of the crowd, the navy rat, with a happy smile on his face, looked back from time to time as he walked along, looking at the wooden box of the navy soldiers in front of him. Secretly thought, 97 million Baileys, that thief named Nami is very good. He actually stole so many Baileys, but I haven't made so much now. Then he shook his head a little regrettably, but only 30% can be obtained, and the rest will be given to the disgusting Murloc Eren. However, there are also nearly 3,000 Baileys, which is equivalent to his own income for several years, and maybe even later. There is a chance it's really a cash cow. Thinking of this, Lieutenant Mouse showed an unbearable smile on his face. With so many Baileys, he could move forward with just a little bit. Maybe he could spend more money to enter the Navy headquarters. An afterimage appeared in the crowd, passing through the crowd in an instant, and several cold glows flashed by, followed by screams. Bang! The huge wooden box fell to the ground with a heavy muffled sound. The mouse in front listened loudly, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. There was money in it. Those casters dared to throw it on the ground. Turning back, before the anger in his chest scolded, he was stunned by the sight in front of him, and his face showed a deep horror. I saw that all the 4 navvies carrying wooden boxes fell to the ground. 2 of them were still pressed by the boxes, and the necks had the same bloodstone, and those who died could not die again. Seeing this scene, countless navy faces were covered with fear, and their trembling legs were already scared to move. Tick. Tick. The sound of water droplets in this extremely silent environment at this time was extremely crisp. Everyone quickly moved their eyes to the front, a white figure holding a black rust sword, standing in the middle of the road. Recognizing the incoming person, the mouse Kazuo, the fear on his face has deepened by a few points. That is not to describe it as fear. Perhaps it is more appropriate to describe it as despair. With a bang, the proud mouse Kazuo directly knelt on the ground, ignoring the pain caused by the collision of his knee with the ground, and shouted with a trembling voice. Lin Tian. Lieutenant General. The 4 words are called, and the whole world is changing. The rising wind blows on the earth, and the floating white clouds in the sky block the high sun, and the sky and the earth change color. Countless navies have already spoken in war. These 4 words are a legend, an idol, and a goal for countless people. Although most navies have never seen him, most navies know this name, which represents the strongest genius of the navy, the most powerful admiral, and a legend. Even if Lin Tian rebelled against the navy that day, it could not erase Lin Tian's status as countless soldiers in the navy. On that day, most navies were worthless or even admired by Lieutenant General Lin Tian. Being able to do this for a friend shows Lin's innocent temperament. However, Lin Tian also has the title of devil in the navy, especially for navy like Rapazuo and others. Lin Tian's prestige and popularity in the navy is so great, even if he rebels against the navy now, countless naval soldiers will still add a lieutenant general after his name, just like the mouse Pazuo. Without saying more, Lin Tian, who stood there, said calmly, "Since you are the chief officer of the 17th Division of the Navy, you should know my methods and solve them by yourself. Don't let me do it myself." Lin Tian's words directly caused the words, prepared in the Zuo Mouse's heart to be stuck in his mouth. Telnahulcom, tilde, the Zuo who can be such a front bench of the Navy still has some understanding of the legendary Lieutenant General Lin Tian. It is precisely because of these understandings that Lieutenant Mole is so terrified, especially his methods of naval scum. It is even more frightening. As time passed, the mouse Pazuo, the cold sweat on his forehead burst out like water, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, and his trembling hands were slowly placed on the pistol on his waist. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and blue smoke came out of the muzzle repeatedly, and the mouse Pazuo, holding the gun, looked crazy. Even if you are a lieutenant admiral, Turning the projectile in his hand, Lin Tian throws it casually, but it is also powerful, directly piercing the mouse Pazuo's forehead, leaving only a small red and white hole. Why, some people know that they can't live, but they just do this kind of useless work. Hey! The figure flashed, leaving only a cold light, gliding gently, accompanied by bursts of strange noises. To be continued. Step on. On the road outside the village, Lin Tian lifted the huge wooden box with one foot, put it on his shoulders, and walked towards the village with a calm face. It is a little far away from the village, but Lin Tian can still hear the voices coming from there, crying in sorrow and calling in despair. Behind him, the Navy lying casually on both sides of the road, and the Navy logo on the back like a valance were all slit by a crack. Such people are no longer qualified to live in the world. Walking in the village, the crowd gathered on the street has also disappeared. Only that figure is kneeling there, and the crying in the air is so sad. The footsteps coming from behind shocked Nami. She couldn't help looking back, and she saw a white figure carrying a large wooden box and walking towards her with a smile. Lin Tian. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Looking at the familiar figure, Nami was completely shocked. Luffy hadn't told her before that Lin Tian had returned. When Lin Tian was there, Nami had already left. She didn't know that she watched him leave behind. Thought he raised a warm smile. "Nami, why is it surprised to see me?" However, Nami was greeted with an angry roar. "Go, you go, what are you doing now? Haven't you disappeared?" Step. Stopping the pace of progress, the smile on his face gradually smiled. Lin Tian's face was full of guilt, always flexible mouth, but at this time he didn't know what to say. With a cry, Nami stood up, her fists rained heavily on Lin Tian. Banging loudly, and she shouted, "Lin Tian! You bastard, if you take those 100 million shells, if you are here, Lee will not give birth to them." The parting scene has always appeared in Nami's mind, hitting the giant sea king with a punch and cutting off the tsunami with a sword. That kind of strength has already exceeded the monster. With a muffled sound between the two of them, Lin Tian suddenly stretched out his arm, hugged Nami tightly, and placed it in his arms. This hug made Nami, who was crying, stunned. Her beating hands stopped, her body tightened unnaturally, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and she smelled the thick smell. The whole person was immediately covered, and he didn't know how to put his hands. The body seemed to be out of control. "Sorry." The 3 short words are as heavy as 1,000 pounds, containing the most sincere feelings in Lin Tian's heart, and they hit Nami's heart heavily. Woo woo. Without any words, Nami couldn't stop the tears in her eyes, carrying a deep sense of helplessness and despair. The pain that had been buried in her heart for many years came out in an instant. Feeling the damp sensation from her shoulders, Lin Tian didn't say much, but just stood there quietly, letting her cry and vent, brushing her hand over the orange-like orange head. Her eyes revealed a faint murderous intent. Until Nami's cries disappeared, the tears slowly stopped. Lin Tian stroked the orange show and laughed. Do you feel that my embrace is so warm and you can't bear to leave? That's not it. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, and quickly left Lin Tian's embrace, wiping away the tears on his face with his hands before he left. Suddenly thought of something, his tone revealed a hint of eagerness. Hurry up, Luffy and the others have gone to find Aaron. Aaron is a real monster. What's wrong with Luffy's opponent? Pop, Lin Tian grabbed Nami's hand and said with confidence, don't underestimate Luffy and the others, because of some hybrid murlocs. They are not Luffy's opponents. Luffy is going to be the man of One Piece. Looking at the confident smile on Lin Tian's face, Nami's eyes flashed with doubts as to why many people have so much confidence in Luffy becoming the One Piece. Pointed at the wound on Nami's left arm. However, for now, let's treat the wound on your arm first, then go. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian also found some gauze, and that kind of ointment from nowhere, kneaded evenly and gently applied it to Nami, and then carefully bandaged it. During the process, Nami didn't say anything. She watched all this quietly. She hadn't experienced this kind of feeling for a long time. She felt relieved and warm, just like Thermal. Wiped the sweat from his head, and he was relieved immediately. Okay, feel it. How about it? I twisted my arms twice, and I realized that it was much better. I asked curiously, Lin Tian, what kind of medicine did you give me? I feel like everything is alright suddenly, and there is no pain at all. Speaking of this medicine, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, proudly said, this is what I specially snatched from a group of garbage, and it is worth at least 10 million dailies. When Lin Tian was proud, there was a slight wind, and the bottle of medicine had already appeared in Nami's hand, her eyes staring at the medicine bottle in her hand. Such a small bottle of medicine, worth 10 million dailies, will be mine from now on. Hey, Nami, wait a minute, is this obviously mine? How come it suddenly became yours? Hey, I didn't expect that, Lin Tian. You are also thief. Now this bottle of medicine is in my hands. It is mine, 10 million daily. On the other side, the angry Luffy, Usopp, Soren, and Sanji group of 4. Walking side by side on the road is indeed domineering and extraordinarily forceful. Luffy is a guy who likes to come straight. He directly found a place, hit 2 punches, then punched a tunnel and walked inches. Oh, by the way, are we missing one person? Soren asked. With a cigarette in his mouth, Sanji also said something wrong. Yes, aren't we 5? Why are 4 people here? Ah, we lost Lin Tian, Usopp, who reacted, screamed, holding his head in his hands. Roughly Luffy finally remembered what Lin Tian had said. Oh, by the way, he said she was going to take Nami's treasure back, so we should wait for him first. Soren patted his face helplessly and cursed. Doesn't Lin Tian know that it was a mistake to leave the matter to Luffy? What? Sanji was startled, with regrets on his face. It was actually preempted by that Lin Tian. Nami's treasure should be taken back by me. Usopp's legs trembled, expressing his own opinion. I think we should wait for Lin Tian to come over first, so that I can cheer for you all together. It's really okay for the 4 of you. Now I remember to throw me there. A voice came from above. Hearing the words, everyone quickly looked up and saw Lin Tian standing on the wall with her arms around Nami, looking angrily at the 4 who threw herself there. Oh, Lin Tian. You are finally here, and Nami, you are also here. Luffy didn't feel guilty at all, and there was a happy smile on his face. Nami-san. Sanji looked at Nami above with red eyes. Hey, Lin Tian. Hurry up and put your hand off Miss Nami's waist. Lin Tian was suddenly covered with black lines. Before she could move, Nami jumped down first, kicking her leg accurately on her face. Hey, what are you guys, dare to come to my Aaron domain to make a big noise, it seems you want to die. Faced, these four guys who broke in suddenly, and the one who broke in holding Nami, where Kang Nuo shouted, and Along's eyes flashed uncontrollable anger. The sound came, making Luffy 5 realize that they are now in other people's territory, looking at the pile of murlocs standing in front of them. Hey, Lin Tian. I want this Aaron, Lin Tian responded with a low voice, although he wanted to kill the bastard. Luffy walked over with a sullen face and asked, which fellow is Aaron? On the wicker chair, a serrated shark man with a long sharp nose and a jagged nose said, Aaron is my name. I am Luffy. Luffy, who is Luffy? Pirate. The Murlocs were startled, but they didn't expect that this group of people were pirates. That Nami woman, what is the relationship with these pirates? Two Murlocs stepped out and blocked Luffy's path. Of course, the fate of the two cannon fodder can be imagined, and they ended their playing career in an instant. What? An angry Luffy punched directly, knocking out the Murloc Aaron lying on the wicker chair, shouting angrily with a rough nose in his nose. Don't make our navigator cry. The Murloc, in the sea, seeing his boss being beaten, screamed towards Luffy with a weapon, as if he was about to chop Luffy into countless pieces. With a light step, Lin Tian flashed beside Luffy, holding the chasing wind behind him with his backhand, with a look of disdain. The place in the East China Sea is still a bit small, and even the only eye-catching boss was robbed by the captain, so I can only deal with these little ones. With a squeaky sound, a light blue light flashed. Puff, countless Murlocs rushing up, split into two, their bodies chopped in two and fell to the ground. The bright red blood directly dyed the pool in the courtyard. Bright red www.com tilde with a boom in the forest under Tian's powerful slash. The wall that was leaning against the sea was cut down, and the sea was cut out of huge waves. Hey! Lin Tian. You stole the limelight again in front of Ms. Nami. Sanji walked over and said with an unhappy expression. Yusuke broke into a cold sweat on his head and walked over with a slight trembling. I don't care, it doesn't matter whether you grab the limelight or not. You are so brave, you dare to walk in front of me. Soren stepped forward with a look of surprise. Lin Tian. Your slashing is really strong, this is the real swordsmanship. Backhanded back to chase the wind, Lin Tian said, Soren, it seems that the battle with Hawkeye has made you realize a lot. Yeah. Nodding lightly, Soren held the Hideo text, yearning and said, yes, as you said, the East China Sea is too small, and only the Great Root is the real stage. Along asked with a sullen face, who are you, how could there be such a powerful swordsman in the East China Sea? The slashing move just now was too strong. From that, I felt the sensation of death. If it hit my body, I might have died. How could there be such a powerful swordsman in the East China Sea? Me? Miss you like you, 8 years ago, escaped from the Great Root, but ran to the East China Sea. This weak sea dominates the hybrid Murloc, may not necessarily know me, but I still don't recommend to say my name. My name is Lin Tian. To be continued. What? Lin Tian. That naval genius. It was him. How could it be possible that this man is the rumored naval genius? Isn't he already that? How could he appear in the East China Sea, and he happened to be met by us? Shocked, silently shocked, even the Murlocs, who escaped from the Great Root of this name, can't help but shake their hearts deeply. Lin Tian. This name was too loud on the Great Sea Route 8 years ago. As long as people who have been on the Great Sea Route will never forget that name, this name appeared in countless people back then and was talked about by countless people after dinner. Even these Murlocs, who live more than 10,000 meters under the sea, don't know how many human pirates who come and go have heard of the name Lin Tian. And that year was Lin Tian's name shining through the Great Root. 1 year. Seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes flashed puzzled, and it stands to reason that these Murlocs shouldn't know their names. I came to the world of One Piece 10 years ago and spent a year training in the Navy. I just went to sea 9 years ago. At that time, I entered the Great Sea Route. It took a year for me to be promoted from the captain of the Navy to the colonel of the Navy. At that time, I should not be so famous. After that, he was promoted by the casters in the Navy headquarters, and he became famous, which was considered 7 years ago. From this point of view, the time is a bit mismatched, and Lin Tian suddenly fainted. Originally thought that these Murlocs, who escaped from the Great Root, would no longer understand the matter of the Great Root. How could they still know their names? But now they were forced to fail to pretend to be, and were instead pitted. Not to mention that Lin Tian was busy there anyway. Soren, Luffy, and Sanji were caught. Everyone was blinded. Lin Tian. Aren't you a pirate? Usopp put his head in his hands and asked in astonishment, how come you suddenly become a pirate? What's going on, Luffy? Lin Tian used to be the Navy and he betrayed later, but I finally took him as my deputy captain. For Luffy, it was a proud thing to be able to pull Lin Tian on his thief ship. Looking at that figure from behind, Nami whispered softly, he is not only a Navy, but also a naval genius. It turns out that everything he said is true. A giant showed shock on his face. This pirate is a naval genius, so he is. Pulling out the chasing points behind him, a murderous aura flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Since you know my identity, you can't keep you. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian slowly raised the chasing wind in his hand. An invisible sword aura encircled the sword like a swimming dragon. It was very strange and added some sacredness to the rust sword in Lin Tian's hand. Light. The Murloc Cater with 2 soaring cannons on his head, his serious face was also full of fear, and he quivered and asked, Aaron, what should I do? He is such a strong man. We have nothing in his hands. Even if the backhand force is fully applied, it will not even be able to handle one move. There is no need to ask this Cater. Aaron's face is also very ugly. Aaron is arrogant. He thinks that the Murloc race is higher than human, but it does not mean he is stupid. How do you know this level of Master Aaron? This kind of character only exists to look up. This is the man who surpasses the pinnacle of the entire Great Root, especially the battle that day. He established his position in one fell swoop. Why, I heard that you Murlocs are not saying that Murlocs are the most noble race. They use the advantages of fish and humans to surpass the 2 races. Why, don't you dare to try my human trick? The words were full of disdain and irony, but none of the Murlocs dared to refute them. Their words were only aimed at ordinary people. How could they dare to say such things in the face of powerful people like Lin Tian? Among them, Aaron's face is even more ugly. Due to some reason since childhood, Aaron is a complete racist. Believes that mermaids are inherently stronger than humans, and human beings rebel against mermaids are tantamount to defying the laws of nature. But facing Lin Tian's question, what can he say? Lin Tian standing here is a clear example of refuting him. Masters like Lin Tian among the human race are the top group, let alone the Murlocs. Even if they overthrow their entire race, there will be no such masters as Lin Tian. The strongest may be regarded as shipping. Why don't you say it? Humans rule 6 lands, fish rule the ocean, and you Murlocs are just living between our 2 races, and you dare to think of yourself as a higher race. Haha. Aaron, who hadn't spoken all the time, laughed and said, Navy traitor Lin Tian. A strong man like you, I am embarrassed to talk about us. With a cold snort, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth turned slightly, and he said with disdain, it seems that you who left the Great Root don't know what kind of person I am. Slightly raised the chasing wind surrounding the dragon-shaped figure, as long as I believe that nothing can be stopped, even if it is an enemy of the whole world. If this sentence were spoken from ordinary people, perhaps Aaron and others would just pass by with a smile. but it did speak from the mouth of the person in front of him, because he had done this with practical actions. In the battle that day, 5 Celestials were slaughtered, shaking the world and shaking the position of Celestials as gods, letting the world know that they were just some dying people who thought they were noble blood, but they were actually just some garbage. That day, he severely slapped the world government in the face, and the world government, especially the Navy, was wiped out. It can be said that Lin Tian has done it to some extent as an enemy of the world. Who the is he, dare to speak such wild words? A doctor in the crowd behind him said with cold sweat. A giant said in a deep voice, if it is really him, then he is indeed qualified to say such a thing. The scene fell into immersion under Lin Tian's domineering words, even those arrogant murlocs could only be so silent. A figure appeared before Lin Tian, stretched out his hand, put his hand on Lin Tian's arm, and said softly, "Hey, Lin Tian. It's not that it's all right, this will leave it to me." Lit a cigarette, and Sanji also walked up. "Can't you let Lin Tian steal all the limelight? We are not vegetarian." "Yes, Lin Tian. Even if there is no swordsman in there, I still have to try." "How strong is the murloc from the Great Root?" Holding a word in his hand and saying, Soren looked expectant. Seeing that everyone came up, Usopp had no choice but to dull his head, and said with a trembling, "I don't mind, Lin Tian solved everyone, but I have to leave one for me." You turned his head and looked at the 4 people behind. Lin Tian was taken aback. Then, Lin Tian smiled slightly on his face, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and instantly thought of a lot and understood a lot. With a light wave of his right hand, the dragon-shaped Kaijin on the sword disappeared into the air, his backhand inserted back into the chasing wind, and turned and walked towards the crowd behind. "Okay, I see. I'll leave these to you. Hurry up. Our captain is going to be the One Piece. From now on, we will conquer the Great Root. Don't be stopped by the lowest-ranking pirates of these Great Roots." "Okay." Lin Tian turned around and walked towards Lin Tian with a joyful smile on his face. They are all people with a strong heart. Only such a crew member is qualified to embark on the journey to conquer the ocean. However, they want to become stronger. This is not enough. They have to add some material to this battle so that they are suitable for Luffy. I walked past Nami and turned to look at the murlocs. "Hey, murlocs! Now I will give you a chance to survive. Only you can defeat the 4 of them. I will not intervene. It depends on whether you can defeat the 4 of them." Hearing Lin Tian's words, these murlocs suddenly had fierce gazes, staring at Luffy and them closely, which was exactly what Lin Tian expected. Survival often stimulates people's potential to a great extent. In order to survive, these murlocs will increase their combat power a lot, even those ordinary murlocs. Only the 4 of Luffy reacted unceasingly. Luffy still looked calm, Soren's face showed expectation, Sanji still took a little arrogant posture, Usopp was suddenly sweating. Cursed secretly in his heart, Lin Tian. "You bastard, the 3 of them are perverted. I am so weak. If I confront these murlocs, I will be over." Alon gave it to me. The octopus leg is handed over. I heard that he is a swordsman. I don't know what level the Great Root swordsmen are. So, that serious guy, leave it to me. That. Usopp looked left and right, and now there was only one for himself, the murloc, who killed himself before, and the whole person was immediately blinded. Luffy directly raised his fist and walked towards Eren on the ground. It really belongs to the captain's battle. No one can intervene, only the captain can solve it. As Soren, who aspires to become the world's largest swordsman, www.telna.com, after experiencing the war with Hawkeye, he has understood how big the world is, and the swordsman who comes from a Great Root is suitable for Soren. Although Luffy pulls Sanji on board, it is mainly because of his cooking skills, but it cannot be denied that Sanji is the 3rd main force of the Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp was a bit sad, he was a bit timid, let alone the murloc, who was facing just now. He was scared and ran back. Lin Tian slipped slightly and stopped Usopp on the way forward, staring at his fearful eyes. Usopp, your father is a truly powerful man. If you are thinking of becoming a fighter like your father, then you can turn back and fight. Dad. Usopp's figure stopped immediately. The whole person was taken aback, struggling for a few seconds in his heart, turned around, pulled down the windproof eyes on his head, quickly took out the slingshot in his hand, and the action was done in one go. Gunpowder Star. Seeing the scene before him, everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, it was the timid Usopp who fired the first shot of the battle. Soren smiled slightly and was a little surprised. What happened today? How do you feel the timid Usopp actually fought? Unexpectedly, the chance to show up was finally robbed by Usopp. Oh, yeah, Usopp. Ah. To be continued. In Aaron's domain, Usopp's battle suddenly shocked everyone, especially Luffy, who was familiar with Usopp. Greater than underline equals Grav. Lin Tian was also taken aback by this. He thought that talking about those would only keep Usopp from running, but he didn't expect Usopp to be so aggressive suddenly. However, the domineering god of Usopp only slightly supported for 7 or 8 seconds. Of course, the real man of the Barbarian King, who was 5 seconds older, was stronger by 1 or 2 points. But under the powerful water bomb attack from the kissing Murloc, Usopp, who finally surpassed the real man for 5 seconds, was not enough to support his big move when the courage was exhausted. Wither down. With a few fingers snapped, he smashed the rushing water bombs. Looking at Usopp, who was chased by the kissing Murlocs in the field, Lin Tian could only shook his head with hatred for iron and steel. Looking at this scene, Nami, who is familiar with Usopp's behavior, said with some worry, "Hey, Lin Tian. Is this really good for Usopp?" "Don't worry, believe in Usopp." Lin Tian's tone was firm, staring at Usopp in the field. In terms of personality, Usopp is indeed similar to Kirby, very timid, but at critical moments, they will explode with great potential and courage. Hearing what Lin Tian said, Nami didn't continue. Her eyes were fixed on the battle of the 4 people in the field. She didn't dare to let go of a single hit, because they were fighting for their freedom. The doctor beside him said worriedly, "Now they are 4-4. If the manatee comes out, they will probably suffer." Hearing that, the faces of the villagers on the side were worried that manatee could easily destroy a town, and its destructive power was extremely powerful. "Oh, did you say that sea beast? I kicked it out just now, and now I don't know where it fell." Lin Tian turned around and said casually, but he scared everyone to death. Fortunately, the previous move has already let everyone know that Lin Tian is powerful, but that is a move that cuts the sea out of the waves and kicks a sea beast without the previous shock. 8. Greater than Grav equals what? There was a scream, and Lin Tian looked back and knocked his head helplessly. "Hey, what are you doing, Luffy? What are you playing at this time?" Looking at Luffy, he actually trapped himself in a rock. Lin Tian was not good at all. If he wanted him to fight well, he still had time to play there. Snapped. Aaron walked over, put his palm on Luffy's head, and laughed loudly. "Haha, there's such a stupid captain. I really don't know how you want to be in such a trash pirate group." "Really?" Lin Tian smiled at the corner of his mouth, and a light appeared in his eyes. That amazing murderous aura was exuding. It was like a world appeared in front of him. The corpse mountains and corpses sea. The sky turned blood red in an instant, and the cold sweat on Alon's head emerged like flowing water, showing a deep color of fear. Lin Tian is known as the existence of the killing god, the pirate who died in his hands, or some scum. Even Lin Tian himself does not know, so you can imagine how strong the murderous aura, gathered by so many people, is. Fortunately, Lin Tian can freely control it, only acting on Aaron. If it is vented in all directions, I am afraid that most of the villagers present will die. Even if nothing happens and the will is insufficient, they will be driven mad, and those who can survive will. Not many. Withdrawing his murderous aura, Alon walked out of the illusion just now. His whole body trembled, and he stepped back in fear. His eyes changed when he looked at Lin Tian. Our captain is not that weak. He is going to be the man of One Piece. Withdrawing his murderous aura, Lin Tian's face returned to calm. As soon as the voice fell, I wonder if he was verifying Lin Tian's words. Luffy stretched out his hands, suddenly grabbed Alon's jagged nose, and shouted. Rubber windmill. With the help of the devil fruit, rubber-like elasticity, it accumulates quite strong elasticity, and then releases it in an instant, driving the enemy to rotate. Greater than 8 equals. Even if it is a murloc, a body that is several times harder than a human being, at such a high speed, it is unbearable to collide with the surrounding buildings, let alone collide several times in an instant. Along, the murlocs around rushed over, trying to save Aaron from spinning. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian held his right hand backhand behind his back, on the hilt of the chasing sword, and sighed slightly. How to speak well, there are always some people who don't listen. They all said that this is their own battle. What you should do, just stay on the side. He only heard a sound of friction between the long sword and the scabbard. Lin Tian still held the chasing wind with his backhand. But in front of him, a light blue chopping wave slammed into the pirates, who rushed over. There was no earth-shattering sound, only the squeaking of the sword wave, and a screaming sound. Silhouettes fell to the ground, with dull noises. Bang! Aaron, who was loosened by Luffy, fell like a cannonball into the tall building behind at high speed. The wall was blasted out of a big hole with a crash, and Aaron's figure was also deeply buried in the gravel. Without losing much strength, Luffy pulled out his legs from the broken ground, turned his head and smiled. Thanks, Lin Tian. Nodding slightly, Lin Tian reminded, hurry up, Luffy, we don't have much time to waste here. With a boom, an explosion sounded from the ruins, countless rubble fell, and a figure came out from inside. Boy, this little damage is of no use to me. I am a noble murloc than you. This is a racial gap. So many of my compatriots died in your hands, and I want you to pay for them. Alon knew that compared with Lin Tian, that was an insurmountable gap. With his momentum, the opponent could suppress his inability and let others kill him. Judging from their conversation, this captain, named Luffy, has a lot to do with Lin Tian. As long as he kills this captain, it will definitely be a great blow to Lin Tian. And he can also avenge his compatriots. Must kill, Flame Star! A roar drew everyone over where the kissing murlocs fought with Usopp, but under the fierce battle of Luffy, there seemed to be forgotten. I saw that before kissing the murlocs, with an incomparable spirit, surrounded by a blazing fire, the fiery flames are more lethal to creatures like murlocs than humans. And Usopp's whole body scars, leaning on a broken stone, panting loudly, holding in his mouth the slingshot that looks like a child's toy in the eyes of ordinary people. I just went out to sea to become a brave sea warrior and took the same road as my father. From the day I left the village, those things have been thrown away, stable and complete. It's because of hard work every day that they can laugh so happily, and I want to laugh so happily. I want to be a sea fighter like my father. If I am defeated here, how can I realize my dream? Together in the captain smiling happily. I'm a pirate, I can do that too, don't underestimate me, bastard. Looking at Usopp lying on the ground, with her whole body hurt, Nami covered her face, holding back the tears in her eyes. Usopp, thank you. Luffy yelled happily, oh, Usopp, great job, boy. With a light jump, he escaped Along's teeth, and his right leg was towards Along's head, just kicking, and with a bang, kicking back into the house again. Boy, you dare to focus on other places when fighting with me. Isn't it too rampant? Today, let's you try our noble race murlocs. Krugy, with 2 soaring cannons, hits Sanji's abdomen with his eyes in the direction of Usopp. The murloc, who is 10 times stronger than humans, directly blasted Sanji out by dozens. Meters away, a long drag mark was drawn on the ground. Boy, I didn't warn you. You can't look around when fighting. Murlocs are much stronger than humans. As he walked along, Ruby said proudly, his face was full of meaning, as if the successful attack on Sanji was a very happy thing. Boy, next I will use my strongest move to solve you, enough to make your name last forever. The left leg retreated slightly and stepped hard towards the back. It was 10 times more powerful than an ordinary person, enough to step into countless cracks on the ground. The right hand clenched a fist and closed it slightly around the waist, exhaled deeply, and after a lot of energy, he slammed out. 1000 watts zinc one. Exceeding the wrist strength of ordinary people's 10 books, he directly punched a fierce punch and slammed toward the mountain on the ground. With a bang, the contact between the fist and the ground directly sounded an explosion. Numerous dust on the ground was lifted by the shock wave. Pieces of rubble flew in all directions under the impact of the explosion, and the scene inside was covered by thick smoke. Sanji, smelly cook, Sanji, Sanji. After a few clicks, Ruby said with disdain, with this kind of strength, I dare to talk about sea knighthood, that kind of cheap chivalry, and only this kind of people can say it. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the smoke and rose into the sky. It was Sanji. You actually think my chivalry is cheap and naive? Fish head meat. A powerful sweep of the leg directly hit the Murloc's head, and the powerful foot force chipped it directly into the rock. Fish shoulder. The dark-faced Sanji raised his foot and hit the back of the Murloc, who was about to get up. Reading www. Can't you calm? Fish back meat. Supporting the ground with both hands and raising your feet to face the Murloc's back is a powerful sweep of the legs with one blow. Fish breast. With a strong support, Sanji leaped into the air and stepped on the Murloc with one foot, followed by a sweeping blow, kicking it out. However, the Murloc's physical fitness is indeed stronger than that of ordinary humans. After being kicked a few feet by Sanji, he did not pass out in a coma and still had the strength to stand up. You bastard, look at my ultimate punch. When Ruby finally prepared his trick, there was no Sanji in front of him and disappeared. Phew. A sound of breaking through the air came from the side, and the disappeared Sanji had appeared next to the Murloc, and a powerful straight kick hit him. Shoot, to be continued. After Usopp, the explosive Sanji was seriously injured and solved his opponent. Now in the field, there are only Luffy versus Aaron, Soren versus Zio. These two people fighting, and the battle has been going on now. It can be said that it has become clear. Soren is the second battle force of the Straw Hat Pirates. Even the world's #1 swordsman admires him and thinks he can be his own swordsman. On Luffy's side, the battle between Luffy and Aaron has reached a fierce level. Aaron is very powerful, even among Murlocs, unlike ordinary Murlocs. In the entire East China Sea, Aaron can be said to be the pirate with the highest bounty on the face, 20 million Baileys. Although it is not a big deal on the Great Route, it can only be said to be the bottom. But in the 4 seas, the weakest East China Sea, Aaron's strength is enough to dominate the entire East China Sea, even if the pirate fleet Click led by the pirate fleet encountered not long ago, it is quite different in front of Aaron. To put it nicely, Click's strength is actually very weak, and he can have such a high bounty, but he is cruel and tricky, and his strength is only relying on some weapons, which is far behind Aaron. Alone, that physical fitness several times that of a human being, even Luffy's fist that can smash a stone with one punch would not cause much damage to Alone. Now, Luffy's battle is the most dangerous. Aaron's teeth can crush even a cannonball, causing a lot of damage to Luffy. And even if the tooth is broken, it can grow out quickly due to its natural advantages. At this point, Lin Tian couldn't help denying that Murlocs had a powerful advantage over humans in terms of physical fitness. But it is not something to be commended. Although humans have a low starting point, their potential and growth value are much better than these Murlocs. Otherwise, how could there be so many strong humans? What? Luffy, who couldn't avoid it, was immediately caught by Aaron's teeth, bitten by his steel-like teeth, and suddenly screamed. Without much thought, Luffy was angry, slapped a tooth for a tooth, opened his mouth, and bit back with Aaron's teeth. Suddenly, there was another scream. throwing Luffy away, shaking his body, took off the teeth on his arm, plus almost all the compatriots have been defeated. Eren is angry. Leaped hard, jumped into the air, and descended from the sky at a very fast speed, obviously thinking, using the jagged nose, harder than steel, to pierce Luffy. Through the natural descent, my own speed is several times faster than in the water. No one can stop the impact, plus my hard nose and flying arrows. Everyone can only see an afterimage, followed by a loud noise, an endless dust, mixed with gravel, flying towards the surrounding. Fortunately, although Luffy was very nervous, his reaction was still fast enough, and he quickly dodged toward the side, and escaped Eren's attack dangerously. Eren slowly walked out of the smoke, with a smug smile on his face. It flashes very fast, no matter what you say. Casters will always move further and further away from you. Hearing this, Luffy's face showed a smile. I won't go to hell, but I want to be the man of One Piece, and I have to take everyone to find on, second only to Lin Tian and Luffy. But the injury caused by the eagle eye recovered. Soren fell to the ground due to pain, and he was able to hold on to the present without doing anything. It was enough to see how strong Soren was. Ahem, Usopp and the smelly cook have resolved the battle. It seems that I am going to be faster. Zoro was lying on the ground, and the injury caused by Hawkeye was very serious. Even if Soren's recovery is far more than ordinary people, it is not so good. A slight fight would already cause Soren's wound to open, and the severe pain made it difficult for his body to support it. Lighting a cigarette, Sanji sat on the ground, deeply shocked. Unexpectedly, he persisted with such a serious injury to the present. With a tenacious will, the strong ninja was in pain, slowly stood up from the ground and leaned over. Soren said calmly, "Let me tell you first, Octopus, there is one person I must meet. Even death can take my life, so I can only defeat you first." Zaiachi said, "What's the matter, Roronoa Solo? It looks like you are sad, but it is impossible for you to defeat my 6 swordsmanship. I am the second strongest swordsman in Murloc Island." "Really?" Soren didn't say a word, took off the turban from his arm, and slowly brought it to his head. Anyone familiar with him knew that Soren was about to float. "I'll let you see what the 3-sword style is. Joseph and Zuangni, lend me your swords," turned his head and shouted at the two behind. Upon seeing this, the two hurriedly threw the sword in their hands. "Good brother. File climb, file climb." But at this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. With a light wave of his arm, the 2 swords were broken into several pieces and fell to the ground. "What?" Lin Tian. Nami covered her mouth with a look of confusion and surprise. Holding Lin Tian, who was chasing the wind, smiled at Soren, who was also shocked. "Hey!" Soren, as a swordsman, only a good sword can wield his strength. "My chasing wind, like Haki's black knife. Belongs to the 12 skills of the supreme great knives. I even surpassed the Haki's black knife. Now I will lend it to you." After finishing speaking, Lin Tian waved casually, chasing the wind like a rusty sword, swiping it a few times, and steadily stood in front of Zuoluo. Hearing this, Soren was shocked, and Lin Tian actually used his saber for himself. It was the rumors of the Supreme Sword and 12 skills, this kind of famous sword that only real great swordsmen can equip. Slowly stretched out, Soren held the chasing wind tightly. Apart from Lin Tian, Soren was the second person to hold the chasing wind. Holding this one, the whole body is covered with rust, and its appearance is not as good as an ordinary sword, but the sword exudes an astonishing momentum and a sharp sense of oncoming. Just a light wave, the ground was cut out by the sharp sword energy. A huge crack was cut out, and the stone under him was directly shattered. This is chasing the wind with the eagle-eye black knife. One of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp knife of the name of the night. It really is a good sword. "Thanks, Lin Tian." Zaiova coldly snorted. "What if you have a sword? Let me show you. 2-handed humans can never overcome obstacles. 6 swords, sword-footed swords." As an octopus man, Zaiova has not only strong power, but also 6 arms. He can control the swing of 6 knives at will, but he is very flexible and does not cause any conflict. The 6 swords, wielded in unison, although they do not have any moves, they have a certain amount of power. Even if they dance in a flurry, they have powerful power, which extremely tests a swordsman's mastery of swordsmanship. Slowly retracted the words of Hideo. At this time, Soren also changed from the 3-sword style to the 1-sword style. Even if he held a sword, Soren's swordsmanship was not high. Facing Zaihachi's 6-sword flow, Soren rushed forward without fear, flexibly waving the chasing wind in his hand. Extremely fast, high swordsmanship, and locked the Minotaur's 6-sword flow. What? When he missed the encounter, Zuoluo gently raised the chasing wind, placed it in front of him, and exclaimed, "Even if it is covered by rust, the blade is still extremely sharp, and it is very easy to swing, and it can greatly reduce the resistance of the wind. Change direction quickly, good sword." As soon as S voice fell, the sword wound on Zaiba behind him broke apart, blood splashed, and he fell to the ground with a bang. At the same time as it touched the ground, all the 6 knives in Zaiba's hand were broken into countless pieces, leaving only a few intact hilts. Taking the chasing wind handed by Soren, Lin Tian put his backhand on his back and threw out a bottle of medicine that had already been prepared. "This medicine is very good for your injury. Take care of it yourself. If this goes on, it will easily worsen your injury." Taking the medicine bottle, Zuoluo nodded slightly and looked up at the top of the building where the vibration was coming from. "I don't know when the road flies. When will the battle be ended?" At this time, on the top of the building, some tables and measuring tools were constantly flying down. The most was the white paper that was falling all over the sky. In a room full of sea charts www.com, Aaron Luffy is constantly destroying those, and the sea charts that are filled everywhere seem to destroy the entire room. Only Nami understands what all this means, and tears are left on her face. Clutching Alon's nose tightly, Luffy said angrily, "How about the chart, and what's hidden? I don't understand these things." I finally know how to help him. With a sudden force of both hands, the powerful force directly twisted Aaron's nose, forcing Aaron to scream and retreat while holding his nose. Because of this room, she can't escape. I want to destroy all of this and let her truly be free. Suddenly stretched his foot up to the sky, apparently trying to destroy the whole house. Seeing that Luffy wanted to destroy his years of hard work, Aaron twisted his nose straight, and the whole person turned and rushed towards Luffy. Rubber tomahawk. What? With a strong foot, he stepped on Aaron's back, and suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out. Even Aaron's physique could not withstand the impact, penetrated the whole house, and passed out. Aaron's domain, which ruled the entire island, also collapsed and turned into ruins under the powerful destructive power of Luffy. On the collapsed Aaron field, Luffy stood upright with his severely injured body, breathing heavily in his mouth. Defeating Aaron, Luffy was also the end of the battle. Nami. You are my partner. To be continued. The next day, under the brutal rule of Aaron, the villagers on the small island who lasted for 8 years finally ushered in a happy smile. For 8 years. Freedom can be described as an illusion for this small island, but today this illusion has become a reality, and years of pain have turned into a rare joy and excitement in an instant. So, under the cheers of the entire island residents, a grand banquet began. Was filled with streets all day, through the giant buffet table of the village chief, and with a patchwork of the entire island residents, it was finally completed. Countless village names moved out all the food and wine at home, and the whole village was surrounded by joy. On the window, Lin Tian held a bottle of wine and half made it on it. He looked at the villagers who were happy because of their freedom. They sang and danced and used all their actions to express their joy. Lin Tian's face was also can't help but smile. Ah. It hurts. Turned around and looked at Soren, who was lying on the hospital bed and sewing the wound. Lin Tian threw the wine over. Hey, Soren is not like you. When fighting in front, you can't see you cry out. With a bottle of result, Soren said regretfully, sleep is the best treatment for me, so I have to come here for special treatment. After finishing speaking, he grunted to the wine bottle and slapped one hand on his stomach before drinking half of it. The pain of the wound directly caused Soren to spray out all the wine in his mouth. The doctor who handled the wound cursed, "Idiot, I can handle such a serious wound by myself, and dare to drink alcohol. If this continues, your wound will get worse." Haha. Lin Tian laughed and said with relief, "Don't worry, doctor, with the medicine just now, it won't take long for Soren's wound to heal, and drinking some alcohol will do nothing." Hearing the words, Soren showed a smile on his face and continued to drink. Apart from his dream of becoming the world's largest swordsman, Soren's only favorite is drinking. Upon seeing this, the doctor did not say anything, but just asked, "You really can't do anything about it? Are you really pirates?" The captain doesn't even have a ship, doctor. Although the medicine is very strong, it doesn't make you sick. It can be cured. Speaking of how you got the medicine, I have never heard of it. Oh? You said this kind of medicine? Lin Tian looked at it, and the medicine bottle on the side table replied, "This kind of contraband is a special product of a certain country, even if there are few secret trades, or I snatched it from some rubbish." That's it. With a bang, a figure flew over. Fortunately, Lin Tian responded fast enough, otherwise he would be knocked out. Waving the barbecue in his hand, Luffy said expectantly, "Doctor? It sounds good, but the musician should be in front, and the pirates should all sing." At this time, Lin Tian suddenly asked, "Hey, uncle, why is Nami not here? Where did she go?" Towards the direction outside the window, the doctor said in a heavy voice, "Nami, if she is not around here, she should be there." Wow wow wow. On the sea cliff, next to a small tomb, just when the people in the village were reveling, a giant came here alone. The wine in the bottle slowly flowed out, falling on the top of the cross wooden frame, staying along the wooden pillar, and slowly dipping into the ground. "Normal, your daughters have grown up to be very outstanding and strong people, just like you before you were alive. We will try to live in the future. We have already experienced too many sacrifices. That's why I decided to not want anything. Laugh as much as you like." In such a quiet environment, such a scene can be said to be very sensational. However, if the person is an uncle and at such a moment, holding a bottle of wine and running here alone, it is a bit different. It's normal. With a deep humorous sound, it was like a thunder that sounded on the ground and instantly frightened the giant half to death. Lee was focused on the inside. The whole time was dumbfounded for a few seconds. It was really scary and scary. See which casters is scaring yourself. I saw a white figure lowered his head, unable to see the expression on his face, leaning against the big tree behind, standing there quietly. The giant was startled and immediately yelled, "Smelly boy, when did you come over, dare to deliberately scare me?" Slowly raising his head, a different smile flashed across Lin Tian's face. "Hey, I've stopped here for a long time, but some people are too involved and haven't noticed at all. However, Uncle Giant, now you can't forget her. It seems that your feelings for her are unusual." Hearing this, the giant's face flushed, and he disappeared from his face for an instant, and he thought, "Boy, what do you know? Do you know who this person is? Don't talk nonsense here." Standing up straight, Lin Tian walked towards the grave slowly put down the wine bottle in his hand, and poured the wine inside. "I have asked Nuakaheo about Nami's childhood, and she has also told me. I still have some understanding of the things about Uncle Ajayan and Nami's adoptive mother, Vermal. It's not between friends. Things just happen." Ajayan was taken aback. He didn't expect Nuakaheo to talk to Lin Tian about the past. He reacted, sighed slightly, and silently touched the wooden pillar with one hand. What's the use of saying these now? People are no longer there. They are gone in such a short time, and it has been 8 years in the blink of an eye. It is nostalgic. Yes, 8 years. Nami's thin shoulders carried the lives of all the villagers in Kikoja village. 8 years, hundreds of people lived for 8 years, all relying on her to grit their teeth. Stroking the wooden pillar, a giant suddenly said solemnly, "Hey, kid! I want to warn you about something." "Warning? What warning?" Lin Tian raised his head and asked in confusion. I only heard a giant slowly saying, "Although I am only a military police officer on a small island in the East China Sea, I still belong to the world government. I still know some things, including your identity." Lin Tian's face changed slightly, but it disappeared from his face in an instant, with a hint of surprise in his tone. "Oh. It seems that the Navy headquarters really hates me. Even this place has my news. I'm just a small military policeman. For you, a naval genius, or a lieutenant admiral of the Navy, what is going on with the world government and Navy, I don't know and don't want to understand. Some things are better than understanding. But based on what you have done, there is a bounty of up to 1 billion Baileys. I only know one thing, you can say that you stand on the opposite side of the world government. Nami got on the boat with you and became pirates. I don't know if it's wrong or correct. But to navigate the world and draw a map of the world is Nami's dream. We have restrained her for so long. We should let her pursue her dream, but..." Speaking of this, a giant stopped, looked down at Lin Tian below, and said in a deep voice, "There is no way for that dangerous journey, but if something happens to Nami, I will definitely not let you go." Putting down the bottle in his hand, Lin Tian's face was calm, and he turned back and walked towards the deck, waving at a giant. "Relax, uncle, since yesterday I have vowed myself that I will not let that scene appear in the future." Said this, but Lin Tian stopped, was silent for a few seconds, and said in a firm tone, "Unless I die." The world is silent for it. This is not a rant, but Lin Tian's heartfelt promise. Looking at the back of Lin Tian turning and leaving, a giant sighed slightly. "I hope you don't let me down. The most important thing is, don't let Nami down." Kikoja village, 3 consecutive days of wildness, finally let everyone vent their joy of freedom for 8 years. In the quiet of the night in the Kikoja village, next to the orange grove, at Nami's home, at night, she is preparing the necessary things for the upcoming trip. Holding an old map in the empty room, Nami. "Normal, everything is over. Although it took 8 years, I finally got freedom. And everyone, just like Belmer said, as long as you live, there will be happy things happening. It is true. Yes, the village. And I think I have not only got partners, but also other things, thank you, Normal." Turned around and looked at the hall that has never changed over the years. It is full of joy and pain for more than 10 years. I am leaving here today for partners, dreams, and... Are you ready? Nami. The sudden voice scared Nami. She turned her head and saw Lin Tian was quietly leaning against the window. No one knew how he arrived. "Lin Tian?" she exclaimed, and then Nami seemed to think of something. Her face was flushed, and she said coyly, "Lin Tian. When are you here? Why are you here suddenly?" He got up and walked over and teased, "Hey. I can't fall asleep anymore, just as if you should organize your things and prepare to help. But when I first arrived, I heard some people talking to myself, as if they mentioned me." Lin Tian. "You bastard. The morning sun is like a sharp spear, piercing the dark sky. Under the melting of the sun, the darkness recedes bit by bit like a tide. The cloudless sky is another good weather. With the preparation of a few people, the Golden Mary was full of supplies. In such good weather, it was a good day for sailing, but 2 people were missing. Nami's absence made Sanji's whole person dead, yelling at www.pelnavu.com, and everyone directly and selectively forgot about Lin Tian's existence. At this moment, our protagonist, Nami, finally appeared in the eyes of everyone, followed by Lin Tian, who was hitting H. Seeing the scene before him, Sanji yelled angrily, "Ah! What's going on? Why is Nami and Lin Tian together? So, they are together all night, ah! I'm going to take that casters killed. On the side of, Soren added fuel to the fire and said, really? If you think you can beat Lin Tian, I don't mind if you rush to a duel with him. Green Algae Head, what are you talking about? Believe it or not, I solved you. Come on, chef, let me see what your lecture chef is. Since you have decided, let it go, Lin Tian said softly behind him and then yelled at Luffy, go, Luffy. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian's figure flashed and disappeared before everyone's eyes. And Nami pointed her head down and rushed towards the surrounding villagers amidst the noise. Nami finally rushed to the shore and leaped slightly towards the Golden Mary that was already traveling. Lin Tian, who had originally disappeared, appeared in midair without any warning, grabbed Nami's waist, leaped into the air, and rushed onto the Golden Mary. Dozens of wallets fell, and the villagers on the shore instantly realized what had happened and found out that their wallet was stolen. So old, you bad boy. To be continued. In the Great Route, Hale and Fander is close to the naval headquarters of the Holy Land Mary Jioya. At this time, in this ordinary day, the Navy headquarters is not normal. Many navies rushed over from various settlements to participate in meetings. And this time, the protagonists of the meeting are Luffy and Lin Tian. In a high-level meeting room of the headquarters, it can be said that the stars are gathered. At a glance, it is full of admirals above the lieutenant admiral, including the 3 Navy generals, marshals of the warring states period, and the lieutenant generals and above are not eligible to join this meeting. All the generals' eyes were on the blackboard at the front desk of the conference room, and there was only a photo on the blackboard, and a smiling face appeared in everyone's eyes. Except for those admirals who know the inside story, most admirals looked suspiciously at the smiling face above. Where did this powerful pirate emerge from? It shocked the entire Navy headquarters. It is so young, why I have never heard of it before. Only Garp saw the smiling face above, and he was taken aback. The corners of his mouth twitched, and a trace of helplessness and anger flashed across his face. Luffy, the smelly boy, really went to sea as a pirate. For such a high-standard meeting, of course, the kind of senior general's explanations were needed. Reluctantly, Lieutenant General Crane had to do it himself. He lightly patted the picture on the whiteboard with his right hand and said in a deep voice, "This pirate comes from the East China Sea. A powerful pirate who has risen quickly recently has killed the 2 biggest pirates in the East China Sea in just a few days. Ferocious. It can be said that this is a group of pirates with great potential. It took only 2 months from the formation of the pirate regiment with Colonel Monk of the Navy branch to the defeat of Aaron, the biggest pirate in the East China Sea. Time." Hearing Lieutenant General Crane's explanation, the faces of the lieutenants did not change much. The 4 seas in the Middle East are the weakest, and the highest bounty is only 200 million yuan. In the Great Route, there are countless pirates who have bounties like this. With this strength, it is difficult to mention the changes in the hearts of many lieutenants. At the same time, everyone is also very puzzled if it is just such a pirate, why the Navy headquarters calls them to come with such a big fanfare. Slightly glanced and gathered all the faces of all the admirals below, the silent Sengoku said, "It can be said that the pirate group has just formed. It has such potential. This pirate group is definitely not simple. It is no longer a navy. The branch can handle it." As soon as the warring state's voice fell, he posted a photo again, which was the photo of Soren when he was injured, and placed it on the whiteboard. This is a member of the pirate group. He was once a famous bounty hunter in the East China Sea. He was also an extremely powerful swordsman in the East China Sea. He also fought against Hawkeye Mihawk. Speaking of this, the Navy's face underneath finally showed a change, and it was not easy to survive against the world's #1 swordsman, Eagle Eye. That is the world's largest swordsman. No one can shake its status so far, and its combat power is extremely powerful. Even in the Navy, the one who can compete with the Eagle Eye should only be done by the Admiral. Although this swordsman was defeated horribly in the hands of Hawkeye, he did not even have the qualifications to draw his sword. But Hawkeye once told him that he is waiting for him in the world's first position, and even Hawkeye recognizes the potential. This swordsman is not simple. Regarding Lieutenant General Crane's inference, many Navy generals are still very convinced. It is obvious that such a haughty Hawkeye can say this, which shows its terrible potential. From the aspect of intelligence collection, we can see that the Navy headquarters is terrible. It hasn't been a few days since the Navy headquarters has been able to obtain such detailed information. It can be imagined how powerful the Navy headquarters is. The Red Dog, who was holding his chest on the long table, said, "Lieutenant General Crane, let alone these small characters, let's put the focus of this meeting." Nodded slightly, Crane took out a photo from the pile of materials in his hand and placed it on the whiteboard. Sigh. Sigh. The Lieutenant Admiral who started it saw the photo clearly. All his complexion changed drastically, his face was shocked, and he couldn't help but breathe in the air. Lin Tian. Pat, Lieutenant General Crane tapped lightly and said in a deep voice, "Yes, this meeting is mainly because of him, the Navy's previous strongest genius and current traitor. From the level of danger, the world government considers it to be the second enemy." "Hello, Lieutenant Mole," a Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters asked. Lieutenant General Crane, "Now carry Lin Tian out." Could it be that Lin Tian is related to this group of pirates? Okay. Nodded slightly. According to the intelligence of our Navy and the intelligence of the world's spy agencies, the traitor Lin Tian is also a member of this pirate regiment and the deputy captain of the pirate regiment. The relevant news came from the 16th Division of the Navy. As for the Rat Colonel of the 16th Division, the blame has died under Lin Tian. And there are dozens of Navy members. With a snap, Crane took out a photo again. This is a paragraph carved on the cliff on the mountain. The corpse hanging on it is Colonel Mouse. "This is the justice of the Navy. Ridiculous. Ridiculous." Hearing this, many admirals were silent, and the air was filled with tension and serious anger. Lieutenant General Lin Tian, who had disappeared for several months, unexpectedly reappeared. As for the Mouse Colonel who died under Lin Tian, everyone has selectively forgotten that this kind of person exists in the Navy, which is simply the greatest corruption to the justice of the Navy. Was established as a Navy and defected to the highest admiral. The news of Lin Tian has always been the focus of investigation by the Navy and the world's spy agencies, and has never relaxed. Vietnam Admiral, comparable to the fighting power of the four emperors, has made Lin Tian a confidant of the world government, and it has great harm and influence on the world government. To some extent, the harm to the four emperors, the high position of the world government, has known many secrets, and the harm to the world government is considerable. And its weird ability made the world government helpless. The three major generals and the warring states marshal did not keep it. They were still caught off guard. The Red Dog hammered the table and said with murderous intent, "Now this evil has grown up. Since he appears, we must do our best to eliminate him and not let it cause more harm." Opposite, General Green Pheasant breathed a cold breath and objected, "Aka Dog, don't you remember the last battle? In front of his strange ability, even if the three of us shot together, we didn't keep it. Now that he appears in the sea as a pirate, we just determine his location, which is a problem, let alone keep him, unless we can restrain his weird ability." Green Pheasant, your relationship with Lin Tian, as everyone knows, was put that kind of personal feelings on this kind of thing. In the face, the two admirals quarreled, and everyone was silent, especially those lieutenants who knew about Lin Tian, who, they had already put their position on the soy sauce, or left it to the big men. Slightly frowned, Zingo stopped speaking. "Well, this time I am looking for you, not to discuss how to deal with Lin Tian. The Green Pheasant is right. If we want to catch Lin Tian, we must first solve the weirdness. Ability, we are not suitable for shooting right now. Wait until Dr. Vegapunk makes progress." Lieutenant General Crane then continued to explain the content of the meeting. Lin Tian Being a deputy captain of this pirate group is enough to show that this pirate group is not simple, so the reward for this group of pirates is defined by the headquarter. Something. Straw Hat Luffy, captain, offered a reward of 50,000 10,000 Baileys. The first time the reward was so high, it was a very special case. Pirate Hunter Oronoa Soren has a reward of 30,000. The specific combat power is not yet known, but he can be appreciated by Hawkeye. At this point he is qualified to receive such a high reward. Lin Tian, deputy captain, offered a reward of 100 million Baileys, a traitor to the Navy, extremely powerful, and the admiral of the Vietnam Navy, ranking second in damage, only below the Revolutionary Dragon. Counting now, the first time a reward was offered, the total reward of this group of pirates was 1.80 billion Baileys. Such a high reward has been an example since the establishment of the world government. We can have such a high reward from the beginning, and our judgment will never be wrong. It is better to kill the butt of evil like this early. If it becomes stronger, it must be a great threat. Warring States rubbed his brows. Since Lin Tian rebelled, there have been a lot of things waiting for Warring States to deal with, especially the intelligence about Lin Tian, which made the Warring States worry all day. This time the meeting mainly called everyone here. In order to repay the rebel General Lin Tian, who disappeared for half a year, the former Navy member has now become a pirate, ready to return to the Great Root. Among them, I don't need to say much, everyone understands what this means. This is like a provocation by the Navy, like a just provocation by our Navy. Great Root, in a sea area that is a small island occupied by a group of pirates. At this time, Hawkeye is standing on it, and on the beach, dozens of pirates are besieging, and a white woman with a sword is Ellie. Looking at the two latest reward lists in his hand, Hawkeye showed a smile on his face. Soren, the reward has been noticed by the headquarter. This is just the first step for you to catch up with me. If you want to become the #1 in the world, it's not enough. With a light wave, the blood on the sword was swept clean, backhand inserted back, walked in front of Hawkeye, and respectfully said, "Teacher Hawkeye, those pirates have been solved. Well, we have stayed enough here, now I will take you to meet someone." On the other side, under the delivery of countless pigeons, not only the Great Root, but also the latest notice of Luffy's bounty in the 4 oceans, began to be delivered to the world. In one night, a reward list of up to 50 million Baileys spread all over the world in one night. At the same time, Straw Hat Luffy also became famous in the world in one night. To be continued. In the East China Sea, Luffy and the others who didn't know all of this were still marching towards the Great Root with happy laughter. 8 greater than, Grav, equals, Grav, equals, Grav. Lin Tian held an orange in his hand and lay halfway on the side of the boat, looking leisurely. This kind of leisurely life was really unusual in those years on the Great Sea Route. With a bang, Luffy, who wanted to steal the oranges, was kicked off by Sanji again and hit Usopp. Usopp was the first experimenter with a secret Jalapeno bomb. Luffy fell to the ground and said with a face of dissatisfaction, "What are you doing? What does it matter if you eat one?" "Hey, Luffy, this is my orange circle," Nami reminded from behind. Pointing to Lin Tian lying beside him eating oranges, Luffy said with a face that I refuse to accept, "Nami, why can Lin Tian eat oranges, but I can't eat them?" Throwing an orange in his hand, Lin Tian smiled and said, "That's because I spent 100 million Baileys to buy everything. These 2 orange trees are mine, and of course I can eat them." Luffy had to pout his mouth. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was a fact. Luffy was a poor ghost. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Lin Tian couldn't help smiling and threw the orange in his hand. After taking the orange, Luffy suddenly smiled. At this moment, 2 reward slips slipped from the newspaper. Ha ha ha. Luffy held a reward list in one hand and laughed. "Soren and I have become the people who have been rewarded. I am so happy." Looking carefully at the reward list above, Usopp muttered, "Whether you live or die 50 million Baileys, Luffy is offering a reward of 50 million Baileys, and Soren is also offered a reward of 30 million Baileys. What? What?" On the side, Soren, who was half lying asleep, woke up immediately, quickly jumped, grabbed the reward list from Luffy, and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, on the reward list, there was a picture of himself at the sea restaurant, and the following said, "Regardless of life or death, 30 million Baileys." At the side, Sanji, who also saw clearly, suddenly shouted, "Why, even the green algae head has 30 million Baileys, and I don't even offer a reward. Greater than 8 equals, grav, equals, grav, grav. Said there are 50 million Leah, ahaha." Apparently Luffy was very happy to have such a high reward. But Soren's face showed a heavy color. As a bounty hunter, he knew what the number of 30 million Baileys meant. Most of the pirates in the East China Sea are under 10 million Baileys, and they are the clowns Bucky, Click, and Aaron they deal with. These great sea pirates, who are famous on the Great Route, have the highest bounty of Aaron's 20 million Baileys. Now he actually has 30 million Baileys, more than Aaron's 10 million Baileys. How could he have such a high reward for his strength? It is very strange, Zuo wondered. Usopp pointed and said proudly on the back of the reward order, "Look, the whole world has seen me. It's so popular." Sanji hurriedly leaned over, although it was only the back of his head, but his tone inevitably said with some envy, "Is there anything to be proud of? Isn't it just the back of the head?" Upon seeing this, Usopp became even more proud. "Don't be sad. When you become a big man, you will board out if you are not the captain." Sanji was a little excited and asked, "Really?" "Of course." Pointing to the meditating Soren next to him, "Look, Soren is not the captain, and he has been offered a reward. It is still 30 million Baileys, surpassing Aaron." Holding the reward list, Luffy approached Soren and said with a smile, "Soren, you have also been offered a reward. Now our pirate group is also a large pirate group. Friends, let's move on to the Great Route." It has always been Luffy's dream to become a One Piece and find One Piece. Now he has been offered a reward of 50 million Baileys and has become famous in the world. It has already taken a step closer to becoming the One Piece, and the distance from his dream has been shortened. Listening to Luffy's words, Soren also showed a smile on his face. No matter what he did, he is now a big pirate who has been offered a reward. In some respects, he has also become famous in the world. The goal of stepping out of the village has also been achieved. Small part. Greater than underline equals grav. Seeing the laughing back, Soren couldn't help but recall the scene when he accepted Luffy's invitation at the naval base. At that time, he said, "Become a member of the Devil. Even if I am notorious, I must be famous in the world." At that time, Luffy's promise was so happy I didn't expect that just over a month, Luffy's promise would have been realized. Nami looked at Luffy, who didn't have the slightest sense of urgency, and covered her face, feeling helpless for these laughing people. Lin Tian, who came up, patted Nami's shoulder lightly, and looked at Luffy and others who were laughing, with a smile on their faces. "It is precisely this that is their essence. Anyway, things have happened. Whatever so much, why not think about more happy things?" That's what I said. Nami is still very worried about the high reward offered by Luffy and Soren. They really don't understand the seriousness of the matter. Such a high reward indicates that they are killing them, and many bounty hunters will follow them. At this time, Usopp was very happy that he could also be famous in the world, and he made a lot of face in front of Sanji and said happily, "Now in our pirates group, I, Luffy and Soren are all famous in the world. Lin Tian, Nami, and Sanji are the only ones left. You have to come on." After Usopp reminded it, Soren was also a little surprised. It stands to reason that Lin Tian's such strong strength should also offer a reward. And from that day, from the situation of the Murlocs and pirates, from the Great Sea Route, Lin Tian was a very powerful expert on the Great Sea Route, who could compete with Hawkeye Mihawk. He must have a very high level against the Shanghai Navy. Offer a reward. I couldn't help asking, Lin Tian. Do you already have a bounty order, or why didn't you see you? It is rare for Sanji to stand in the same position as Soren, and said, Lin Tian. You were not a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters before. Now you have rebelled against the Navy, you should have a high reward. How much is it? What? 3 exclamations sounded about Lin Tian being a Lieutenant Admiral. They went to Kukoja village that day, and some things were not clear. Usopp looked scared, holding his face, shocked, and said, Lin Tian. Lin Tian. You are actually a Lieutenant Admiral, this is too strong. Nami was also shocked and looked at Lin Tian. As Nami, who likes to read books and newspapers, she knows some things better than others. Of course she knows what the Admiral means. Lin Tian. You are a Lieutenant Admiral, so you have recently rebelled against the Navy. He held his chin in contemplation, and recently there must be reports of such a major rebellion by a Lieutenant Admiral, and recent reports from relevant parties. There is only that one. Wanting to understand Nami, she suddenly raised her head. A few months ago, you were the lieutenant who killed 5 Celestials and betrayed the Navy headquarters. Soren said, that said, I also had images of that incident. After all, as a bounty hunter, I had some images of bounty criminals all over the world. At that time, the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters was called Lin Tian. Hearing Soren's words, Usopp also suddenly recalled, so I seem to have seen it too. At that time, when I was looking for Kia gave me a newspaper which recorded that thing. In this case, then, the strongest Navy genius, who shocked the world several times back then is you, Lin Tian, Shanji asked in a deep voice. Lin Tian was not surprised that they could understand their identity so quickly. Now Luffy and Soren are also considered high-stakes bounty criminals. There are things that can be known to them, but also to make them prepare early. Pure Luffy suddenly realized it. You only know, I thought you knew it a long time ago. Stupid, don't tell me if you know, we are different from you, everyone scolded in unison. Hey. Usopp meditated on his chin. Hey, Lin Tian is like you, and you have a status. If you rebel against the Navy, you should have a very high reward. After hearing this, everyone's eyes were curious. Although they had heard reports from relevant parties, they still didn't know the specifics. After all, things of that level were too far away from them. When everyone was expecting Lin Tian's answer, Luffy ate the remaining oranges in a couple of bites, and simply said, 1 billion. Lin Tian is offering a reward of 1 billion Baileys. Seeing Luffy answer for you, a wry smile appeared on Lin Tian's face, but he nodded slightly. Billion Baileys. After a few seconds of silence, there were several exclamations. Everyone was shocked by the high bounty. You must know that the highest bounty in the East China Sea is 20 million Baileys, and Lin Tian is indeed 50 times that. I am only 5,000 Baileys now, so far from Lin Tian. But it doesn't matter, one day I will surpass Lin Tian. But I want to become the man of One Piece. Hearing Luffy's confident words, Nami, who reacted, slammed Luffy's head with an annoyed blow and directly knocked him to the ground. Raising his fist, he said angrily, Idiot, do you know what this means? Plus Lin Tian's bounty, the bounty of our entire pirate group, has reached 1.80 billion Baileys. But Lin Tian smiled suddenly. Calm, tilde. In the eyes of a few people, Lin Tian explained slightly, the reward of 1,080 million peel is the Great Route. Sees, there are not many pirate groups that can surpass. This kind of pirate group is enough for the Navy headquarters to use the highest combat power to encircle and suppress. This kind of pirate group, the Navy headquarters, will dispatch at least 1/3 of the combat power. The Navy headquarters, 1/3 of the combat power, we are dead. How can I get to this kind of pirate ship? Nami said with tears in her eyes and sadness. Even Soren, the fighting madman, has an extremely heavy face. With such a high reward, I am afraid that countless people will follow them on the great route, and it will be full of battles. Seeing everyone worrying, Lin Tian sighed slightly in his heart. Now they are still too weak, and there are still many things he hasn't said. Immediately, a different smile appeared on his face, making the rest of the people involuntarily chill him. In order to allow you to live longer on the great route, so I want to give special training to all of you. What? To be continued. In the calm East China Sea, the Golden Mary sailed smoothly, with a scream resounding across the sky. Right greater than, Grav. Bang bang. File climb. File climb. On the deck, Soren waved the word Hideo in his hand extremely fast, and could only see the after images, and ordinary people couldn't even look at where the sword was. But Lin Tian closed his eyes, using only 2 fingers. His figure moved erratically, but perfectly blocked Soren's moves with his fingers. Climb! With a slight flick of his finger, a powerful force was transmitted to the sword and into Soren's arm. Soren immediately felt that a powerful force, like seawater, continuously rushed toward his arm. Even if he gritted his teeth to control, but that kind of power exceeded the limit that Soren could bear. His body involuntarily retreated, and the sword body kept trembling, making a buzzing sword sound. Rub. He inserted his backhand into the deck, and had Aoi's words stopped trembling. Half kneeling on the deck, Soren kept sweating on his head and breathing heavily in his mouth. This kind of strength is really too strong. This is the strength of the world's top power. It really feels the same as facing Eagle Eye, a deep sense of powerlessness. You can defeat it with just casters can your eyes closed. This kind of strength is what I expect. Opening his eyes, Lin Tian said to Soren in front of him, "How is it? Do you realize something?" Slowly standing up, Soren fought back. "It feels like you can check out my movements with your eyes closed, and even predict my movements. Also, obviously you didn't use a sword, only 2 fingers, and I feel like fighting with you as a swordsman." Lin Tian nodded lightly, knowing this. Soren's talent is really strong in terms of swordsmanship. It's no wonder that even the arrogant fellow Yingian could say that. "In the battle just now, my moves were indeed swordsmanship, but I used casters instead and used them. Among them, I used a different power. You will come into contact with this power later, so let's talk about you first. Swordsmanship issues. Greater than bar equals. After a pause, Lin Tian asked, "Soren, as a swordsman, what did you do with a sword in your hand?" Raising the word Hideo in his hand, Soren carefully stared at this sword that had a different meaning to him, and said with some uncertainty, "It should be considered a sword." Hearing that, Lin Tian pulled out the chasing wind with his backhand and said softly, "You know, what do I do with this chasing wind in my hand?" "What?" "Partner, a partner who can give his life to him as a swordsman. The sword in your hand is your partner who will never betray you, even if the whole world stands opposite you. The sword in your hand will still face the whole world with you. World." After a pause, Lin Tian turned and chased the wind, and gently cut off the iron chain on the side without the slightest effort. Just cut it gently like this, and with a click, the sharp iron chain was instantly cut into 2. What? How could it be possible? Even with a supreme swordsman, it is impossible to cut the steel so easily without any effort. Before Soren's astonishment was over, Lin Tian suddenly used his right hand, really cutting the chasing wind towards the rope at the edge with extreme speed, but he swung it at such a fast speed that the chasing wind did not cut the rope. This. What the casters is going on? It can cut the steel without force, swing the sword at such a fast speed, but even the ordinary rope is cut continuously. Soren was shocked. His head was covered with cold sweat. The scene before him completely exceeded Soren's understanding as a swordsman. How could this kind of scene happen? Everything has a breath, and the sword also has a breath. For the swordsman, the sword is a real life, and it is also a useful life. When you can sense the breath of the sword, you can transfer your will to the sword, make the sword a part of your body, act according to your own will, and perfectly super-control your sword. The breath of the sword. Seeing Soren himself sinking into his own sentiment, Lin Tian didn't say much. As a swordsman, Soren has a very solid foundation, and the main thing left is to rely on his own perception of the sword to make rapid progress. Greater than, underline, grav, equals. At this point, Lin Tian just played a leading role. Every great swordsman has his own sword. To surpass Hawkeye, Soren must also feel his own sword. Sanji's side. Behind, Sanji was barely standing, moving his legs with difficulty. Every slight movement was a great challenge for Sanji. He had to stop and breathe for a few minutes before he could continue to move. Another step. Seeing Lin Tian coming, Sanji gasped and said, "Lin Tian, what exactly did you bring to me? How could it be so heavy? Even my feet are so difficult to walk." "Take it, Lin Tian." He took the drink that Nami handed over and took a sip. In such a hot weather, it's cool to have a nice drink. Sanji's eyes immediately turned red. Nami sang, "I'm so tired," and give me a cold drink in her hand. But the greater the hope, the greater the blow. Nami squinted and uttered 2 words calmly, "No." After drinking the iced drink in one sip, the whole person was refreshed. Lin Tian looked at Sanji with a smile and said, "Sanji, didn't you call the fastest in the previous special training? Why can't you hold on now?" Speaking of this, Sanji was furious. "It's not that you told me that you want to give me some awesome tricks, but now you want me to do this." Gently waved his hand to signal Sanji not to be so angry. Lin Tian explained, "I am going to tell you a few tricks for the Elite Navy headquarters to be qualified to learn leg skills, but your legs are not strong enough to learn." Because of this, Lin Tian specially found 2 weight-bearing rings and placed them on Sanji's legs to increase the strength and speed of his legs. In order to give Sanji a little motivation, Lin Tian slowly walked to the side of the boat, turned his head and said, "I'm optimistic about Sanji. This is one of the tactics I was going to give you. Land feet." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tian lifted his right foot and kicked forward. A light blue shock wave kicked out of his toes and flew towards the sea. The light blue light wave rushed to the sea in an instant, and there was a bang, and a water column tens of meters high rose into the sky, splashing seawater on the deck. Upon seeing this, Sanji took a deep breath and expelled the smoke from his mouth. His eyes changed, and his whole body finally became serious. Now in the pirates group, Soren, Luffy, and Lin Tian all offer rewards. Even Usopp has boarded the reward order, even if it's just the back of his head, he still. Sanji did not say anything, but there was still a sense of urgency in his heart, eager to become stronger, and now is an excellent opportunity, inevitable seize it. "Lin Tian! Everyone, help!" After the vote, Usopp's hysterical yelling sounded really sad and tears. Sanji trembled even more. Compared with Usopp, he was indeed lucky. Hearing the shout, Lin Tian strolled towards the back of the ship, leaned on the railing, and looked at Usopp on the sea. I saw that Usopp was kneeling on a small wooden board, and that wooden board was being casters by a rope, and the other end of the rope was tied to the railing where Lin Tian was standing. Seeing Lin Tian finally appeared, Usopp seemed to see a savior, tears streaming out like water, crying and shouted, "Lin Tian! You finally appeared, save me quickly, I don't need special training from the devil." Pointing a finger, Lin Tian smiled. "Hey! Usopp, you want to become a sea fighter like your dad. This is just a little difficult." Hearing this, Usopp was taken aback, and suddenly a wave came head-on. Usopp, who was kneeling on it, and the plank were almost lifted out, and the frightened Usopp's heart jumped out. Touching the cold sweat on his head, Usopp held back his body not to tremble, and reluctantly stood up. He closed his eyes and said, "Great Usopp warrior, it's okay, you don't need this kind of training, you should get me up quickly." "Really? What are you shaking all over?" When will Usopp wait for you to stand on it without fear at all? I'm pulling you up. Turning around, Lin Tian waved his hand to Usopp on the sea and walked towards the bow of the ship. Usopp completely inherited his father's sniper talent, even more powerful than his father, but he was too timid to play that talent and potential. Therefore, Lin Tian had only one goal for Usopp, which was to change his timid character, and then Usopp would be truly powerful. On the main mast of the Golden Merly, Luffy's hands spiraled around the top, while Luffy was underneath, pulling back tightly, trying to make his arms longer. Looking back, seeing Lin Tian coming, Luffy asked puzzled, Lin Tian, why do they have their own things to do, but they have to do this here? Boom. Raising his hand and knocking directly on Luffy's head, he explained, your devil fruit ability gives you the greatest advantage, which is the extension and flexibility of a rubber eye. And what you have to do is to develop this aspect. Elasticity can give you great strength and speed, and the extensibility makes your attack style and combat style more flexible. However, Luffy's simple brain is difficult to understand this, and instantly turned to another direction, curiously asked, hey, Lin Tian, where are we going next? I don't know this either, she pointed to Nami who was looking at the map. It depends on our navigator. Turning over the map backhand, pointing to a small town on the Great Sea Route and said, here, before entering the Great Sea Route, the only place where you can supply supplies, Roger Town. Looking at the small spot on the map, Luffy asked inexplicably, Log Town, is it a specialty of meat? No, the town of Rog is named the place of the beginning and the end. That is the place where the legendary pirate King Luo Outstanding sounded and died, Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Looking back at Luffy with a smile, he asked, go, Luffy. Well, I want to see the man who got the One Piece, the man who got everything in the world, the place where they made a sound and died. To be continued. Roger Town, East China Sea. This place is also known as the beginning and the end, the birthplace and deathplace of One Piece Roger. At the gate of Rog Town, Luffy and his team finally arrived here after a few days of sailing. They were ready to make one last supply here, and then set off for the Great Route. Xingkou, such a busy town, is a rare sight in the East China Sea. After all, this place has been the place where countless pirates must pass to go to the Great Sea Route from the past, and everyone can't help but admire it. Pirates, the whole world, knows that they are a group of wealthy people, of course, like Luffy's poor captains who don't have a penny on them, and Lin Tian's rich vice captains who are full of money. It's hard to see. Arrived. Well, Rog Town, the place where One Piece King Luo was born and died. I'm going to see the death penalty stand. Luffy ran out regardless of the others. Usopp came and hurriedly shouted, hey! I haven't decided the meeting place yet. Lin Tian said aloud, forget it, anyway, with Luffy's ability to cause trouble, we will be able to find him easily at that time, and now let's do our own things. In a high-end clothing store, no matter what, clothes are really attractive items for girls. Half-leaning on the wicker chair, Lin Tian looked at Nami who was constantly changing her clothes, and from time to time, she felt amazing. Nami feels like a natural hanger, and every kind of clothes on her is a bright spot. As for the boss on the edge, he kept admiring Lin Tian's ears, but he didn't know whether he wanted to really praise or let him buy it all. Looking at the side, the pile of clothes, with her own height, Lin Tian couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. He actually tried so many, there should be more than a dozen sets. How do you feel that she hasn't enjoyed herself yet, still choosing among those clothes? Duh. Snapped his fingers, and the boss trot over quickly. As a shrewd boss, his vision is of course not bad. At a glance, he can see that Lin Tian's temperament is not simple. Lowered his head and asked respectfully, dear guest, do you want to buy a few pieces? Pointed to the pile of clothes on the side, as well as the clothes that Nami had selected, and a pair of me, a local tyrant, said, I want it all, wrap it up for me, then. Before Lin Tian could speak, Nami directly took Lin Tian and walked out, turned around and smiled and said, sorry, we don't need any of them, I just want to buy some leisure. On the street, Lin Tian turned his head and looked at Nami puzzledly and said, "Nami, don't you all like those clothes? Why don't you like them?" Looking back, Nami hugged Lin Tian's arm a little and explained, "We are going to the Great Airway. How can that kind of place be suitable for wearing that kind of clothes? And after so many clothes are bought, the melee is looking for it. I can't put it somewhere." That's true. The Merly is indeed a bit small. Originally, Lin Tian wanted to change the search ship, but after staying on it for so long, the Merly also accompanies us a lot and has feelings. Looked at Nami, her eyes lit up. She finally found a store that suits her and quickly pulled Lin Tian and ran inches, accompanying Nami to make a selection. After searching through the shop, Nami finally found a lot of her favorite clothes and helped Lin Tian choose a few by the way. While the proprietress was tidying up her things, Nami also took the opportunity to talk to her. At the same time, she had the mentality of knowing more information, but she still heard a lot of things. Colonel Smog, but the Navy's foremost military commander. In the past, this was a place where great sea pirates gathered. However, when the colonel came here to manage, all the pirates who came here were all dragged to jail. It's not ordinary, it's a monster. Is that so? Nami turned to Lin Tian and asked, "Lin Tian, do you know Colonel Smaller?" Replied in a low voice. Lin Tian recalled a little. "That kid who had studied under me for a period of time is a veritable smoker. Not only is his ability to smoke, he never leaves his mouth, but his strength is good." Smoke? Nami looked puzzled. What exactly was the cigarette that Lin Tian was talking about? Just when Nami wanted to understand, Lin Tian's expression changed suddenly, and he hurried to the outside. He turned around and said, "Nami, Luffy and Soren are not Smog's opponents. I'll go find them too first, and you can take Usopp. Find them with Sanji." Hearing this, Nami also knew the seriousness of the matter, nodded, quickly picked up the thing she had arranged, and ran towards the door as well. Luffy and Soren have offered such a high reward, and the Navy will definitely take action. At least the Navy here must have received such a reward order, which is really not good news for Luffy and Soren. On the street, Lin Tian was extremely fast and ran towards the death penalty table. Lin Tian was still very clear about the strength of that smoky Smog, and they had no backhand power against him with Luffy. Smog has also belonged to that kind of elite level in the past few navies, and his combat power has surpassed the rank of a Navy colonel. If this kid likes to mess around and doesn't obey orders at all, it makes many generals in the department and thinks that he can exercise. This kid will have been promoted long ago, and he will not always be a colonel. Just when Lin Tian turned the next street, he stopped suddenly with a look of surprise on his face, and in the opposite direction, he came to a shop that sold swords just now. Looking from the door of the shop, he saw Soren in a small corner of the shop, watching with a sword with a dark red scabbard in his hand, but a beautiful girl holding a sword followed. If this scene hadn't appeared before him, Lin Tian would have thought he had read it wrong, and he didn't think about it when he patted his head. Could it be that Soren has been transgender recently, and he hooked up with a beautiful girl so quickly? It's amazing. Waved his head, expelled the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and walked straight inches. What was going on? You would know what happened. Holding the knife in his hand, Zaluo had a strange feeling, as if he could feel the knife alive, as if it was very suitable for him. The beautiful the sight opened the next notebook she carried and exclaimed, 3 generations of ghosts. Its predecessor, the 2nd generation of ghosts, is a big knife, and the 1st generation of ghosts is a supreme big knife, so powerful. This is a good knife, you must buy him. Lin Tian, who came in, heard the conversation and was taken aback. It seemed that the beautiful girl that Soren found was still a person who knew how to knife. Did you know? Gitu faction is a very good knife, from 1 generation to the 3rd generation of Gitu, but none of them are demon swords. Many famous swordsmen have suffered death sorrow after wearing them. I can't find any swordsman who uses Ghost Goru. The trembling voice of the boss at the front desk explained to Soren that he obviously wanted Soren to cut off this demon knife, which was a murderous demon knife. In this world, there are no demon swords. The real swordsman is not affected by a sword. Only people influence the sword. The swordsman who is affected by the sword is not a real swordsman. Sudden sound of evaluation shocked everyone present, and quickly looked towards the door and saw a white figure standing at the door. Lin Tian! Soren exclaimed, apparently very surprised that Lin Tian could appear here. Stepped forward and looked at the knife in Soren's hand. Yes, Soren, you can actually meet 3 generations of ghosts in this place. This kind of knife is really suitable for you. The weapon shop owner reminded, what do you know, kid, this is a demon knife, and anyone wearing it will be killed. Is it? Asked back, Lin Tian pulled out his backhand, and the chasing wind, with much less rust, appeared on his hands. A bright light, the chasing wind steadily stabilized on the 3 Van Geich. This knife, it is actually. Scared, feeling the change of the knife in his hand, Soren looked incredulous. Hearing the words, smiled, Lin Tian withdrew to chase the wind. I can feel its changes, and it really suits you, Soren. There are only swordsmen who influence the sword. Can suppress 3 generations of Onitoru. What is this knife? The beautiful girl next to her hurriedly flipped her hand, but she didn't find it from above. It didn't belong to any world-famous knife. At the front desk, the boss said with excitement, I always thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect the feat to be real. If I didn't guess wrong, this is already the pursuit of the same supreme knife, the 2-sided edge. Only the chasing wind can echo the characteristics of this sword. The beautiful girl flipping through the small book retorted with an incredulous look on her face, how is it possible? There is no such sword among the countless great knives. No. No. The boss said no a few times before he eased his excitement a little. One of the sharp knife instead of its position. With a scream, Lin Tian was a little surprised and said, I didn't expect the boss to even know this. I just thought it was a rumor. The boss touched his head and said embarrassedly, so you are the great swordsman who cut off the supreme sword. Lin Tian didn't answer this question, just smiled and took it. Holding 3 generations of ghosts, Soren asked, Lin Tian. That said, this knife really suits me. Yeah, he nodded slightly. www.com, Lin Tian said, although you can sense it, it's your business, whether you can surrender it. In this case, my destiny and its curse, then compare, who is stronger. As soon as the voice fell, Soren tossed lightly, turning the whole 3 generations of ghosts into a circle and quickly spinning. Soren slowly closed his eyes and stretched out his arm. His intention was obvious. The scene was silent, only the sharp blade and the sound of scraping the air resounded throughout the weapon shop. What? The sword body was inserted into the ground for 2/3, which was enough to show the sharpness of the 3rd generation of Onitoru, but Soren was unscathed. It seems that Soren's fate has defeated the 3rd generation of Onitoru's curse. Seeing this, even Lin Tian couldn't help but utter an inner compliment. The 1st and 2nd generations of ghosts already have masters, and now the 3rd generations of ghosts finally have their own swordsmen. What? Upon hearing the words, the boss reacted instantly with a look of disbelief. Previously, he said that no swordsman used ghosts, but now 2 ghosts are already there. The 2nd generation ghost Toru is in the hands of a great swordsman, while the 1st generation ghost Toru is in the hands of an old man. He is an unfathomable swordsman whose swordsmanship is no less than Hawkeye. Soren, if you become the world's #1 swordsman, you will definitely face them in the future. Holding it too high, a look of expectation flashed across Soren's face. I want to see my 3 generations of Gitu met them, whose destiny is stronger in the end. To be continued. On the street, Lin Tian and Soren strolled on the street. Stroking the 3 knives in his hand, Soren showed a happy smile on his face. As a swordsman with 3 swords, it feels better to wear 3 knives, let alone get 2 good knives. At this time, Soren suddenly realized something and turned his head to ask, Lin Tian, Didn't you appear with Nami? Why did you suddenly appear there alone? Fuck. Lin Tian patted his head suddenly and suddenly realized that he was going to find Soren and Luffy. He found Soren and almost forgot Luffy. In Soren's puzzled gaze, he immediately explained, the smoker here is good and it is still a natural devil fruit. You two are offering such a high reward and it is easy to be discovered. You two are not his opponents. That's why I found it. That's a bit troublesome. Soren is also aware of the seriousness of the matter. With Luffy's temperament, he will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Now that after so long, no one knows what will happen. After all, Luffy is not an honest person. Hey, Lin Tian. Soren. A shout came from behind, and the two quickly looked behind, and they saw Nami, Sanji and Usopp, and a big fish running towards this side. Running with such a big fish is a test for Usopp, who is not very physically strong. After a few breaths, his eyes began to scan. Asked suspiciously, Luffy. How come I see you too? Luffy is someone else. Touching the back of his head, Soren said, from the very beginning I haven't seen Luffy, but I always feel a bad premonition. Lin Tian nodded, and he also had some bad feelings in his heart. It seems that I am not the only one who feels this way. I always feel that something is wrong and something big may happen. Of course, Nami took the conversation. The weather is about to change, and a storm is coming. We must find Luffy now, or we won't be able to go by then. Yamaji echoed, and he also inquired about an unusual trace. Speaking of which, is there something wrong with the wind? It feels like it has changed too quickly. Well, looking at the instrument in her hand, Nami nodded and responded, it stands to reason that there shouldn't have been such a strong storm nearby, but suddenly the air pressure changed very fast, beyond common sense. Wind. Lin Tian murmured and stretched out his hand to feel the wind flowing between the fingers. From this point of view, something was really wrong, as if it were artificial. Suddenly, several panic shouts were heard from the crowd. Pirate! Pirate appears on the death penalty stand. It's Bucky the Clown. They are going to put Straw Hat Luffy to death. Luffy is going to be executed. Usopp broke into a cold sweat, his tone filled with disbelief. Hearing the words, Suolong and Sanji didn't think much and ran towards the death penalty table, but Lin Tian abnormally failed to keep up, looking in a certain direction. Soren stopped, turned around and asked, Lin Tian. What happened? Luffy is still waiting for our rescue. Nodded slightly, Lin Tian retracted his gaze and said, yes, there are some things, but it's not something, but some people. People? Xianji asked puzzledly, Lin Tian. You didn't mean Colonel Small in the small town. We are not his opponents. Such a big move would alarm the Navy. Don't worry, Luffy is going to be the man of One Piece, but he won't die here. You go first, I'll be there later. Lin Tian smiled slightly, and Lin Tian's tone was full of firmness. Hearing this, Sanji wanted to say something, but Soren grabbed Sanji's collar and ran towards the execution platform. Seeing the disappearance of the two backs, Lin Tian turned around and said to Usopp and Nami, by the way, you two hurry to the ship. Presumably the Navy has also ran towards that side, trying to get the ship away quickly. Go. Yeah, she nodded vigorously. Nami grabbed Lin Tian's hand and said worriedly, then. Lin Tian. You have to be careful. Patted Nami's hand lightly. Lin Tian smiled and said, don't worry, who I am, there are not many people in this world who can keep me. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tian let go of Nami's hand and leaped upward like a flying eagle, jumping onto the roof of several meters high and immediately disappearing in front of everyone. Withdrawing her worried gaze, Nami turned to Usopp, who was carrying the big fish, and said, Usopp, we rushed towards the Merly immediately. Don't let the Merly destroy the ship. Well, that's a gift from Corazon, and it must not be destroyed by the Navy. Usopp's eyes flashed with unwavering firmness. The lively town of Rog, because of the gathering of Bucky the Clown and the action of dealing with the highest bounty of the East China Sea pirate Straw Hat Luffy, it became noisy, and countless people gathered towards the death penalty stand. And on the roof of the unmanned building, a figure is constantly moving, and the direction it goes, like everyone else, is the direction of the death penalty table. But to be precise, Lin Tian's direction is not the death penalty stand. Perhaps it is more appropriate to say that it is next to the death penalty stand. On the top of the building, Lin Tian, who was flashing, had so firm confidence that Luffy would not die, not because he believed in any fate, but because that person had come, Luffy would definitely live. Suddenly, a small tornado rushed towards the fast-moving Lin Tian. Stepped on the volley, Lin Tian directly rose into the air, turned over, and gently pressed down with his right hand. The tornado disappeared instantly. Did not land, but with the help of the invisible impact force, he turned forward and walked forward. During the leap, he came to a big bell tower within a few seconds. However, Lin Tian was not the first to arrive here. Someone had already arrived. With a deep green coat, even his head was covered by the hat behind the coat, making it difficult for men and women to distinguish from the back. Walked forward a few steps, Lin Tian stood side by side with this person beside the clock tower. It's really hard to find you. I've walked around 1/3 of Rock Town before I found you, Dragon. That's right, this person is the revolutionary Monch Dilong, the world's biggest criminal, Luffy's biological father, and a man full of legends. And now this is regarded by the world government as the biggest criminal, the only man in the world who is likely to overthrow the world government. But at this moment in the East China Sea Rock Town, this is the place where it started and ended. The vigorous voice sounded, "Log Town, it has been a long time since it has been here, a legendary place of rise and death, but also the opening of an era. Looking back, the scene of the day still seems to appear in front of you." "Oh, is it?" Lin Tian said with a hint of surprise. "Unexpectedly, you were here on that day." "Yeah." Lon replied softly. That day was really an unforgettable day. Roger, who became the One Piece, walked towards the death penalty stand. One sentence began an era in which countless people seek answers. Hearing this, Lin Tian seemed to have thought of something, but suddenly smiled. Roger, who started an era, will receive you who are also ready to start the era. As the inheritor of the will of D, you two have a certain aspect. Surprisingly similar. Lon shook his head slightly and said, "No, we are just a group of people who are pursuing answers. Times are changing, and I am pursuing an era suitable for the present." "Hey, forget it." Waving his hand, Lin Tian didn't dare to be interested in these great masters. "Aren't you doing big moves recently? You should have been busy. How come you have time to reach the East China Sea?" Turning back, Long smiled and said, "I am not very worried about the two boys here. This time I come to the East China Sea mainly for you. It seems that those casters have told you my whereabouts, and I will throw them all on the Great Root next time." Lin Tian cursed helplessly. Due to his injuries in the past, Lin Tian had to find a lot of medicines, and it was on the cusp of the storm that Lin Tian used the power of the Revolutionary Army to help himself. Lin Tian had expected this situation a long time ago, and he would definitely report his whereabouts to the top of the Revolutionary Army, but he didn't expect Long to come so fast. Before the dragon could speak, Lin Tian directly blocked the dragon's words. "Don't tell me to sit there. Take care of that all day long. I don't have that kind of concentration. I might as well walk on the sea." Hearing Lin Tian speak first, some helplessness flashed across Long's face, but he valued Lin Tian very much. In particular, he had some things and plans, as well as some opinions to reform. Even the dragon had to bow to the wind. Palmavulcom, Tilda said, "I had expected you to say this a long time ago. I came to you this time mainly because of something." Said this, the dragon's face slowly became serious. "There is something wrong with the New World. The New World, which was already turbulent in the dark, seems to be brewing something recently, and all sources are mainly from the backs of Kiwei and the Four Emperors. After a pause, Lon continued to solemnly say, even what happened on the white-haired boat, and Kato, who has recently made frequent moves to search for some treasures and don't know what to do. This is something that has never been done. Turned around, even if the dragon's tone was a little heavy, I always feel that the peaceful new world is about to start to mess up, and I am afraid that it will cause some major events in the end. After hearing what Lon said, Lin Tian also showed a heavy look on his face. When he left the Great Root, he didn't feel anything. He didn't expect that the new world would begin to change in just a few months. As Nagli said, the world is changing and the new era is approaching step by step. As a just navy, it will bear the first wave of shock. After thinking about it, Lin Tian already understood what Lon wanted to ask, and asked, Dragon, what do you think? In the face of the next situation, are you going to let the revolutionary army officially appear on the stage of the times? Avoid this time and wait for a better time. Attached to the railing, the dragon said in a rare sad tone, to be honest, I am not very sure about the next action. After all, it is a turning point for the revolutionary army. To be continued. Rogtown, the place where this begins and ends, opens an era. At this time, after more than 20 years, there is another conversation about the future direction of the world, which is enough to change the world. Thinking for a while, Lin Tian just popped out a few words gently. Carefully watch the changes. After so long in the Navy, coupled with his status in the Navy and some secret investigations, Lin Tian knew a lot of things. It was precisely because he knew these things that Lin Tian decided to watch the changes. The world government has ruled the world for more than 800 years, and even the 5 old stars may not be fully aware of how much power the world government hides in secret, and how huge it has. They are the 4 emperors of the new world, and they can't compete with the world government. Lin Tian can say so decided that the Navy may not necessarily be the opponent of the 4 emperors. Although the Navy is powerful, no matter whether it is high-end combat power or low-end combat power, it is not the 4 emperors who gather opponents. 1 4 emperor can solve it, and 2 at most contend. But don't forget that there are 2 other world governments with the same name as the Navy. They may not be as powerful as the Navy, but they will not lose much. Not to mention, there are forces and spy agencies directly under the world government. Those secrets and powers secretly, even if they contend with the 3 powers capable of destroying the world government has to deal with them. The 4 emperors have joined forces to have no chance of winning against the world government. The power of the world government is unimaginable. In terms of high-end combat power, the 5 old stars, Capu, Khan, the warring states, the 3 generals, Kiwei completely crushed the 4 emperors, not to mention there are many black technology weapons, enough for the 4 emperors to drink a pot. Therefore, even if the new world is really born, even if all the pirates gather, the power of the world government is enough to suppress it. After all, the world government depends on the whole world. After listening to Lin Tian's explanation, Lon couldn't help nodding. As the world government's #1 enemy, the revolutionary army also has a very detailed understanding of the world government. There are some things that Lin Tian should not say, and Lon also understands that. Because of this, Lon can't make up his mind what to do. After all, this decision can be said to concern the entire revolutionary army. Lin Tian didn't finish talking. These are not the places that he really worried about. The chaos in the new world will cause heavy losses even if the world government suppresses it. What really worries Lin Tian is Tianlongren. In addition to the world government, our real enemy is the Tianlong people. The world government at that time can be said to be established by the Tianlong people. We cannot underestimate their power. They have been living in seclusion in Marijoa. The whole world treats the Tianlong people. Don't know enough about it. Lon nodded slightly and said in a low voice, indeed, there have been several PMO members who have been in the revolutionary army. Although they have committed suicide, they have also received a lot of news. Tianlong people should not be underestimated. Nodded, there are some things that you don't need to remind yourself, and Lon can understand it himself, and can't help but ask, By the way, when are you coming to the East China Sea this time? When are you going to leave? Let's go right now. So fast. The goal has been achieved. I'll rush back to the headquarters as soon as possible. This time, if a country is captured, the world government will definitely take action. I will go back and sit down. Putting away the surprise on his face, nodded and put his chin on his head thinking, this is true, the stronger the revolutionary army, the more worried the world government. I am afraid you will be busy next. Because of this, the dragon must also rush back as soon as possible. The next offensive of the world government may be very strong, which will also be a challenge to the revolutionary army. But Lin Tian's words suddenly changed. You won't meet Luffy. Your father is too incompetent. You have not met a few father and son in so many years. Lon became silent abnormally, did not speak, just quietly watched the scene below. On the death penalty stage, Luffy was quietly buckled on it. However, Soren and Sanji have also arrived, and are desperately rushing to the death penalty platform to save Luffy, but under the control of those pirates, it will take time to destroy the execution platform. But Bucky, who was laughing, had raised a knife in his hand and was about to chop off his neck towards Luffy. At this time, Luffy suddenly lowered his head and said, Lin Tian. Soren, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, sorry, I'm going to die. Raised his head. That smile is so dazzling at this moment. Countless people are shocked. Face death can show such a calm smile. Even if Lin Tian was shocked, even if he had died once, he couldn't face death so calmly, but Luffy could do it. This is Luffy, the man who wants to be One Piece. Although I was still shocked, I didn't forget what was in front of me. It was too late to save Luffy by Soren and Sanji alone. Lin Tian stretched out his backhand, clinging to the wind, and then swiped his sword out to save Luffy. But at this moment, one hand grabbed his wrist from behind and stopped his movement. Lin Tian quickly looked back to see who else was the dragon. Bucky's knife was about to be cut down, and there was no time to explain. Lin Tian's arm forcefully broke away from the dragon's arm, and he drew the sword with a flashing speed. At the last moment, he still didn't swing the sword and was still stopped by the dragon. One wanted to swing the sword, and the other desperately prevented it. The strength of the two rushed out like a trend. Click, click, click. The huge tower can't bear the whole building, cracks like spider webs, crawling on all four walls. The walls are covered with cracks, pieces of rubble fall off, as if it is about to collapse at any time. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky began to change, and light blue light, like a dragon, swam in the sea of dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, all the blue light gathered together like a stone thrown in the water. The whole sea of dark clouds rolled, and the thunder blasted from the high school, slamming into the hearts of everyone. Boom. The sound of thunder was accompanied by lightning, and the thick lightning, like a sharp arrow hanging high in the sky, fell straight toward the execution platform below. At this moment, everyone's eyes gathered together under the lightning, as if seeing the anger of the sky, casting down the thunder and lightning, and killing the two pirates. At that moment, the world was quiet, the dazzling blue light shining on the whole world and people's hearts at the same time. Everyone will never forget this scene. Thunder and lightning, originally the most powerful force in the world, lightning-like speed, powerful attack power, draped vertically on the execution platform that can overlook the entire square. A series of electric sparks surrounded it, and the execution platform, made of steel, trembled constantly, and bolts flew out of the force-bearing place. Dang! As the first steel beam fell, a creak sounded from everywhere, and the more logically the steel climbed up a layer of light blue flame. The people below were already frightened by the scene in front of them, whether it was the crowd's onlookers, Soren and Sanji who came to rescue, the navy hidden in secret, the pirates around the execution platform, or Lin Tian and the dragon on the side clock tower. Everyone has only one expression on their faces, and that is shock. This kind of scene is like the moment when Roger died. Countless people were shocked by that man's death. This is the end of Roger's era, the beginning of another era. The rain that had been brewing for a long time finally fell at this time. The cold rain dripped on the faces of everyone, and it was difficult for them to wake up. The eye-catching straw hat slowly fell from the high school and fell steadily to the ground. One hand slowly stretched out, lifted and put it on. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Luffy laughed heartlessly with a very happy smile on his face. It was not like he had just escaped from death. I'm still alive, I earned it. The smoke fell out of his mouth in horror, and Sanji asked in disbelief, "Hey, do you believe in God?" Withdrawing the sword from his mouth, Soren looked at Luffy, who was smiling, and said with a cold sweat, "What did you say? Let's leave this town as soon as possible. It seems there is still a commotion." Up the clock tower. Lin Tian withdrew from the chasing wind with a backhand and said with blame in his tone, "Hey, Long, since you have made a move, you have already said it. I knew I would not make a move." "No." Long shook his head and said calmly, "This is not my shot, and I have never shot." Hearing the words, Lin Tian was taken aback, then laughed and said in disbelief, "Dragon, why are you lying to me? This storm came so suddenly. Don't say you didn't do anything, otherwise how could you appear in the strange weather? Only you can do this. Compared to that thunder and lightning, it is your masterpiece. You still don't admit it here." Long still shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I didn't lie to you. Since I came to this small island, I haven't done anything." Lin Tian's face changed slightly, and he asked very puzzled, "Then you just calm, tilde, in that situation, why?" "It's nothing, but in my heart I feel that Luffy can survive this sadness. Maybe it's fate just like me." "Fate?" Since it was not a dragon shot, the weather suddenly changed. Luffy was caught by Lucky, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. At the last moment, there was a lightning bolt that happened to fall from high school and rescued Luffy. Is all this an invisible fate, or is there really a asterisk in this world? Okay, I have to go first. Luffy will ask you, Lin Tian. When his words fell, when Lin Tian turned his head to look, the figure of the dragon had disappeared. He didn't know where he had gone, so he patted his head helplessly. Sure enough, Luffy is still like his father in some respects. Before everything is finished, he ran away. Forget it, let's join Luffy and the others. Leaped back and disappeared in the heavy rain. The busy rock town fell into a strange silence at this moment. The navy, which had been ambushing on both sides, rushed out at the order of Smog and surrounded all the pirates in the field, and the battle between the navy and the pirates was at once. And the three of Luffy, taking advantage of the turmoil, quickly broke through the navy's defenses and ran in the direction where the Millie was docked. Before he ran far, a white figure walked out of an alley beside him, and Luffy exclaimed with joy, "Oh, Lin Tian, you are here too." To be continued. In the town of Rog, the sudden storm, coupled with the naval and pirate battles, all the townspeople stayed at home. On the empty street, Luffy and a group of 4 ran towards the outside of the town, but the rain was too heavy and the visibility was only a few meters, and even the slightly farther roads could not be seen clearly. Behind, no fewer than hundreds of navy were chasing over. In order not to be delayed by the navy, the 3 had to be chased by the navy. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the way Luffy and others were advancing, and this was the beautiful girl in the weapon shop. Tsuzuki lowered her head with deep disappointment in her tone. "I didn't expect you to be Roronoa Solo, and you are a pirate. You lied to me." Pervert Sanji was upset in an instant. What are you doing to him? What have you done to such a cute beauty?" Soren was too lazy to deal with it, and was pushed aside by the idiot Sanji, who was full of and big head. "You didn't ask what my name was. We lied to you, okay?" Annoyed Tasky shouted loudly, "A villain like you, I don't think you will have that kind of famous knife, and the word, I want to take it back." Lin Tian stepped forward, patted Soren on the shoulder, sighed slightly and said, "Soren, your own trouble, you can solve it yourself, we won't help." "What?" Sanji suddenly shouted. Soren, Lin Tian said, what did you do to beautiful women? Hearing this, Soren's whole body was suddenly covered with black lines. The more he said it, the more difficult it was to explain, and he didn't speak at all, but the beautiful girl suddenly spoke. Lieutenant General Lin Tian, you have always been the person I admire the most. I really hope to be like you, the strongest swordsman in the Navy. But I didn't expect you to betray the Navy and become a pirate. To put. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Why, you also want to take back my chasing wand? Are you sure you can do it? This. Taziki suddenly became speechless, knowing how his strength could be Lin Tian's opponent. Through Smog's understanding, he learned that chasing the wind is the legendary genius of the Navy, the sword of his idol. It was immediately understood that the man in the weapon shop that met Soren was Lieutenant General Lin Tian, who had rebelled against the Navy. Looking at Taski's disappointed eyes, Lin Tian sighed deeply in his heart. I am afraid that many Navy soldiers in the Navy, like her, are full of disappointment in herself. Told the coloring wolf Sanji and led Luffy to walk directly to the two of them. The matter of your little couple, just let the two of you solve it. Let's go first, Soren, hurry up. Taziki's angry face turned blushing, her cheeks revealed obvious blushes, and she pouted and retorted, I don't have anything to do with this kind of liar. In short, I must take back the words of peace. Those world-famous knives. Suddenly, Lin Tian stopped and said meaningfully, remember, the Navy is not absolute justice, the pirates are not absolute evil, justice and evil are not the standpoint but the people, and the Navy is not what it looks like. After finishing speaking, he took Sanji, who was shouting, and walked towards the entrance of the town. Only others can manage that much. It's just that Lin Tian saw something in him, and everyone knew about the relationship with Soren, so he reminded him a few times. Seeing the towering town sign, Luffy shouted happily, hey, I saw the exit. No, it seems that someone is there, Sanji shouted in a deep voice, and the three stopped at the same time. See you. At the exit, there was a three-wheeled motorcycle parked, a Navy colonel with 2 cigarettes in his mouth, and he should have been standing there for a long time. Obviously, he had been here to wait for them. Smog said solemnly, Straw Hat Luffy, I should have said that I can't enter the Great Route without defeating me. Yeah. Luffy recalled the previous conversation and said to the two behind him, Lin Tian, Sanji, you go first, I will deal with him. Luffy didn't wait for the two to answer at all, and rushed directly to Smog, and immediately cursed at the Sanji, ready to go to the Golden Mary. Lin Tian stretched out and grabbed Sanji. In his puzzled eyes, he said, don't wait, you and Luffy will go together. Together? Before the words fell, he saw a figure flying over. Lin Tian slipped in his footsteps and dodged backwards. The figures slammed into Sanji's body and flew upside down together. With a bang, they knocked down the side wall. Luffy got up, touched his aching head, and said in surprise, he is really strong. Lin Tian took a step forward and said to the two behind him, Luffy, Sanji, you go to the Mary first. Now Nami and the others should be facing the Navy, but it is dangerous. You are not in. My opponent, he was taught by me. Luffy refused to admit defeat and wanted to fight, but Sanji also noticed that the two of them were not Smog's opponents, so it would be better to hand them to Lin Tian. Without saying much, he directly pulled Luffy, who was still trying to fight, ran towards the entrance of the town, turned around and shouted, Hey, Lin Tian. Don't lose that Soren. Waved back and signaled Sanji to be relieved, but his eyes were fixed on Smog in front of him. Compared with a smile on Lin Tian's face, Smog had a cautious look. His forehead was constantly sweating cold under his invisible aura. From the previous mouth of Taski, I heard that he saw the chasing wind of one of the 12 knives of the Supreme Knife, and Small knew that Lin Tian was also here. As a Navy elite, Smog and other elite students have all been to the Navy G1 branch Lin Tian for half a year of study and experience. This is also the Navy's practice for several years. Therefore, Lin Tian knows the pursuit of the Supreme Sharp Knife 12 skills, of course, because Smaller had the honor to watch that battle back then, and he is still impressed today. Lin Tian took the lead and said, "Why, when I see my instructor, I won't even say hello." Smog snorted directly and then said, "Instructor, now you have rebelled against the Navy. You can only be regarded as a naval traitor and you have become a pirate. You really lose the face of the Navy. How could I call such an instructor? Up. Yo-yo." Lin Tian suddenly laughed. "Smog, it seems that I haven't seen him for a while. You still hate the pirates like you used to. I am afraid that the Navy is not less clear than what is happening." S face changed slightly and Smog's tone dropped a lot. "No matter what the Navy is, but now, in the world, only the Navy insists on justice, which is better than the pirates. Although, instructor, you were forced to rebel against the Navy in the past, but today you joined the Navy and disappointed me waiting for the instructors. Today, I call you an instructor for the last time, and I will be the enemy from now on." "Oh, is it?" Lin Tian raised his head slightly and asked indifference without taking Smogger's words to heart. "Not much to say." Smog held the 10 hands behind him backhand. His lower body turned into smoke. His whole body flew towards Lin Tian in a hurry, and he did not make regular movements as usual. As a teacher of the year, Smaller had a clear understanding of Lin Tian's combat power. The difference between the two was too great, and any other actions were unnecessary. Climb! Faced with Smog's attack, Lin Tian did not evade in the slightest. The 10 hands, engraved with the tip of the sea tower stone, directly pierced Lin Tian's body. Seeing that he was hit, Smog was taken aback at first, and then a smile appeared on his face. The tip of his 10 hands was made of Halu stone, which was extremely lethal to those with a devil fruit ability. "Boy, is it too early to be happy? Don't you know that you have been abused after 6 months? The gap between your strength and me can't be made up with some weapons." Before the words fell, Lin Tian's dark fist exploded with powerful force, like a meteor, and hit Smog's chest hard. The powerful force bombarded the chest, and the whole body was trembling constantly, and there was a slight clicking sound on the body. Drops of blood fell from the corners of the mouth, ticking under the impact of the ring. The dark red ring flooded the two of them. Boom! The burning tobacco squeaked in contact with ring. "Your strength is too weak. This kind of strength is not qualified to stop me. Compared with you in the past, Small, you have not changed. Even your personality is the same." Lin Tian didn't stop his hand, raised his foot and kicked it quickly. Under the rapid impact, the ring burst instantly and turned into white water vapor. Even if he was his own instructor, Lin Tian did not keep his hands. He made a muffled sound, a louder bone training sound than before. Smog opened his mouth and ejected a blood arrow, and the whole person flew out immediately, hitting the wall on the side violently, and the whole house collapsed under the huge impact. The thick smoke and dust, under the impact of the ring, dissipated instantly, and with a bang, a figure stood up from the ruins. Holding his chest, buckling his body, barely standing, Smog's chest surged, and another blood spurted out, and he almost fell to the ground again. www.pelnahu.com, a figure rushed out of the pouring ring. The cold light flashed, and the sharp blade slid through the ring, slashing towards Lin Tian's eyes. Not far away, Smog clutched his chest and shouted. His tone revealed deep concern. "Taziki, don't go. He is the man. You are not his opponent." File. Taziki's knife didn't cut off. Just when he was about to hit Lin Tian, he was blocked by Soren, who rushed over, and the blade turned to drive Taziki's knife to rotate. Flipped his right hand and slammed his sword towards the blade with a sudden force. These were not merciless, and he was immediately knocked out and fell to the ground, but his nervous face was abnormally relaxed. It seems that Soren's purpose of placing Taziki under his control is for his safety. If Lin Tian fights back, it will be difficult to survive Taziki's strength. Fortunately, he rushed over in time. Seeing that Soren had also arrived, Lin Tian backhanded the chasing wind. The strongest Smog was no longer able to fight, and the remaining navy had nothing to do. Looking at the figure barely standing in the distance, Smog, strength is the root of everything. To realize your dreams, you also need strength. Remember, in this world of the weak and the strong, strength is the root of everything. Knowing that the bat disappeared in the rain, Smog released the clenched fist and muttered in a low voice, "Strength, everything is strength. Tasiki, gather troops, the East China Sea is not suitable for us, go out to the Great Route." To be continued. In the calm East China Sea, Luffy and others, after several days of sailing, are getting closer and closer to the Upside-Down Mountain. On the second floor of the melee, everyone gathered in the conference room for the last meeting about to enter the Great Route. Lin Tian leaned on the stool, but he fiddled with a white bone. This was the bone of a 1,000-year-old dragon in the adventure a few days ago. Luffy and the others are the protagonists of this world. This kind of creatures that have been rumored in the world can be encountered so easily by them, which happened to solve Lin Tian's crisis. You must know that a 1,000-year-old dragon can live for 1,000 years. This is a fact. It can be said to be an extremely long-lived species in the world, but its bones are elixir. That is just a rumor. However, the bones of the Millennium Dragon is indeed an extremely precious medicinal material, and it is also of great use to Lin Tian. A few months ago, Lin Tian had asked the entire Revolutionary Army to search for a few months without a trace, but he didn't expect to meet them so easily following Luffy. I will be on the Great Route soon, and I can also see Tirokas. I have always lacked this main medicine, but now I get this kind of thing. It's really hard to tell the fate. Hey, Lin Tian. Don't play with your bones, let's talk about what's going on, he yelled and awoke Lin Tian. I saw everyone gathered around the table, and Nami was photographing the great nautical chart that she had snatched from Bucky, turning her head and looking puzzled. Took back the white bones in his hands, stepped forward, looked at the sea chart on the desktop, and said puzzledly, "Yes, this chart is correct, that's it." "Is that right?" Nami said with disbelief, pointing to the mountain above. "This is the mountain. How do we enter the Great Route? Do you want us to abandon the ship and climb the mountain?" Zying stood and said, "I once heard the smelly old man say that the entrance to the Great Route seems to be on the mountain." Usopp, who was at the helm, hurriedly said, "No, I don't agree. How can we abandon the Golden Mary? This was given to us by Kia." For Usopp, who is going to see the Mary, is the only thing that can make you feel very important to yourself, it is impossible to abandon it. Who said that melee should be discarded? Lin Tian looked puzzled, pointed to the line on the chart and said, "We can drive the melee directly to the Upside-Down Mountain." It's amazing. Luffy's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "The boat can go up the mountain." Hey! Lin Tian. Did you make a mistake? How could the ship go up the mountain? Pointing to the upside-down mountain on the chart, Soren looked unbelievable. Even ordinary people would not believe it. Let alone how high the mountain is, it is the simplest. How can a boat rush up the mountain without power? Before Lin Tian could explain, Nami had already reacted. "I see, it really is going to climb the mountain. You see, the guide light is worth it. If you say that all the ocean currents in the 4 seas flow to the Upside-Down Mountain, these 4 ocean currents will climb up the canal and then flow to the Great Route. The ocean current that rushes to the Great Sea Route will rush from the surface to the shallow layer. If we fail to enter the canal, the Golden Mary will hit the Red Clay 6, shatter the hull and be buried in the sea." Lin Tian also echoed, "Well, Nami made no mistake, so we must be very careful when entering there. 80% of the pirates have died on it." "I heard," Soren asked incomprehensively, "Lin Tian. Could it be said that you have never walked there?" "After thinking about it for a moment, I have traveled a few times on great routes, and it seems that I have never entered from there. No, I usually take the windlass belt." Everyone was speechless. Nami patted her head and said helplessly, "Lin Tian is a pervert. Don't let him compare with us ordinary people. Remove the cup from his mouth, Luffy said with a smile, "In short, this is an incredible mountain, and you can reach the Great Root by turning over him." As soon as he approached the red clay 6, the sky was already covered with dark clouds. The rain fell like ferocious wind, and the wind was blowing on the face. The Merly could not help retreating towards the back. From time to time, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky like a dragon. Waves several meters high hit the wall of the Merly continuously. The whole ship began to sway from side to side. On the deck, everyone was busy, sitting in a group, trying to reduce the damage of the storm. Blocked a wooden box that was about to move with his backhand, braving the rain, Lin Tian raised his head and shouted upwards, "Luffy, hurry up, put the sails away, the Merly shakes too much." Hung on the mainmast, Luffy quickly put the sails away and immediately relieved, holding the straw hat on his head that was about to be blown away by the gale. Luffy instinctively looked up. A huge black shadow appeared in front of him. As the distance narrowed, the red lamp slowly appeared in front of Luffy's eyes, and he shouted excitedly, "Hello, hey, I see an incredible mountain." "What?" Hearing the words, everyone hurriedly stopped their movements and walked to the escalator above. 6 large crimson ones appeared in their eyes, towering like clouds. Usopp looked shocked and couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. "Why is it so big? Is this the red clay Big 6? Luffy looked at the huge Big 6 in front of him, clutching his hat with excitement. "Even if I have seen it several times," Lin Tian saw this huge red clay 6 again. His face was equally excited. It was too big. The more people imagined that feeling, it is not difficult to find words to describe it. Under the impact of severe ocean currents, the melee rushed towards the upside-down mountain with a pole, and the ocean currents rushed to the top of upside-down mountain. One can imagine what kind of power these ocean currents have. The ship shook violently, and it was extremely difficult for Lin Tian and others to stand. Melee speed is very fast. Under the propulsion of seawater, it can only drive towards the 6th pole of the red clay. It is difficult to turn around. Even the simplest deflection direction is difficult to achieve. As time passed, the Merly got closer and closer to the red clay 6. Luffy and the others stood on the deck, braved the heavy rain with their eyes wide open, carefully observing the red clay 6 in front of them. Didn't let go of a single bit. After all, there was only one chance. If they didn't find the right way, they would crash into the red clay 6. It would be difficult for them to survive in such seawater. Suddenly, when the dark lines appeared on the red clay 6, it was a huge crack. In the cabin, Sanji and Usopp tried their best to keep the Merry from washing away. Seeing the red clay 6 getting closer, Usopp shouted in fear, "How is Nami? Did you see the entrance?" Nami stood up suddenly and said happily, "Well, that's right, it's there. Don't change direction, just move forward like this." With a light leap, he jumped off the mainmast. Luffy covered his hat and asked, "Nami, is that canal the entrance?" Nodded slightly, and Nami happily replied, "Well, if I guessed correctly, there is the entrance to the Great Root." Seeing Nami's tension, after all, this is related to the lives of all the people in the boat. Lin Tian stretched out his hand to hold Nami's nervous grip on the railing and pulled it in his palm. Nami was taken aback and turned her head to look at Lin Tian. She saw Lin Tian with a smile on her face, and she persuaded her, "Don't worry, you are our navigator. Believe in yourself. We have absolute trust in you." "Okay." Nami's nervous heart suddenly relaxed. With a relaxed smile on her face, she nodded vigorously and held Lin Tian's palm tightly with her backhand. "With him, I don't have to be afraid of anything." On the side of Soren, who was previously unbelieving, took a telescope and looked at the foreground. He was shocked and trembling. The sea is really climbing a mountain. Under the impact of the powerful ocean current, the seawater like a ladder rolling waves along the canal towards the upside-down peak. The snow-white waves rolled on top of it like a heavenly road leading straight to the sky. This sight amazed everyone, and it was so beautiful. But this beautiful scenery reveals a dangerous crisis. The closer you are to the red earth, the stronger the ocean currents are. After all, you have to push so much water to the top of the upside down mountain that is more cloud covered. You can imagine the power contained. I am afraid that an accidental, unprotected boat like the Merly will be torn to pieces by the powerful force and turned into wreckage. Looking at the approaching water gate, Nami once again reminded her loudly, "Everyone, you must go through that water gate, you can't be crushed." Under the impact of ocean currents, the balance of the merry boat is very weak, and the stability is the same even if Sanji and Usopp are exerting force behind. But under the impact of the ocean current, the Merly still strayed toward the side. According to this orientation, the Merly would definitely hit the red clay 6 and shattered. But sometimes, bad things often hit a piece. Under the force of Sanji and Usopp, the wooden rudder broke directly, and even the direction of the Merry could not be controlled. Everyone's complexion changed in an instant. Www.com. In this case, the rudder is broken, and if you can't even control the direction, it will be difficult for the Merly to enter the canal. What awaits them is death. Lin Tian quickly released Nami's hand, her figure flashed, she appeared on the right of Melee, standing on the railing of the ship, tightly holding her right fist, and slowly raising it, pouring her whole body strength into this fist. The air was distorted under the slightly scattered force, and the ring around Lin Tian, before it got close to Lin Tian, was shaken into small droplets, turned into water vapor, and floated around. Il Dragon Fist! In an instant, the world was forbidden at this moment, and a loud roar that shook the world sounded, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye dispersed towards the surroundings, the space shook, and the air twisted. Within a few hundred meters, the water droplets burst under the sound wave, and the strong sound wave soared into the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky were washed out of a big hole, and the sun fell down. The blue dragon soared out of his hand, and the large body there slammed straight into the edge of the whirlpool, and a muffled bang came out from the bottom of the sea. The whirlpool disappeared, and the towering waves stretched out, hitting the wall of the Merly, directly ramming the Merly towards the entrance of the canal. But the power of the ocean current was too strong. Lin Tian punched it the strongest. The power was consumed by the ocean current. It was really limited. It was extinguished before long, and the position of the Merly had not completely changed. Just before Lin Tian had to shoot, Luffy flew out. Rubber. Balloon. To be continued. On the canal of the Upside-Down Mountain, Luffy and others all stood on the bow, enjoying the unique scenery in front of them. Greater than 8 equals, grav equals, grav. Driven by layers of waves, the entire Merly, as if ascending, did not slow down at all. It didn't take long before it broke through the thick clouds. The torrential rain was also gone at this moment. The oncoming cold wind blew away the sweat from his face and brought a bit of coolness. The red soil sacks on both sides are facing back quickly. Happy smiles appeared on everyone's faces. After so many adventures and battles, they finally came here. As long as they overturned the mountain, they can enter. Great route. The speedy Merly, like a sharp sword, pierced into the black clouds, and white smoke filled the surroundings, covering everyone. Even if it was right beside it, it was as if not in front of the eyes. Suddenly, a cold hand gripped his own hand tightly, feeling the lubrication coming from the back of his hand. Lin Tian held Nami's soft little hand backhand, and the two held tightly like this, as if they would never separate. At this moment, the two felt that their hearts had been connected by the bond of their arms. No need to say anything, they could feel it slightly with their hearts. That kind of heart had a vivid feeling. It seemed to be a moment, and it seemed to be forever. Time seemed to have stopped passing, and that feeling made the two of them forget everything, knowing that the ray of light shined through the clouds. Driven by the rapids, the Merly broke through the clouds, and brilliant sunlight appeared above the clouds. Now they are above the clouds, reaching an unforgettable height, and the peak of the Upside-Down Mountain is close in sight. The four oceans that were cut by the Great Root and the Red Earth continent collided here under the impetus of the ocean currents, and splashing waves sprinkled from the top of the mountain. Under the shining of the sun, after the reflection of the water column, the entire top of the mountain was upside down and shrouded by an aperture emitting this brilliant colorful light that is the highest point in the entire world. Bang! With a collision of the ocean currents, Melly leaped directly out. At this moment, Melly stood on top of the world, and the water splashed over everyone. Greater than, Grav, Grav equals Grav equals. Below is the great root, where everyone's dreams come true. The world's no one swordsman. All blue, right there. Certificate of Brave Marine Warrior. The world's great sea route, own pieces here. Perfect world chart. Back again, great route, this time I came with real freedom for my ambitions. Go! Pushed by the ocean currents, coupled with such a high drop, the speed of the Merly reached a limit again, and the white waves slid down the stern. It hit the thick clouds head-on. At this moment, the white clouds passed through the body and quickly passed by the fingertips. At this moment, everyone was excited. The oncoming cloud blocked his vision, but Soren believed that his ears could not be wrong, and immediately asked, "Hey, did you hear any strange noises just now?" Nami said dismissively, "It should be the sound of wind. The terrain here is very strange, and there is nothing special about that strange sound." Not good. But Lin Tian's expression changed drastically in an instant. None of the others had been on the great route. Just now, Lin Tian was too excited to remind everyone. Feeling the change in Lin Tian's complexion, Soren suddenly became vigilant, and he also pulled out a little Hideo in his hand, preparing for battle. At this time, Usopp above put on the pair of telescopes and found something. What is that? I feel something is blocking the front. Quickly, turn the boat quickly and walk aside. Lin Tian shouted, too late to explain, and hurriedly walked towards the cabin. Only Rab could make that strange cry. Thinking of the usual scenes, Lin Tianxun couldn't help but tremble. Seeing Lin Tian, who was always calm, suddenly had such a big mood swing. Everyone realized that something bad was about to happen. Soren reacted the fastest and quickly followed and entered the cabin. 8 equals Grav equals. But the helm had already been destroyed in the previous ocean currents, which meant that the entire Merly could no longer steer and could only rush straight down like this. Standing on the observation deck, Sanji also found it unusual and shouted to everyone below, "Namizang, there is a mountain in front of him." Nami turned around and looked up puzzled and said, "How could it be possible that there are twins in front of me? There is only the sea, how can there be mountains?" The silhouettes of Lin Tian and Soren rushed out from the cabin. "No, that's not a mountain, that's a huge whale." "Whale? It really is a big whale." Looking at the exit, there was a huge whale hundreds of meters high on the head, blocking the exit. Everyone's heart was already shocked. Such a big whale, that is, the sea chains in the windless zone are smaller than him. What? Sanji leaned over, looked at the huge whale in front of him, and shouted, What to do, Nami sang. "This whale is so big that its body is blocking the entrance of the entire Great Sea Route. The Merly is now so fast, if it crashes, the result is conceivable, it will be the ship's destruction. The most important thing is that such a big whale is still facing here, with its mouth open, and everyone is panicked. Could it be that just entering the Great Route, it is the destiny of the fish? Do you want to fight?" The timid Usopp was even more shocked by the scene at this time, and his whole body trembled. It's not that Lin Tian's recent training has achieved remarkable results. Usopp may have been lying down. Lin Tian quickly objected. No fight. Not to mention, is it useful to attack such a big whale? Even if Lin Tian's powerful slash in front of such a large size, it may not be able to cause much damage. You know, Ryu often hits the Great Root with his head, but it only leaves a lot of scars, enough to see how abnormal Abu's defense is. 10,000 steps back and said, even if he could fight it, Iroquois would definitely not let him go. Lin Tian experienced that kind of taste once. The old man valued Rab extremely, so he did not hesitate to follow Roger to conquer. Great Root. Sanji suddenly noticed something and hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, it looks like it's just a wall, you can't see the eyes at all." The witty Nami suddenly reacted, "That said, this whale can't see us, as long as we don't touch it, we won't be discovered by it, and we can slip past." So? Soren hurriedly glanced in front of him, and he found a passage, pointed and said, "Hey, there is a passage on the left, you can go through. As long as the whale doesn't see it, it can slowly pass through the passage and slip out, and then it will be safe to escape from this sea area. However, the rudder is already broken in front of it, so it can't be used at all," Lin Tian said, like a basin of cold water pouring on everyone's hearts. Everyone roared sadly, "Ah! It's over." Suddenly, Luffy, sitting on a sheep's head in his pure mind at this critical moment, his IQ exploded and sighing, came up with a good idea and ran towards the cabin. Seeing Luffy running towards the cabin, Lin Tian said in a deep voice, "Wait a minute, why do I feel that I have a bad premonition in my heart?" "Don't tell me, we all have a bad premonition," Nami and others said. Soren hurriedly turned around and ran towards the cabin, always feeling that Luffy would make some earth-shattering move. He must be stopped, otherwise it would be finished. Unfortunately, it was too late when Soren acted. With a bang, the hull suddenly shook. Thousands of bright lights emitted from the front of the ship, accompanied by thick smoke. Cannon fired. Everyone burst into tears, and only this sentence remained in their minds. However, Luffy's method was indeed very useful. Under the reaction force of the cannon, the speed of the melee really slowed down, and it came to a stop with Rab gently. With a bang, Luffy was furious at the sight of the sheep's head falling off the deck. "Ah! What happened, my prince?" Reaching out for Nami to block the head of the flying sheep, Lin Tian and Usopp hurriedly took out the oars fixed next to them and started rowing. "Flee now, he didn't find us because he was too big." I don't know if it was because of that shell, raised his head to the Rab in the sky, opened his mouth, and yelled. Powerful sound waves, with great power, shake the entire sea. The calm sea rolled up, and the waves a few meters high continued unconsciously, and the white clouds that happened to float in the sky were also dispersed by sound waves. The harsh sound waves, transmitted to human ears, have great lethality. Soren and others felt that their ears buzzed straight, as if there were countless tiny bugs gnawing in the ears. "Ah, my ear hurts so much." The group of people, except Lin Tian, screamed under the sound waves. The severe pain was unbearable, and Melly, who was driving quickly, stopped immediately. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help snorting coldly, and a strong momentum came out and turned into a sharp sword that was invisible to the naked eye, shattering the sound waves, transmitted in the void, and everyone's ears only in the middle is quiet. The sound wave disappeared, and the people who were covering their ears and lowering their heads slowly raised their heads, and saw Luffy clenching his fists with both hands, standing on the deck angrily, his eyes fixed on Ryu. Angrily roared, "What have you done to my special class on Earth?" As soon as the voice fell, before everyone could stop him, Luffy's fist contained a blow of anger in his heart, and struck out Rab's eyes with all his strength. Bang! At the same time, as everyone screamed, everyone couldn't help running in tears, and their hearts were broken in an instant. Everything was fine, as long as I could escape quietly, but now I can only run away in tears. Withdrawing his fist, Luffy still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Holding his fist still provocatively said, "How about it, thing, come on." The three of Soren quickly took action and solved Luffy instantly. But none of the five of them noticed that when Ryu looked down, Lin Tian sneaked away. To be continued. Facing Rab looking down, everyone stopped Luffy at the same time, but they didn't realize that Lin Tian was secretly preparing to hide in the cabin. "It seems I am very afraid that Rab is here, and I don't want Rab to see it and prepare to hide. Eyeballs are weak for any creature. Those eyes that are several times larger than the Merly suffered heavy punches from Luffy and were equally painful. Huge eyes suddenly downward. You can see that a small boat appeared on the side at some point, and a group of small black dots are fighting on it. For Ravyu's huge body, Luffy and they are really just small black dots. Because of the perspective of the eyes that are too big, Rav didn't see who was actually shooting at him. Suddenly, the huge eyes swept the figure. After seeing Lin Tian's face clearly, Rav was taken aback for a moment, and the next moment, a monstrous anger and momentum came out. Even the noisy group of Luffy and others on the deck could not help but trembled. Looked up and saw that the huge eye sockets were already densely covered with bloodshot eyes. Of course, it was only a few meters wide, for Ryu who would dare to say bloodshot eyes. This is clearly an expression of extreme anger, just like when the Sea King is angry. It's over, this whale has red eyes. Obviously I am angry, what should I do now? Run away, let's run away quickly, this is too horrible. Escape? How did you run away? With such a big body, with a single move, the waves that set off can beat us into it. Asshole, I actually broke my special class, I want to fly you whale. Idiot, you shut up. Holding Luffy's mouth, Sanji suddenly noticed something wrong. Hey. How do you feel? This whale is not looking at us, it feels that the eyes are not on our side. Hey. I thought it was just what I thought. Nami sat on Luffy's back and echoed, this look and anger does not seem to be aimed at us. But if it is not against us, then why is this whale angry? The people here can only be us, no one else. Slowly dialed out a word of peace, Soren has entered a state of battle. Even in the face of a creature of this size, attacking may not be of any use, but sitting and waiting for death is not Soren's usual style. Glanced around, Usopp also noticed something wrong. Hey. It seems that from the beginning, Lin Tian was not by our side and did not speak. Everyone suddenly realized something and quickly looked to the side, only to see Lin Tian did not know and he had already stood on the cabin. When Rav was angry, Lin Tian had already noticed it, and Rav realized that he felt a swelling in his heart. The secret path was not good. How could he almost forgot this whale? This was done. Raised his head, a trace of helplessness flashed across Lin Tian's face, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a friendly smile, and he waved his hand towards Rav and greeted him kindly. But this did not let Ravyu's anger disappear. Instead, after seeing Lin Tian's face completely, the anger in Ravyu's heart skyrocketed again. Asshole, this actually came, I must take revenge, roar. Then let out a roar again. It was a painful roar before, but this time it was an angry roar. The actual sound wave was even more powerful. Like a continuous wave of attacks, it scattered towards the surroundings. Had already approached the calm sea surface, it rolled again. The waves were more violent than before. The Merly was shaking violently. Waves slapped on the huge body. The splashing waves slammed on the Merly and slumped toward the side. Everyone quickly grasped the objects on the side and fixed their stature, almost making the Merly tip over. Is already like this, no one understands what is born. It must be Lin Tian who offended such a big whale when he was on the Great Route. Holding onto the railing tightly, Sanji cursed, idiot, what did Lin Tian do on the Great Route? Even such a big whale can have hatred. Before Sanji could finish, the sudden flying chick hit the face directly, with shoe prints clearly printed on his face, and chipped into the cabin by the flying chick. Nami snorted coldly, turned her head, and looked at Lin Tian above, with deep worries in her eyes. Although she didn't know what she gave birth to, Nami was still worried if she faced such a huge whale. Dodges the flying Sanji, Soren's eyes scanned between the whale and Lin Tian. And he couldn't help holding his waist and the words tightly. This is the real powerhouse. Just then, Ryu raised his head and slowly lowered it. At the same time, the sea rises high behind Ryu, and the white waves are rolling, which is a huge fishtail. Cover the sky! These four characters are the best description of fishtails. Each of the forked fishtails is not smaller than a giant sea king beast, its huge size. Even the sky was obscured for an instant. The hanging sun had disappeared. Only a black shadow was shrouded in the sky, and the earth seemed to have turned into night in an instant. In a short time, even the simple Luffy was shocked by this scene, and his face was full of horror. What frightened everyone the most was not that it was a body shape that could not be described in any language. It was the tail of the fish which came towards them, carrying the seawater that did not fall from the tail of the fish, but for everyone it was enough to describe the huge waves. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian's face changed drastically. He didn't expect this whale to hold such a grudge. Apart from anything else, he just pulled one tail over, completely ready to asterisk himself to death. It's Lin Tian alone. It doesn't matter at that time. The huge crab will have the power to destroy the sky and destroy the earth at will. If this one is photographed, it will be a small island that can be erased from the sea. But big body size means slow reaction and slowness. It is still possible to hide with Lin Tian and not resist the peak directly. But there are Luffy and others on the side. The Golden Mary will definitely not be able to withstand this kind of shock. They will be broken into pieces in an instant. They are definitely in danger. The monstrous seawater fell from the sky, like destroying the sky and smashing towards the Mary below. Nami and others, facing this scene, have lost the most basic thinking ability. Lin Tian, who was incapacitated, had already lost the ability to fly. In the past half-month, he hadn't learned the steps, so he learned again. In the 6 Navy formulas, only Moonstep did not learn. Lin Tian tissue was already extremely powerful, and it was already a very simple matter to relearn Moonstep. Pulling out the bat and chasing the wind, facing this situation only by wide-ranging moves and breaking the waves, can it not cause harm to Luffy and the others? Swordsmanship profound meaning. One giant slash. With a low drink, Lin Tian flew out from his hand diagonally, slashing with dozens of meters of light blue light waves, bursting out and rushing up to release the waves. A slash is not a large-scale attack. The next moment, this slash burst out, and the entire sky was slashed into the package by the light blue slash. Although the power of a single body is not high, the power of such an attack range is equally strong, but the momentum is more vast and shocking. Like a black night sky, suddenly appeared countless blue light spots, forming a spear that pierced the horizon and pierced towards the dim darkness. Even if there is a lot of seawater, it still can't get rid of the characteristics of water. Every sword light is extremely sharp, and it has penetrated all the currents in the flash. Each sword light can be said to have a strong power, but the rat body is really too large. This kind of scattered and large-scale attack is like a tickling. It can only break the surface of the skin. It's still difficult to stop. The fishtail falls. There is no way. Lin Tian took the chasing wind backhand. His right hand began to accumulate, and at the same time shouted to the others below. Nami, Luffy, you leave quickly and go to this whale's mouth. What? Usopp yelled in fear. Lin Tian. What is he talking about? Let's go to the whale's mouth. Don't we take the initiative to die? Luffy, who was crushed underground, stood up suddenly, leaning on his hat and said, Listen to Lin Tian. We are heading towards the mouth of the whale. Nami also expressed her opinion. Yes, I believe in Lin Tian. Soren didn't say much. He walked directly to the oar and proved his point with actions, and also believed in Lin Tian. There is no way. What can I do? Usopp, come here quickly. Sanji ran towards the oar on the other side. Seeing the melee, according to his own words, ran towards Ravyu's mouth, Lin Tian suddenly sighed in relief. If this behemoth moves, the entire sea area will be overturned. There is no possibility of surviving the melee. Only when it reaches Rav's stomach can it be preserved without danger. At this time, Lin Tian had already stored his strength, and his entire arm was in that explosive force, expanding more than a few times, and the veins were exposed. The powerful force only leaked slightly, and the surrounding space began to twist, and a series of slight traces spread around the arm, which was the fragmentation of the space. Lushan Shengonga! stepped on the air, his right fist suddenly stretched out, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards Zabu's huge figure, and then, light blue light enveloped his whole body. The next moment a huge dragon head appeared high in the sky. Reading www.can'shoot.com wrapped Lin Tian in the center with a low roar. The two attacks were like meteorites, and they hit hard. An extremely bright aperture spread out. There was a loud bang, and the shockwave visible to the naked eye, carrying an invincible potential, went straight towards Yanshao. At the tail of the fish, the dragon head, made by Lin Tian, slammed into the fish tail fiercely, and in a blink of an eye, the violent shockwave carried a powerful force. The huge dragon head, which had not been blocked for a second, had broken apart, turned into light blue fragments, floating in the air. In a short time, the shockwave had hit Lin Tian's chest, as if being hit by a mountain. The whole chest was slightly sunken in, and there was a strange clicking sound all over his body. A mouthful of blood was spit out, and Lin Tian's face was also pale for a few minutes. Before Lin Tian could move, Abu's huge fishtail had already been sent towards Lin Tian. In front of that huge body, Lin Tian is a small black spot, unable to avoid its attack range. Lin Tian is also a man with rich combat experience. Sometimes the best defense is offense, with dark light covering the arms, clenching fists with both hands, and punching out quickly, leaving only the shadow of the fist swinging. That kind of degree has exceeded a limit. But still unstoppable, Rabu's huge fishtail was suddenly photographed from a high altitude and slammed against Lin Tian. A stream of light slammed into the sea, causing a wave of hundreds of meters high. To be continued. On the surface of the sea, Rabu's huge figure rolled over and hit the sea heavily. Set off huge waves, hundreds of meters high, perhaps better to describe it as a tsunami, spreading towards the surroundings, and hitting the red clay six, only rubbing some rocks off. Fortunately, Luffy and the others have been swallowed by Rab, otherwise, in this case, the Merly would only be destroyed. The waves raged on this sea area, and the Rab who turned over in the water popped out of the water, his huge eyes slowly scanned. There are only churning waves and blue water on the sea, and there is no figure of the bastard, but at this moment, with a bang, a figure rushes out of the sea. Seeing Lin Tian coming out, Rabu's eyes suddenly turned red, the fish's tail swung heavily, and the sea trembled, rushing towards Lin Tian extremely fast. A distance of several thousand meters, in an instant, he has already arrived in front of him. After all, Rabu's figure is very large, and compared to humans, that degree is far greater than that of human ships. Without thinking, Lin Tian stepped on and walked to the high school tens of meters, just to escape the impact of Abu. The straight body slammed into the red clay Big Six. With a muffled sound, even the impact of Rab's collision would instantly annihilate an island. If he resisted, Lin Tian would not be his opponent. But that is the Red Earth 6, after all, the Red Earth 6, which surrounds the entire planet, and divides the world ocean into two. The large 6, that spreads out alone, is hundreds of meters high. This is an insurmountable wall. Floating on the surface of the sea, Lin Tian quietly observed the huge whale. After hitting the great root, Rab turned over and continued to charge towards Lin Tian. What? Under Rabu's chase, Lin Tian exploded the rare potential in his body, stroked his hands extremely fast, leaving only two white wave lines, and he didn't even catch up with Rabu for a while. Worrying, not draw, do not scratch, and too much physical exertion a forced days, breathing heavily, stopped, looked after him to Rab, waved, he said. You stinky whale, I didn't just say those things last time and beat you up, but that is true. Why do you keep hating me? Those pirates really died. Roar! Hearing the words, Rab's eyes immediately turned red, and he raised his head and roared. His body was constantly rolling in the sea, and the entire sea was set off by stormy waves. It may be that I still can't vent the anger and grief in my heart. With red eyes looking at Lin Tian in the sea, the huge head slams into Lin Tian fiercely. figure flickered, avoiding the impact of Ravu. Lin Tian's body had appeared beside Ravu, his right hand stretched out slightly to press against Ravu Kuang's body. Although Ravu is huge, Lin Tian is not his opponent by strength alone, but it does not mean that Lin Tian is not his opponent, but for some reason, Lin Tian did not use all his strength. Was knocked into the air before, and he also played Lushan Shenglongla. It seemed to be extremely hard just to let Ravu vent. For Rav, Lin Tian also admired him very much, especially his respect and persistence in that partnership. After 50 years, he still remembered that feeling and kept his promise. As always, believed that the pirates are still alive, and that they are still on the Great Route. For this reason, he often yells at the sky upside down, and he keeps hitting the red clay 6 with his head. This is an emotional whale, and has a deep bond with those pirates. For this reason, Lin Tian also devoted time and energy to investigating many files related to the Navy and the world government, and indeed found a hint of it. Similarly, Lin Tian followed these clues and indeed found a lot of things. Although he had never seen the pirate ship with his own eyes, he had also obtained a similar picture of the wreckage from a pirate. Once passed by Gemini and brought it to Rav to see it. It was also that time when Ravu and Lin Tian had a deep feud. After persisting for so long, even if he saw the photos, he would not believe that the pirates were dead. Do not. It's not that I don't believe it, it's that I don't want to admit it. The promises and fetters have deeply entered his heart and become one with his life. You can pull the cloth madly, how can you care about so much? The huge body suddenly sank into the sea, endless waves slapped on Lin Tian, instantly covering Lin Tian's sight. The waves disappeared. Before Lin Tian could see where Rav was, he saw a huge fishtail and snapped it over. This time, Lin Tian didn't leave his hand and directly hit the fishtail with a punch. Compared with a huge fishtail, that thin fist was completely negligible, but it exploded with huge power. Ravu, I have already told you that the pirates are dead, 50 years old. If they were still alive on the Great Sea Route, even if they hadn't sailed for a week, they would have already returned. With a loud noise, Lin Tian's fist exploded with great power. This time it was not Abu who fanned Lin Tian. Under Lin Tian's unreserved full force, Ravu's fishtail was flew out by Lin Tian's punch. Lin Tian also flew upside down and crashed into the sea. Although he lost the devil fruit ability and reduced his strength a lot, not only did he improve his physical skills and swordsmanship, but he also didn't need to be afraid of the sea, so he could fight in the sea as much as possible. A column of water rose, and Lin Tian's figure burst out from the sea. Seeing the costume, Ravu swung his huge body and continued to charge towards Lin Tian. Hey! Lin Tian sighed lightly, rolled up his sleeve, raised his fist and said, it seems that this battle is inevitable. If you don't stun you won't stop. Actually, after so long, Lin Tian was also a little worried about Luffy and the others. If Tirokas weren't there, Luffy and the others had entered. I don't know what they would do. Who called him Luffy? Just when Lin Tian was about to take action, he knocked the Rav out, but the Rav rushing towards him slowly reduced until it finally stopped slowly on the face, and the blood-red eyes began to close. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian also stopped the movement in his hand and thought to himself, it seems that the old man Tilokas should be inside the Rav's stomach now, otherwise the Rav will not stop. Before half a while I heard a sound of steel rubbing. On the right side of Ravu, a place with a significantly different color was inlaid with an iron gate over 10 meters high. At this time, the confined iron door slowly opened, and the Merly came out of Rav's body, and then the familiar shout of Luffy came. Seeing this, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He made a leap and landed on the deck. Before Lin Tian could see what was happening, he saw two dark shadows leaping from the deck into the sea and disappeared. Suddenly, doubts flashed in Lin Tian's mind. Why suddenly there were two more people on the Merly, and from this situation it didn't look like a good person, or why did it run away? Just as she was about to take a shot and grab the two who fled, Nami's cry suddenly sounded. Hey! Lin Tian. It's really nice that you're okay. quickly turned around and saw a beautiful shadow running towards him. Her quiet face was full of worry and joy, and with a muffled sound, she ran into Lin Tian's arms. With a knowing smile, Lin Tian also stretched out his hand to embrace his beautiful body, inserted his right hand into the orange show, and gently slid across the gap between his fingertips. Smiled and exhorted, "Don't worry who I am, there are few people in this world who can leave me. How could I be defeated by a whale?" "What, Nami-san?" Sanji shouted in grief from the side. Seeing this scene, Sanji was heartbroken at that moment. However, everyone ignored Sanji's heartbreak, and Usopp looked at the ram that was quietly floating on the sea. Asked aloud, "Uncle, even if 50 years have passed, it would be difficult to tell. This is a whale who obeys the partner's agreement and firmly believes in it. Isn't that very touching?" "No." Lin Tian shook his head, looked at Ram next to him and said in a deep voice, "The reality is cruel. The group of pirates have already died, and it is impossible for them to appear." Everyone who heard that Tirokas told the story could understand what Lin Tian said and what it meant. They couldn't help being silent. Usopp still didn't believe it, and retorted, "How is it possible, even if 50 years have passed, you haven't encountered those pirates?" Colokas, who jumped ashore, stopped, held his glasses and said in a low voice, "This is a fact. I searched the entire Great Route but failed to find them, and the news of their death was indeed confirmed by Lin Tian." Leaning on Nami in Lin Tian's arms, raising her head and staring at Lin Tian, she suddenly realized it, so when Ram saw it, he attacked you because of this. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help showing a wry smile, because this was too wrong, but even if he let himself choose again, Lin Tian would still stick to that approach. Not long after the words fell, Tirokas slowly turned around, staring at Lin Tian, and said with a blank expression, "However, I didn't expect you to escape the Great Route in the first battle that day and disappeared for more than half a year. You are actually back on the Great Route again." After a pause, she glanced at Nami in her arms, and said, "However, it seems that your boy's temperament has not changed. After half a year he disappeared and killed a girl. I really don't know how the boy Ian could treat you so well." Lin Tian suddenly felt that a mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth, and felt regretful in his heart. How did he suddenly forget the old man's mouth? It was an invisible killing blade. He almost suffered a loss before, and this time I feel like it is over. No, I just had this idea in my mind. The next moment a severe pain suddenly rushed into my mind. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but breathe in the air. And the source of this pain is my waist. I don't need to look at it to know who I can do. Looking down, she saw Nami smiling, looking up at her, feeling the pain in her waist. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, but this smile was not a happy smile but a wry smile. In her arms, Nami's weak hands secretly pinched Lin Tian's abdomen with her 2 fingers, slowly rotated 360 degrees but her face revealed an innocent smile. Was holding back the pain, breathing in air conditioning in his mouth from time to time, and maintaining a smile in a low voice, said, "Nami, can you let go of your hand? This is really painful." Nami is also a smart woman. She knows what to do. Sometimes she can be small, but sometimes she can't be too much, as that will achieve the opposite effect. Let go of the strange hand on his waist, and said softly, "I will spare you this time, but if I hear something else next time, I won't be able to spare you." "Yes, yes," hurriedly responded in a low voice, and waited for the grandmother first, and then talked about the rest. For the rest, Lin Tian always believed that the car must have a way to the mountain. If there is no car, it will be destroyed. "What, Ian?" Sanji yelled at the edge, and shouted angrily, "Who is Ian, Lin Tian? You have a girl, so you dare to provoke Nami, saying, 'I want.'" Nami, who was already annoyed, heard Sanji yelling. She added fuel to the fire, and hit Sanji with a violent punch, followed by another kick. Kicking into the sea, looking towards the crowd, glanced slightly There was a sound of inhaling air conditioning at the scene, and Nami's eyes swept away, her heart trembled, and the doubts in her mouth hurriedly swallowed into her belly, shutting up. Withdrawing her gaze, Nami said calmly, I knew about this for a long time. To be continued. Gemini, in the lighthouse, a room full of medicines, full of medicine. Greater than? Underline 8, Grav. Lin Tian slowly got up from the hospital bed, picked up the clothes that had been taken off beforehand, and put it on. Sitting on the hospital bed, he asked, Hey, old man, how is my body? Is there anything else? The wounds of that battle, as well as the peculiar void power in his body, have always been a thorn in Lin Tian's heart. After all, this has caused no small threat to his life safety at any time. Moreover, I just can't do anything about that kind of thing. I can only know, but there is no way. It feels like my life is not in my own hands. After sniffing the medicine on the table, Telokas replied with his back behind his back. How can I say that you have no problem and it is a problem, and if there is a problem, it is also called no problem? Lin Tian suddenly covered his head with black lines. What kind of answer is this? Leo Tsu, stripped naked and let you stinky old man do it for a long time. You gave me such a vague answer. It's not that after so many years, my temper has improved a lot. According to my temper at the time, I have already pulled this old man out and shocked it. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, a glass bottle flew straight over, quickly reached out to catch it, and gently shook the bottle a few times, making the sound of heavy objects colliding. Looking at Telokas, who was busy in front of him, Lin Tian asked doubtfully, Hey, what is this, old man, and what is it for me? Still with his back on his back, he replied, This is the medicine I sent you from my previous reply, and it was specially made, mainly to strengthen your body's resistance to that force. Shaking the bottle in his hand, Lin Tian felt even more confused. Hey, old man, I didn't mean that the power in my body is already immersed. Why are you giving me this kind of thing now? Stupid. Telokas turned around holding a medicine bottle and cursed unceremoniously. Although your ability has disappeared, it does not mean that that power has also disappeared. 8 greater than, Grav, equals, Grav, equals, Grav. After my test just now, that kind of power has been buried inside your body, but it hasn't been revealed now, so the injuries caused by it inside your body have almost recovered. This is why I said earlier, saying that you are okay or not, and that you are okay and okay. Now your physical injuries are almost healed, but there is a time bomb buried in your body. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Although the injury he caused was approaching to heal, he was ushering in a bigger crisis. The current self, like sitting on a bomb, might be detonated if he is not careful and crushing himself to pieces, just like walking on steel wire all the time, facing a life and death crisis. After that, Lin Tian put back the heavy face and left abnormally. What about this? It's just a force. I said if the bomb was returned. Qian's words revealed that it is difficult to describe the domineering in words, which made people unconsciously admire Lin Tian. After a pause, Telokas' tone seemed to have dropped a bit, but he still had a heavy feeling. Say so, but as you said, this power is like surpassing, not belonging to this world. It's hard to have such a strong force. Hey. Sighed slightly, Lin Tian didn't understand the problem. After all, he was really experiencing it. If he could control it so easily, he would have succeeded before. Waved his hand, Telokas changed the subject and said, Now that power is deeply buried, maybe it is impossible to say that it will never come back. However, you boy, it can be said that you have gained a lot of benefits this time. Except for that strength, the injuries in your body are not very serious. The most troublesome is some sequelae, plus the 1,000-year dragon bones you just brought here. There is not much harm. R equals. Speaking of this, Lin Tian had to sigh in his heart that he had so much manpower and material resources to find the Millennium Dragon, but there was no news. Many people thought that this kind of creature was extinct, and that kind of creature could live for 1,000 years. But together with Luffy, it was so easy to find the Millennium Dragon that countless people thought was extinct, and got a lot of kill bones. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the old man Tealokas was also shocked. Such a thing is that he was on the ship, and the crew made a lot of effort and went through the entire Great Route without fighting. Now, pursing his lips, Tealokas said, "It seems that, like you said, that young man is very strange, as if he has a strange fate." Okay. Nodded slightly in response. He seems to have a strange feeling in him, but he is clamoring that he is going to be the One Piece all day long. Oh. A hint of surprise flashed across Tealokas' face. It seems that for the same person who has a dream, it seems that the captain's voice is still affecting this era. Unplugging the bottle stopper, Lin Tian opened his mouth and ate the pills in the bottle, and a refreshing sensation immediately flowed through his body. The original heavy body became relaxed, and the whole person was like a reborn. Feeling the obvious changes in his body, Lin Tian looked surprised and happy. He didn't expect that the old man's remedy medicine would be so effective. It seemed that he still underestimated the old man's medical skills. He opened his mouth and praised, "Old man, your medicine is very good. I didn't expect you to stay here all day, and your medical skills are still so strong." When it comes to medical skills, the old man is extremely proud of his own medical skills, and there is not much that can surpass himself in medical skills in the entire world. Of course, you weren't born when the old man was on the Great Sea Route. It can be said that the whole world can't find a man with many strange cases and medicinal materials. These words sounded very rampant, but Lin Tian knew that this old man was indeed qualified to say these words. Back then, I followed Roger and worked as a marine doctor on a ship for 3 years, witnessing the birth of a generation of legends, walking the entire Great Sea Route, and a few people who really traveled the world. As if recalling something, Lin Tian asked, his tone full of seriousness, "Great Route, has something happened secretly recently? It feels like a huge storm is coming, and something big is about to happen." The reason why I asked the old man about these things was because Lin Tian knew that although the old man stayed with Gemini and did nothing except read the newspaper, he did not understand some things. About the Great Route happened secretly, the old man must know a lot more than himself. After all, he was the ship doctor on Roger's ship. Since Roger's death and the pirate group disbanded, those people randomly took out a great pirate who was on the Great Sea Route today. The Great Route back then was several times more dangerous than it is now. From that era, following Roger to survive and conquer the Great Route, none of them are weak. And these people are hidden in various places around the world, as if they disappeared from the world overnight, and they are still active, namely the red-haired Shanks, the clown Bucky. A few. So this old man knew a lot of things and had such a huge network of relationships. Lin Tian didn't believe that he knew nothing about what happened on the Great Route. Hearing Lin Tian's question, Tealokas' eyes tightened slightly. Obviously, Lin Tian's question surprised him. It also secretly represents what important secrets. After a little thought, Tealokas pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "It seems that you kid, you don't know anything about leaving the Great Route in the past 6 months." Leaning on the chair, shaking the glass bottle in his hand, looking up at the ceiling, Lin Tian muttered to himself, "Of course, I want to return to the Great Route. I have also thought a lot in the past 6 months. In the Navy cage, my heart has been bound by those rules. Now I am different from the past. When I am free, my immersed heart is slowly resurrected. In the place where I was in Lavdru, going for a while." Lavdru? Tealokas' tone changed slightly after chanting the name here. "There is nothing beautiful in that place, and there is nothing to go there." Hearing that, Lin Tian rolled his eyes directly. "Your old man had been there. Of course, he said there was nothing good to see. I have never been there. Can the two be the same?" "Hey." Suddenly, Tealokas sighed deeply and said heavily, "The Great Route that has been calm for more than 20 years is finally going to be messed up again. The things of the year will slowly start to surface. Some things have been hidden. Can't live anymore. Hearing www.com, even Lin Tian's expression cannot help but heavier. As a little rubbing man who stood at the top of the Great Root, Lin Tian knew a lot of secrets and things. But because of this, we can understand what this means. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, "Is it really that serious?" The Great Root looks calm now. It should not be that serious. Iroquois did not answer in person, but told about what happened a few days ago, just a few days before Lin Tian and the others arrived. An old friend who had not seen each other for more than 20 years suddenly visited. On that day, the two talked for a day and told a lot of things and the things of the year. From the beginning to the complete listening to what happened, Lin Tian has been acting as a loyal listener in this process, but the expression on his face changed drastically from time to time. After a long silence, Lin Tian finally said, "Could it be that this era is the era when everything ends?" Perhaps they are right. What happened for hundreds of years may really end here. Bang. To be continued. Under the lighthouse. As everyone listened to Iroquois' basic explanation of the Great Root, Luffy and Lin Tian were struggling for the delicious food on the table. Lin Tian quickly picked up the food on the table, avoided the flying Luffy, kicked him casually, let Luffy fly further. Looked at the record pointer, snatched from Luffy. "This is the record pointer, there are no numbers on it." Iroquois explained, "The islands, scattered on the Great Root, are now known to be attracted by magnetism according to certain laws, so you only need to record the magnetism between the islands and the islands, with a recording pointer. You can find the way to the next island. Left row, the end of the Great Root, the legendary island." Usopp exclaimed excitedly, "Then on my own, can't do it," muttering and whispering, "You are so embarrassed to say." Suddenly, Nami turned around and began to say, "However, now we have completed the first leg of the voyage, and the Whiskey Peak has appeared in front of everyone. Whiskey Peak is not so much a mountain peak as it is a peculiar island, surrounded by faint smoke, like a pot of cactus. After all, came on the Great Sea Route, and the first island reached, for everyone, apart from curiosity, it is inevitable that there is some fear in their hearts. In the East China Sea, here is the legendary Great Root, and the sea is full of dangers. Although I have gained a lot of basic understanding of the Great Root from Lin Tian, it still makes people very vigilant." The Melly sailed slowly into the channel, but the entire island seemed to be covered by a thick fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. Luffy, sitting on the sheep's head, raised his hands and looked around carefully, but there was only a thick mist in the eyes, and nothing was left. Suddenly, leaning on the railing, with his back, holding Lin Tian, who was chasing the wind in both hands, closed his eyes and suddenly opened, slowly spitting out two words. "Coming." "Here, what is coming? Is it a human?" Sanji glanced around with a vigilant look, and asked suspiciously, "What?" Soren pulled out the knife in his hand slightly, and looked around the surroundings closely. Sure enough, something suddenly appeared in the mist, as if it was still moving slightly. Ship's Luffy also found something wrong. "Oh, a lot of black shadows suddenly appeared in the mist, what is that?" Usopp quickly put on the binoculars on his head, and he clearly saw many dark shadows appearing in the mist, and his legs could not help shaking. Holding the slingshot, "If that's the case, I will give it up, no matter what he wants, the devil, let him go, the great sea warrior Usopp is here." "Oh ah!" Before the mist had completely dissipated, I heard a lot of cheers. As soon as the Melly broke free from the mist, the scene before her stunned everyone. A lot of houses were vaguely built beside the wide river. The most important thing is that at this time, there are countless people standing on both sides of the river, and they are welcoming their arrival. Welcome to the Great Root. Welcome to our town www.com. Welcome to the passionate Whiskey Peak. Turning the binoculars on his head, Usopp could clearly see the smiles, expressions, and movements on their faces. Everything seemed enthusiastic. Said strangely, not only are there no monsters, but they also seem to welcome us. However, what happened in the next life was even more unexpected. The fierce pirate became the hero of the entire island, preparing to hold a grand welcome banquet for them. And so, there is no logical thing. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji believed it, and Nami patted her face, apparently very helpless, for the IQ of these three. I won't take part in this kind of thing. I still have some things to stay alone. After saying that, Lin Tian jumped directly to his feet and waved his hands to the people below. Remember to have fun. Don't play it. Looking at Lin Tian's disappearing back, Soren asked inexplicably, "Hey, Nami, what is Lin Tian doing? Did something happen?" Shook her head. Nami didn't know what to do, but it should have something to do with what the old man Tirokas gave him when she left Gemini. Suddenly, the middle-aged man with a strange head, like the boss of this group, grabbed Nami by the shoulder and said with a big smile, "Don't worry about so much, the banquet is about to begin." To be continued. Merely, compared to the noise caused by the banquet outside, Lin Tianji was sitting quietly in Nami's room. The whole person sits on the boat with his knees crossed, and he is forbidden to move. However, what is strange is that there are some places in Lin Tian's body that emit green light, and those lights are dissipating over time, which is very strange. I don't know how long it has been. Even Lin Tian couldn't know the exact time. He waited until the banquet in the town was quiet, and the whole town fell silent. At this time, besides the Merly, the strange man was standing outside the town. Besides him, there were 4 people inside. Everyone was amazed at the bounty offered by Luffy and Soren. They ambushed many pirates here, and had never seen a pirate who had just come to the Great Root with such a high bounty. The captain is 50 million Baileys, the swordsman 30 million Baileys, so they can be regarded as a large group of 80 million Baileys. Withdrawing the reward form in his hand, the man said, "It's really stupid to describe those pirates by appearance. However, no matter how powerful the pirates are, they still have to be at our mercy in front of us. They were captured alive and received a bounty of 80 million. Hey, it won't work." The sudden sound shocked everyone, and quickly raised their heads to look behind, and saw that on the roof, the drunk swordsman was standing there holding a knife. Looking at the people below, Soren discussed in a relaxed tone, "They are very tired when sailing during the day, so can you let them rest?" At this time, the bounty hunters in the house also appeared strange, all rushed out, hundreds of pairs of eyes fixed on Soren on the roof. Aware of the man being teased, angrily scolded, "Asshole, it seems you are not drunk at all, everything is pretended by you." Hearing this, Soren showed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. "Someone once told me that as a swordsman you must be vigilant at all times, and you can't be stupid at any time." Standing up, Soren said in his mind, "That's right, this is the lair of bounty hunters." The pirates came to the Great Root with great enthusiasm. If you want to sweep away people's letters from the beginning, there should be one here. Hundreds of bounty hunters, I will accompany you, the Ropework Club. When Soren called out this name, all the bounty hunters present were shocked. Their company was very confidential. How could a pirate who was new to the Great Sea Route know about them? But, even if you know what it is, there are 100 bounty hunters here. It doesn't take much time for this swordsman to be buried on the mountain. It's a pity that after training under Lin Tian for so long, Soren is not what he used to be, and his swordsmanship has improved a lot. Although he didn't touch the realm of iron cutting, he was fast. More than 100 bounty hunters under the Battle of Soren. It didn't take long, only a corpse was left. In front of the house, thinking of Luffy and the others who were still sleeping behind him, Soren was helpless. Such a big movement, you still sleep so soundly. The remaining dozen or so bounty hunters had already been frightened by the battle just now, but the situation was not fleeting at this time. If they were fighting, they would simply die. Hey, Soren, the battle just now was good. It seems that the special training for so long is still effective. I don't know when Nami, who was originally drunk, also appeared on the top mountain at this time, knocking Erlang's legs, watching the battle below with a smile. Obviously Nami, just like Soren, was just pretending. Seeing that another female pirate ran out, the faces of the bounty hunters sank a bit. At this moment, the middle-aged man waved towards the few remaining bounty hunters and said, Go, there is a pirate in that boat. You hijack him, or we will all die here. The several bounty hunters behind were taken aback, and realized in a blink of an eye that the pirate on the boat hadn't appeared with such a big movement outside. It was very likely that he was a weak person, afraid to hide inside. Seeing those bounty hunters rushing towards the deck, the man smiled triumphantly. As long as the pirate was hijacked, their lives would be guaranteed. However, Soren and Nami looked at each other, but couldn't help laughing. They actually thought of hijacking Lin Tian. This attention is really... Seeing that the two pirates still had time to argue, the man's face was full of incomprehension. Shouldn't they worry about the safety of their partners? It's useless at all. So many people were solved by a swordsman. This is the gap between you and us. A man like a rock singer and a stylishly dressed woman suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The two faces have something in common, that is, arrogant and proud smiles. The man shouted in surprise, R5, and how come you are here? Are you here to help us solve the swordsman? R5 disdainfully said, how is it possible? How can we come here exclusively to be such a small person? Oh, am I Zaioi? Since then, let me try how powerful a great root is. Soren held the sword in his hand tightly and shouted with excitement. Fighting is very longing for the Soren fighting madman, especially what is the level of the strong in the great root of the strong stage. In the rumor, Soren always wanted to try it. Before the words fell, Soren's figure had disappeared in front of everyone. When he reappeared, Soren appeared from the fashionable woman, and the 3 generations of ghosts in his hand were cut towards his neck with cold light. Unexpectedly rushed in front of the woman so easily, giving Soren a sense of unreality. Is the strong on the great root so weak? Why is it different from what Lin Tian said? However, how did Soren, who had just entered the great root, know that the two of them are not worthy of the word strong at all? To put it nicely, it is good luck, the ability to obtain the devil fruit, but there is no potential to open. Furthermore, Lin Tian's devil training is not for nothing. Although Soren hasn't touched that level yet, he has greatly improved his speed and swordsmanship. I just said that I just made a simple advance, and there are some shaved shadows in it. That kind of disappearance only reaches a level, the more dynamic vision of a human eye. However, just when Soren was about to cut, the fashionable woman floated up abnormally, just avoiding Soren's slash. Upon seeing this, Soren showed a smile on his face. It would be no fun if it was solved simply. Ha ha ha. The woman smiled triumphantly on her face, and the umbrella in her hand didn't know when she opened it, floating in the air. This really felt like she had reached an incomparable level. Ha ha ha. I am a fruit of light and flirty ability. I can change my weight at will. The minimum can reach 1 kilogram, floating in the air. The minimum can reach 10,000 kilograms. However, Soren didn't pay attention to the idiot woman above his head at all, but turned his gaze to the other side. The R5 who came with a girl is also a demon fruit-capable person, an explosive person who can explode all over his body, but these people who were originally in the same group seem to have fallen into an internal fight and actually fought each other. What? Several screams resounded across the sky. In an instant, they attracted everyone's attention, and attracted the attention of the Golden Mary, which was parked nearby. In the eyes of everyone's doubts, several figures flew out from the deck, and fell heavily in front of them, arousing a little dust. The breeze blew, the smoke dissipated, and the figures slowly appeared. It was the bounty hunters, but at this time they were all covered with small scars, and they could not die. Seeing this scene, in combination with a scene where Soren and Nami left just now, the man suddenly understood a lot, and pointed to Nami on his head, but was shocked that he had not said a word for a long time. Upon seeing this, Nami smiled triumphantly on her face. I forgot to tell you, our boat, the most powerful thing is to stay on board. A white figure floated out of the cabin, and in the flash, it had crossed hundreds of meters and appeared in front of everyone. Slightly scanned the environment of the scene. The corpses that can be seen everywhere are the townspeople today. Judging from the incision above, these people should have died under the sword of Soren. The figure that appeared again made everyone startled. How did he run out of the individual again? And judging from the extremely pretending way of appearance just now, this person should not be underestimated. Nami and Soren also showed shock on their faces, because Lin Tian's temperament has changed drastically compared to the past, but he hasn't seen them in a short time. In terms of temperament, Lin Tian now has a different person compared to the past. If there is no change in appearance, Soren and Nami would not dare to recognize each other. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes fixed on a person's face. His face was surprised and doubtful, and then he was filled with anger, his face slowly sinking. And in the crowd, that beautiful shadow tilde slowly has a face full of surprise. After seeing the change in Lin Tian's face, she seems to have thought of something and secretly bowed her head. Took a few deep breaths, calmed down the anger in his heart a little, and then said, "Vivi, come over here." Has a tone of majesty that he doesn't usually have, and a trace of anger, and all this is because after seeing that Vivi, Nami was taken aback, and she wondered in her mind, what's the matter? Is this then the Princess Vivi who is chasing and killing? Lin Tian knows, and seeing this situation is very familiar. If you don't put them in your eyes like this, R5 is suddenly upset. Boy, who are you? Dare to cower Baroque work agency. It's a pity that Lin Tian, who was already angry, heard the words, and his anger suddenly rose a lot. His eyes fixed on R5, and in a moment, he appeared beside him. With a loud noise, Lin Tian stepped on the head of the R5, and the ground was trembling with great power, and the spider web-like cracks dispersed towards the surrounding. Why am I so scary? I dare not even look at it, said Shen Sheng, but his tone of anger was much less. Knowing that he can hide, Vivi quickly raised his head with a flattering smile on his face, hugged Lin Tian's arm, and said coquettishly, "Brother Lin Tian, I know it's good, but there is a reason for this. Please listen to me first." To be continued. In the town, before we could finish speaking, Lin Tian directly knocked on her head twice. "Ah, it hurts." We covered her head and shouted at Lin Tian coquettishly. However, he greeted him with a hard knock. Seeing that we was wearing her body in the decorations at this time, she didn't get angry. Raised his hand and knocked hard again, and thought, "Look at you now, this suit is still dressed. How is it like a girl? I don't know if your dad will be angry when he sees you like this. It doesn't matter if you sneak out normally, this time you suddenly join this Baroque work agency. This kind of place is where you can join. You are a girl who is dangerous and you still dress up like this." Hearing the words, we did not have sadness on her face but smiled. Although Lin Tian's tone was reprimanded and screamed, her words all revealed her worry and concern for herself. It seems that Lin Tian is not angry. Thinking of this, Vivi suddenly became a lot bolder and quickly reached out his hand to hug Lin Tian's arm and explained with a smile, "Brother Lin Tian, listen to me to explain this time. I didn't run out to play." "Yeah," Lin Tian nodded slightly and warned, "Wait for me to deal with me first. You are explaining to me. Don't try to get me so easily this time." I see. We nodded and responded quickly with a happy smile on her face. With Brother Lin Tian, the things that I have been worried about can finally be solved, even if that person is not Lin Tian's opponent. Alabastan is saved. Slowly raised his right foot, revealing the R5 inside that was stepped into the soil by Lin Tian. Kicked out again with his right foot and kicked in front of everyone. Fortunately, Lin Tian felt that the person at his feet was still useful, so he directly withdrew his strength at the time, otherwise the R5 would have died a long time ago if he went all the way down. On the other side, Soren was really annoyed by the woman above, and his right foot suddenly stepped out, leaving a clearly visible footprint on the ground, relying on the reaction force of the ground. Soren rose into the air, quickly rushed to the woman's side, crossed his swords, and half-rotated the whole person towards the woman. I have said that I am a light and fruity person, and I can change my weight at will, 10 kilograms. The weight increasing woman's body sank suddenly, and she almost escaped Soren's attack. The sharp blade was only a few centimeters away from the woman's scalp. Soren smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, leaned back and rolled out of thin air, then his right foot was suddenly stepped on from above like a heavy hammer. The woman, like a meteorite, fell heavily into the ground, and a large human-shaped crater appeared, which happened to fall on the edge of R5, and the two lay together like this. Nami jumped off the roof and asked suspiciously, Lin Tian, how do you know her? Depending on the situation, the relationship between the two of you seems unusual. Well, we have known each other a long time ago. Her name is Wee, count as my god-sister. Lin Tian touched Wee, the water blue waist-length show, and explained with a smile. Oh, it turned out to be like this. After listening to Lin Tian's explanation, Nami immediately solved her doubts and relaxed a lot. After all, a beautiful girl suddenly appeared, and from the previous situation, she was not only so close to Lin Tian, but also very familiar. Of course, Nami felt a sense of urgency in her heart. Suddenly thought of something, Lin Tian asked, by the way, Nami, from the tone just now, don't you know Uwe too? Hearing Lin Tian's question, the faces of the two present at the same time showed embarrassment, and then they were silent at the same time, making Lin Tian a little curious about what happened. However, since the two didn't say anything, Lin Tian didn't deliberately ask. Anyway, if you ask Soren and the others, you can know. Taking back 3 generations of ghosts, Soren walked over and said in a low voice, Lin Tian, how to deal with these two people, they seem to be from the Baroque Job Club. Lightly nodded. Lin Tian knew the identity of the two from the beginning. Compared with these two small characters, Lin Tian still wanted to know what role the crocodile played. Looking at the two people lying on the ground in a coma, Soren folded his arms and said, however, we seem to have gotten heavy, and both of them fainted. Waved his hand, Lin Tian said, this is not the most important thing. The Baroque working group is famous for its mystery. I am afraid that they themselves don't know much about it. Found it, Soren. At that moment, a loud shout rang out, listening to Luffy's stomach. I didn't know when I ran here, and my mouth was still breathing heavily. Seeing Luffy's arrival, Soren smiled and said, Luffy, shouldn't you be sleeping? Why are you here? Don't worry, things have been resolved. However, Luffy suddenly shouted angrily, Soren, I can't get around you, I want to fight you. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but wonder, what is Luffy doing today? With a big belly, he ran over and said that he was going to fight, which is another thing. Ah. Soren, who was the person involved, was immediately blinded and cried out puzzled, Luffy, what are you talking about? Shut up, I will fly you, ungrateful guys like you, and you actually cut off the people who welcome us so much in town and invite us to eat so many good things. Stupid. Nami reluctantly covered her head and cursed, this idiot, don't you even realize that these townspeople are bounty hunters? On the side of Wee was also covered with black lines. What? Brother Lin Tian. Why is he so slow? Regarding this, Lin Tian could only smile helplessly. There was no way. Luffy had been such a stubborn character since he was a child, and he hasn't changed much even when he grows up. Too lazy to care about these two Duan bastards, Lin Tian turned around and asked, let's talk, Wee, can you explain to me now, why did you suddenly appear in the Baroque workplace, you dare to enter such a place? Wait a minute, Nami asked inexplicably, what the is Baroque Job Club? It was a secret crime company. No member knew the name of the boss, or even saw his face. This is a very mysterious stop, and there are many powerful senior agents. After listening to Uwe's explanation, Nami's face gradually showed an extremely heavy color. I didn't expect them to provoke such a difficult company so quickly. Standing on the side, Lin Tian watching Luffy and Soren fighting with his eyes, suddenly said, "Actually, how can I say, the Baroque Job Club is not that mysterious. It's just a crocodile who likes to engage in conspiracies. He uses some benefits and methods behind his back to gather a large number of people to do things for him, and then he hides behind the scenes just to get something." Just as Nami was about to inquire, two figures suddenly flew in front of a few people and fell heavily to the ground. It was Soren and Luffy who were fighting. Seeing this, Nami's heart suddenly burned with endless anger, and Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble in her heart next to her, and she mourned for half a second for Luffy and Soren below. Bang! Boom! Listening to this voice, Lin Tian shook his head secretly and quickly turned his head away with a face that didn't matter to him. He waited until Nami finally finished the beating and looked down. It was really horrible. After understanding what happened, Luffy laughed. "What? Soren, why didn't you say it earlier? I thought they did not meet your appetite, so you just cut them off. You think I am just like you." Soren shouted angrily. Anyone who had no desire to fight for no reason, and then be beaten again for no reason, would not be in a good mood. Hearing that the two were still arguing, Nami quickly yelled, "Hey you two, it's so noisy." Seeing the two of them shut up, Nami turned her head and continued, "So, now Alabastan, your country is in turmoil." "Yeah." Wee nodded slightly and explained with a heavy heart, "Alabastan is one of the few peaceful countries known as large civilized countries, but just a few years ago, many revolutionary forces emerged in the country. I was caught in civil strife, but it was resolved later." Resolved? Nami didn't understand. If it were resolved, why would we, as a princess of a country, even sneak into this criminal group to investigate intelligence? Well, last time, it was Brother Lin Tian who made the shot and wiped out the revolutionary forces in the country, but in the past 6 months, another revolutionary force has emerged in the country, and it has grown very quickly. Lin Tian, who was leaning against the wall under the eyes of everyone, said, "The last revolutionary incident was indeed suppressed by me www.com, and I have dealt with irrelevant matters. It is impossible for the revolutionary army to send people to continue your country. According to my guess, the revolutionary army this time should be the people who were the last time, as well as the Baroque people mixed in to provoke, and it has formed such a large scale so quickly. The crocodile should be behind the scenes." Holding the sword in his arms, Soren asked, "Lin Tian, the crocodile you mentioned earlier, who is that crocodile?" "Crocodile?" Lin Tian held his chin in contemplation and said, "How do you say, the name of crocodile may be familiar to you, but most of Kiwei should know that he is one of Kiwei. 7 Wuhei." Everyone couldn't help but stand, and then Luffy and Soren glanced at each other, showing an excited expression. It was very exciting to be able to face Kiwei. And Nami's face was even more terrified. She didn't expect that they would face Kiwei as soon as they hit the Great Root, but when they saw Lin Tian, the whole person immediately settled down. His real goal is to capture Alabastan. I want to go back as soon as possible to tell all the people and expose his face. Lin Tian shook his head and said to him, "No, this is not necessarily true. Based on my knowledge of the crocodile, he might be doing something else. If it wasn't for Alabastan, then what did he spend such a large amount of money and material resources for? It doesn't matter what he is for, we will know if we go and see." To be continued. Bang! There was a loud noise, and a huge explosion with orange-red flames appeared in front of everyone. The wooden boat that had just sailed off the shore was destroyed in the explosion, and there was also Ikarum. Greater than bar underline, grav, equals. The sudden explosion shocked everyone, followed by endless anger and sadness. Lin Tian's released hand suddenly clenched, and the figure leaped up towards the wreckage on the floating sea, leaving only a word in the air. Luffy picked up the straw hat that was thrown off by the airwave, and said with a heavy face, "It's beautiful." Soren, who recovered his senses, immediately ordered, "Nami, hurry up and bring that woman with you." After speaking, he turned to catch up with Luffy and said to Luffy, "Luffy, go and call both Usopp and Sanji, and then we will set off immediately." Unexpectedly, the assassins of the Baroque Works Society would come so quickly. They were just about to ask Ikarim to go back and inform the King of Alabastan, Vivi's father, about their upcoming events. But in a blink of an eye, the ship hadn't traveled far enough before it was blown up on the shore, and the people on the ship were gone. As for what Lin Tian was going to do, everyone knew in their hearts that the killer who bombed the ship must have not escaped at this time, and Lin Tian was clearly dispatched to deal with those killers. On the shipwreck, Lin Tian's right hand loosened his fist into a palm, and the sea facing forward was a piece of water. In an instant, a light blue giant palm swelled into the wind under the transmission of power from Lin Tian's body. Stacked wave palm. The sturdy palm Jin touched the water, but there was no earth-shaking noise or powerful explosion. The light blue palm Jin quickly merged into the water and finally disappeared. Afterwards, the originally slowly calm sea rolled again, and in front of Lin Tian, a wave a few meters high formed without warning. Repelled by the strange force under the sea, the white waves rolled towards, and the shipwreck, burned by flames threw on the sea. Greater than underline equals grav. The raging fire was extinguished in an instant under the impact of waves a few meters high. Powerful things are often so fragile in front of their nemesis. At the moment when the flame was extinguished, Lin Tian's figure disappeared in the next moment, and the whole person flashed like a ghost on every larger wreckage. A quick glance at the surrounding waters, and after discovering that there was no Ikarim's body, he appeared on another shipwreck at the speed that ordinary people would recognize. In this huge sea area, Lin Tian had completed the investigation in less than a minute, and Ikarim's body was not found, only the wreckage of the ship. As he searched, Lin Tian moved further and further away from the shore, and there was nothing left to stand around. There was still nothing on the shimmering sea. Ha. Suddenly, several arrogant and familiar laughter came from the side of the boat, causing Lin Tian to stop the figure who was about to leave. His eye shrank slightly, and he took a look. I saw a small boat suddenly wandering from the sea not far away, with two figures faintly located on both sides, but in the deep night, people's vision was greatly reduced, and they couldn't see clearly. However, through seeing and hearing the domineering induction, Lin Tian knew that it was a man and a woman. As for the specific identities, they were not known. As time went by, the two figures slowly appeared. Seeing the two figures clearly, Lin Tian was taken aback for a moment, and then a different look appeared on his face, apart from anger and regret. These two were the two of Mr. Five who were thrown there by Lin Tian before. In this situation, the explosion just now must be inseparable from these two people. After all, one of them is an explosive person who can explode all over. Unexpectedly, the last thing that happened was actually these two small characters. At the same time, Lin Tian couldn't help but reflect on it secretly. It seems that the easy life of the past 6 months has caused him to regress a lot, and even the most basic vigilance has dropped a lot. Underline equals grav. On the boat, the woman laughed. I actually want to escape from the two of us, the senior agents of the Baroque Work Agency. With a cold snort, the man said arrogantly, on the sea, as long as you meet me as an explosive person, you will die. Oh, really? The sound that rang out of thin air frightened the two of them, and the smiles on their faces instantly disappeared. His eyes hurriedly looked around, but there was only seawater in the eye, and nothing was around. Wow. A strange noise was remembered from the front, and the two quickly turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound source, only to see a wooden board flying from a distance, floating on the water several times, and then floating steadily on the sea. Before the two of them could realize what was happening, they heard the sound of stepping on the water several times, and a white light flew from a distance, followed by a white figure falling on the wooden board. Seeing King Lei, both of them showed fearful expressions on their faces, especially Mr. Five. It's you, how could you appear here? Just dozens of minutes ago, the scene happened clearly beside him. At such a fast speed, he didn't even insist on a move in his hands, so he stepped into the ground with his feet. From Mr. Five's point of view, it was simply a huge humiliation. As a Baroque senior agent, when did he feel so embarrassed? He pulled out a little 2-0 bouger from his nose, pointed at Lin Tian, and yelled, "Boy, you will be killed by me. You dare to attack me, the nose will shoot." Seeing a pile of bouger flying towards him, Lin Tian looked disgusted on his face. "To be honest, I have been on the Great Route for so long, and you are the second disgusting way of attack I have ever seen." When speaking, he stepped on his right foot slightly, and a water arrow spurted out of the seawater, filled with soft seawater, enveloping the disgusting bouger, and headed towards them in the opposite direction. Boom. Boom. Another violent explosion, accompanied by orange-red fire, rose from the sea surface, the dazzling light and sound, so bright in such a quiet night. On the Merly, Soren, who had just pulled up the anchor, heard the explosion and quickly turned around to look at it. An orange explosion sounded on the sea, his face changed slightly, and his right hand couldn't help holding the 3 knives at his waist tightly. Hurriedly turned his head back, toward Nami and Vivi below, and hurriedly said, "Nami, you two hurry up, on the boat, we will set off right away." Looking not far away, in the direction of the explosion, Wee Wee's face was full of strange worry. "But, Brother Lin Tian has not returned yet, we should." "No." Luffy ran over with Usopp and Sanji, and said with a calm face, "No, we don't have to wait for Lin Tian. He will come back by himself, we set off." "But..." Wee Wee was still uneasy, very worried. Nami came over and patted Wee Wee on the shoulder, smiling and persuading her, "Don't worry, you have to know who Lin Tian is, he won't fail." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Wee Wee nodded vigorously and hurriedly ran to the rope ladder lowered by the Merly and said, "There are tributaries along the river, so you can enter the Great Route earlier." On the other side, the positions of Lin Tian and Mr. Five have undergone a slight change. On the small boat, Lin Tian sat steadily on it, staring at the two Mr. Fives who could barely stand by hugging each other. It was difficult to see any expressions, and did not speak, and did not know what Lin Tian was thinking. "Ah, help, help. Please, let us go, oh. After tens of seconds of silence like this, Lin Tian finally spoke, "I don't want to talk nonsense to you. After spending so long on the Great Route, you should know what kind of person I am. As long as you can provide valuable things, you can survive." "Understand, I understand, Master Lin Tian," the two of them replied bitterly. "At the same time, the blame in my heart is just grief. I have done something wrong in my previous life, and I just came out to perform a task, and I encountered this murderous god, and I was also provoked." Seeing that in the few seconds before they were almost killed, the two finally remembered who this person was in front of them. That is Lin Tian. The casters of death, the strongest genius of the Navy, who escaped from the siege of the world government and now offers a reward of 1 billion wanted criminals. But it was too late to understand. Who told them to kick the diamond plate? It couldn't be thicker, and if you were not careful, you would lose your life. In the danger of small life, coupled with Lin Tian's famous reputation, the two really knew everything, even their parents, where they lived, and their measurements. But Lin Tian... His face is getting darker and darker. He said so much, it is all nonsense, there is no useful information. The most hateful is that woman, even the measurements have been handed out. Brother should know why this kind of thing. Enough, I really couldn't help it, Lin Tian said directly, full of murderous aura. It seems that the two of you don't mean to cooperate at all, and there is nothing to prepare for so long. No, Lord Lin Tian. It's not that we don't say it, but we don't know. Master Lin Tian. You also know that our company is very mysterious. I don't know many things. We don't even know who our president is. Of course Lin Tian knows what they said www.com, but as a senior agent of the Baroque Work Agency, how could they not know a secret at all, apparently deceiving themselves? Just when Lin Tian was about to make a move, to give them a little bit of color and let them cooperate, well, a voice rang out of thin air. Oh. I didn't expect that Lin Tian, the famous killer of the Great Root, would actually be here, threatening two characters. Would this be it itself defeating? Hearing these words, Lin Tian's face changed slightly, looking at the huge black shadow slowly emerging from the mist, frowning slightly. As the black shadow approached, it became clear that it was a huge turtle with a small white cap on its head like a human and a thick cigar in its mouth. This is not the main one, but on the back of the tortoise sits a beautiful woman with a wheat complexion and wearing a revealing but generous purple dress. Nicole Robin, long time no see. Miss Alcinde, unfinished to be continued. On the surface of the sea, everyone was shocked when they saw the appearance of the people. Even if Lin Tian was the same, but compared to the two of Mr. Five, Lin Tian gradually calmed down after experiencing a brief shock, but instead revealed something indescribable. Smile. When the two of Mr. Five saw Nicole Robin's appearance, their faces were covered with fear, and the tremors all over the body became more violent. They had already seen death. Tremblingly asked, Miss Alcinde, did you solve us on the orders of the boss, because of the mission failure? Although the Baroque Job Club is very mysterious, even the members in it are not necessarily their companions, but as the top-ranked senior agents, as Lin Tian expected, the things they come into contact with are definitely more than those of ordinary members. Advanced, the same secrets are relatively more known. Although I have never seen the legendary president, but I have been serving as an errand under the mysterious president for a long time, and he is very clear about his general rules of conduct. The president is very strict with his subordinates. Even if the task is completed, but the president is dissatisfied, he will also receive extremely severe punishment. If your mission fails, it will be even more serious, and it will be your life that is lost, because the two of them obeyed the president's order, but executed many members. Is it their turn today? Nicole Robin slowly sat up, resting his chin with one hand, and a very warm smile appeared on his face. Relax, I didn't come here for you two. You two failed in the mission. It has not been so fast. In the hands of the president, even if the president wants to kill both of you, he won't take my turn. Hearing this, the two sighed in relief. Although they were not sure what the president would do in the future, at least they should not die now. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth, and his heart suddenly became depressed. Could it be that he had not been on the Great Sea Route for half a year, and his reputation had dropped so much, and the reputation of that crocodile was not effective yet? I couldn't help but say, you two seem to have forgotten, but your life is in my hands. The one who controls your life and death is me. In fact, Lin Tian didn't think about it carefully. Only the real powerhouses of the Great Root would understand the things Lin Tian did. How could a small trash fish like Mr. Five come into contact with this kind of thing? They knew that Lin Tian's reputation was nothing more than folk rumors, or through newspapers. Most of them were just hearsay. As for Crocodile, although he did not know his identity, he was often in the process of contact, and when he softly experienced the methods, the comparison between the two was completely different. What? Hearing this calm, but like the call of a devil, Mr. Five's hands and feet instantly chilled. I almost forgot, there is a fiend who is more dragging than the president watching behind. Robin suddenly laughed while resting his chin. The beautiful face and the noble quality exuding from the whole body really complemented each other and added to its charm. When did Lin Tian, the famous killer god, actually care about such a small character? Hey. With a slight sigh, Lin Tian waved his hands and said helplessly, this is different from the past. In the past, I was a lieutenant admiral and the world government was behind it. Now I have offended the world government and been hunted down by the world government. It cannot be compared with the past. However, since these two are small characters, then I will find you Nicole Robin, who has been famous more than 20 years ago. It should be fine. Regarding Lin Tian's words, Nicole Robin didn't have any extra expressions on his face, still supporting his chin with one hand, with a faint smile on his face. Oh, isn't it? But how powerful it is, and it's not as loud as your reputation on the Great Route, but the bounty criminal offering a reward of 1 billion dailies is still the target of the world's noble Tianlong people. Since the farewell on Sexton Island that year, it can be said that Lin Tian and Robin have officially started to be together, especially the gift Lin Tian gave to her at that time, to a certain extent, has promoted the connection between the two people. In the following years, due to the historical text and other reasons, the two have a deep understanding of each other, and they are very familiar with each other in terms of temper and personality. The partners, for nearly 10 years, are not in vain. Nicole Robin, Mr. 5, listened quietly to their opponents and whispered, "It seems that Miss Alcinday's real name is Nicole Robin." The woman also nodded gently and agreed, and from this situation, this Nicole Robin and the murderer Lin Tian are still very familiar, but I haven't heard of any famous deeds related to the name Nicole Robin. After scanning his eyes carefully, Nicole Robin had indeed changed a lot compared with the past, but the noble temperament and beauty that radiated from his whole body still remained. Pursing his lips, Lin Tian said with a smile, "Robin, I haven't heard from you for more than a year. I didn't expect you to go to work under the crocodile." After a pause, Robin said silently, "I'm just a wandering lonely person. Dream is my only living belief. If I can realize my dream, I will go wherever I go." Hee. Lin Tian suddenly showed a strange smile on his face and said in a strange tone, "Didn't I tell you? Just stay with me. There should be no one but me in the world who can realize your dream." Suddenly speaking such words, Robin's face is always smiling, and there is a very obvious blush on the wheat-colored skin, and I can't help thinking of several things that happened in my mind. Robin's heart messed up. It took more than 10 seconds before he calmed down, and the blush on his face began to disappear, but there was no previous calmness in his behavior. Then he said, "Lin Tian, I have already stated my answer earlier. We still don't need to say about this matter. We are just a normal partnership." Hey. Lin Tian patted his head in distress, with deep helplessness in his tone. "Robin, why you have to prevaricate me with the same reason every time?" After some self-regulation, Robin's heart calmed down and said blankly, "This is not a physical reason. I am just telling a fact. This kind of thing will be mentioned later." Hearing what he said, Lin Tian knew that he couldn't keep talking. Too much conversation was not good for this matter. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. Helplessly said, "From the direction you just came, you should have seen them." Yeah, Robin said that way, but the two people have worked together so many times, and they have already had a tacit understanding that is portrayed in their hearts. Without Lin Tian to say, Robin can understand what it means, and when he clicks, his face is still covered with a faint smile, and he said with great interest, "I feel that they are all very interesting. The captain is not like the captain, and the crew is not like the crew, and especially the Straw Hat Luffy is very interesting. It really fits your style on this kind of boat." Lin Tian smiled, his figure flashed, and he reappeared next to Robin. No matter how polite, he just sat down to the side as if he were not an outsider. "Of course, our captain is going to be the man of the One Piece. It seems that we don't have a goal on board. We all have our own ambitions, not as a whole. But in fact, everyone is working hard in secret to realize the captain's dream." Ambition, dream, giggle. Robin covered his mouth with a chuckle. "For some reason, I can't think of it. This kind of thing will come out of your mouth." Hearing this, Lin Tian was taken aback, with a wry smile on his face. "Is there any way you describe me like that? Besides, why can't I say this?" After gently pouring a cup of coffee, Robin said calmly, "It's just that you feel that you have changed a lot in the past, and your appearance has not changed, but your heart has changed." "No, my heart has not changed, but my position has changed. Certain things have to be changed, and some things have not changed." Lin Tian showed a wicked smile on his face and stared at Robin closely. As if turning a blind eye, Robin gently placed the coffee cup, took a sip of his own cup, and said, "This time I joined the Baroque workshop, mainly for the whereabouts of a piece of historical text." He put the coffee to his mouth, and his face showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that the crocodile was actually for the historical text. It seems that he also knows a lot. After taking a sip, Lin Tian asked, "Do you know what is recorded in the historical text this time?" "Yes, the whereabouts of the 3 major weapons of Pluto, if there are no mistakes, are on this piece of historical text." In an instant, Lin Tian's face was full of surprises, and he found a lot of historical texts, but there were only a few, still intermittently, nothing could be seen, and it was of no particular use. Unexpectedly, what I encountered this time was the historical text about Pluto, which was the 3 mysterious weapons capable of destroying the world. The legendary Pluto is a ship that can destroy an island with a single shot. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Tian said, "Let's talk about it, how to do it, where do I need to use it, just open it, I'm yours anyway." Robin has become accustomed to Lin Tian's verbosity. His expression does not fluctuate much. He gently put down the coffee cup in his hand and looked at Lin Tian with a faint smile. Lin Tian's hair was immediately horrified, and there was a bad premonition in his heart. Before a second had passed, Lin Tian's premonition became reality. I saw that more than a dozen hands emerged from various places, grasping Lin Tian tightly and then throwing Lin Tian down with helpless eyes. When he fell on the boat, Lin Tian shouted to Robin, who was only in the background, "Nicole, Robin, you actually threw me down. Wait for the next time." However, all that was left for Lin Tian was Robin's slender hand swaying farewell to Lin Tian. Seeing Robin's back disappear, Lin Tian retracted his gaze and slowly put his right hand on the hilt of the wind-chasing sword behind him, with blood flashing in his eyes. "Break the waves! Hey! Greater than bar!" The boss was pitted, not much to say. One chapter is free, one chapter is more explosive, and the heart is tired. Sorry readers. Today, there is a rare common sunny weather on the Great Route. Usopp, who is about to become a brave sea warrior, is observing the sea with a telescope, but falls into the usual narcissism as usual. "Come out, my little garden." Millions of people come out to welcome the sight of Captain Usopp. The little girls cheer sweetly, "No matter the blow kisses, I'm really a bad man." Soren picked up an apple casually, took a bite, and walked towards the bow of the ship, reluctantly said, "Are you an idiot?" "What is an idiot, Soren?" Usopp asked with an unhappy face, slapped hard against the plank under his feet. In the cabin, Lin Tian shouted to Usopp, "Hey, Usopp, there are no millions of people in the small garden. Maybe it is said that there are some monsters living on it." "What monster?" Usopp's face was suddenly covered with cold sweat, and his legs couldn't help shaking. "In that case, I will stay with the captain and guard the Mary then." Nami kicked Usopp out, hitting Soren, and almost kicked the two of them into the boat. He clapped his hands, returned to his seat, and asked Lin Tian, "Hey, Lin Tian, go on. What else did the woman have yesterday? How did you meet?" "Yeah." On the side, we nodded quickly, wanting to hear what kind of person Miss Alcinte really is. From Lin Tian's brief introduction, it seems that she is not as evil as she introduced. Lin Tian continued, "Actually, how can I say it? I'm afraid I will just make a long story short about her, and I may not finish speaking. I can only say something important." After speaking, Lin Tian glanced at Nami with a guilty conscience, and quickly relieved when she saw that Nami didn't realize anything. Lin Tian was afraid. If he talked too much with Nami's wit, he would easily find out what happened. then it would be him who would suffer. Greater than 8. Grov. But when he thinks that Robin will join them and Nami will be in a boat when they meet, they will know what to find sooner or later. Lin Tian feels exhausted thinking of that scene. Forget it, Lin Tian still moved this mind-blowing thing out of his mind. Now it's useless to think about it, let's talk about it then. She opened her mouth and said, if you really want to describe it vividly, her experience is more like yours. No, maybe it is worse than you. You still have a dream to live, and sometimes she can't figure out why she lives. When you arrive in Kikoja village, there are countless villagers who care about you, and since that year, she has been alive alone, hunted and killed by the world government, and lived by all means. Lin Tian simply said that both Wui and Nami were shocked. Perhaps Wui was just shocked. He didn't expect this murderous woman in the organization to have such a story. But Nami is different. After so many experiences, Nami is more able to experience the kind of pain. A woman who has experienced crueler than herself instantly makes Nami feel like a heart-to-heart in her heart. After all, any girl is emotional. At this time, Sanji, who made breakfast, happened to hear Lin Tian and the others talking, and his eyes were red, and he sighed. I didn't expect that Big Sister would be so miserable. I am the Sea Knight. Bang! Lin Tian quickly reached out to catch the plate that fell from the sky, looked at the ground under Nami's fists. Sanji lying on the ground, silently mourned for half a second. Then he put the plate on the table and shouted directly, Hey, Vivi, Nami, hurry up and have breakfast, it will light up later. Well, brother Lin Tian, Wui smiled slightly and shouted sweetly before doing it directly on the edge of Lin Tian. Don't say anything, Nami went to the one next to Lin Tian. Took a sip of the coffee on his table, opened the newspaper and read it. This is what Nami must do every day, just to better understand what's happening around the world. Big thing. As for Luffy and the others outside, they didn't need Lin Tian to shout. Their sharp noses had already smelled the food, and they walked in one after another, avoiding the Sanji on the ground, and randomly found a place to eat. Grov, grov. Assholes, you assholes. Seeing that no one cares about him, Sanji suddenly jumped up from the ground and cursed at everyone, but everyone should still eat and drink. Looking at the newspaper in her hand, Nami's face changed slightly and some cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Obviously she didn't know what to do. Hey, Nami, keep quiet and be careful. It's better not to let Wui know about this matter. Nami's eyes slanted. It was Lin Tian who was drinking the coffee in her hand and said with a voice that only two people heard. Nami nodded calmly and pretended to flip over the newspaper as usual. At this time, Wui suddenly asked, Nami, is there anything important in the newspaper? Suddenly, Nami panicked and almost dropped the newspaper in her hand. She turned a few pages quickly, pretending to be calm and said, It's okay, it's all unimportant things. Although she felt something was wrong with Nami, Wui didn't look into it carefully and continued to turn around and help Lin Tian remove the packaging from the food. What? Suddenly, Luffy tapped the table, let out a cry of surprise, and jumped off the already nervous Nami. Pointing to a small area in the newspaper, he shouted in surprise, Hey, look at Lin Tian and Soren, look here quickly. Hearing Luffy's call, Lin Tian and Soren glanced at each other and they flashed together in confusion and quickly moved their heads to see what made Luffy scream. Looking at the place Luffy was pointing to, Nami turned her head and said puzzledly, Luffy, why, surprised, isn't it a picture of the Navy? Pointing to the middle of the photo, Luffy smiled and said, well, but there are some incredible characters on it. Seeing the photo clearly, both Lin Tian and Soren were surprised and said in unison, Hey, isn't this Kirby? Unexpectedly, the kid refused me at the time, saying that he would enter the Navy headquarters by his own efforts. Since it is really achieved, Lin Tian looked at the photo and Chevy, who was suffering from fear, couldn't help but smile. Kiwi. Isn't he the friend you mentioned last time? Nami had heard Lin Tian and Luffy talk about the name, so she still had a lot of impressions. Yes, Luffy urged eagerly, "Hurry up, Nami, there is something written on it." Lieutenant General Garp's warship arrived at the naval headquarters. The photo was taken while crossing the upside-down mountain. It is true that Lieutenant General Garp still has a changeable expression. However, the young soldiers saw some panic. "People, that's it." Bang bang! The crisp sound resounded suddenly in the kitchen. The teacup in Lin Tian's hand fell heavily to the ground, and the splashed debris and coffee were scattered on the floor. Everyone was stunned when watching this scene, and time seemed to stop at this moment. After staying with Lin Tian for so long, everyone knows that no matter what the situation is, it is difficult to see panic on Lin Tian's face. The bigger the crisis, the calmer his face, as if everything is under his control. But now, because of a few short words, Lin Tian actually dropped the coffee cup in his hand, and everyone was full of shock and puzzlement. I don't know how long it took. I saw Lin Tian suddenly got up, leaving a sentence and walking outside. "I have something to do, stay outside for a while." When Lin Tian disappeared, everyone reacted, and Yuza asked with a puzzled look, "What happened and how did it suddenly become like this?" Looking at the broken coffee cup on the ground, Soren said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know what happened, this should be related to the news of Nami and just now." Standing Sanji took a mouthful of smoke and echoed, "Every time I make a mistake, Lin Tian was fine before, but after listening to that passage, such a big change happened. I scanned the words I had read several times, but there was nothing strange, no problem. How could Lin Tian be like this? I think I might know the reason." Wui's opening made everyone hurriedly and focused on Wui. Obviously, everyone wanted to know the reason. Putting her hands on her feet, Wui whispered, "This should be related to the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, Lieutenant General Garp, who is reading inside." Lieutenant General Garp is the teacher of Brother Lin Tian. According to Brother Lin Tian, he was also caught on a pirate boat in a pirate massacre in the town 10 years ago. He was rescued by Lieutenant General Garp. Fusion will be a teacher. In the past 10 years in the Navy, Brother Lin Tian has been able to get to the same level as in the past. It can be said that Lieutenant General Garp has helped him in many ways. In Brother Lin Tian's mind, he has not regarded Lieutenant Garp as a teacher, but treated him as a grandfather. After hearing this statement, everyone gradually guessed in their minds why Lin Tian became like that. Brother Lin Tian is also the pride of Lieutenant Admiral Garp. He has become the strongest genius in the Navy. He has lived up to his expectations. He has become the strongest naval soldier and will be promoted to Admiral when he is only 20. Admiral Naval tilde, everyone shouted in surprise. The smoke in Sanji's mouth was frightened and fell. Wui, you said Lin Tian was an admiral at the time, wasn't he a lieutenant? Everyone quickly agreed and nodded. Sanji's question could be said to have asked everyone's voice. Lin Tian had previously said that he was a lieutenant admiral. How can I say it? In fact, when Brother Lin Tian rebelled, it was when he was going to be promoted to admiral, but because he rebelled against the Navy, he was only considered a lieutenant admiral. After listening to Wui's statement, everyone couldn't help being silent, and everyone could understand Lin Tian's mood at this time. His teacher wanted him to become a Navy soldier and tried his best to train him, but Lin Tian has now rebelled against the Navy and became a traitor. On the deck, Lin Tian leaned on the railing, blowing the oncoming sea breeze, staring closely at the sea in front of him. But the mine is already along, riding the sea breeze, drifting towards the distance, drifting across islands full of adventure, drifting to the Navy headquarters. Smelly old man, I don't know how you are. To be continued. Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. Great Root. Nami looked at the direction pointed by the pointer on her arm, the island in front of her, Zayayuayun. Approaching the island in front of them, everyone couldn't help expressing their emotions. After all, the small garden that everyone had been looking forward to was too different from what everyone expected. Don't talk about the town, there is not even a trace of man-made, just a large wild jungle like ancient times, full of various huge plants. Entering the mouth of the river, everyone is divided into two parts. One is represented by Usopp and Nami, and the team is not going to climb the road for fear of danger. The other team is represented by Luffy. The landing team, Luffy and Soren, find it so interesting. You should always go up and see it, and it's too boring to stand the boat every day. Sanji was to prepare food. With Luffy, the big stomach chain, even filling the entire melee with food, it would not be enough for Luffy to eat for a few days. The food on the ship was not enough. As for Lin Tian and Wee, the two held an indifferent attitude. They grew up on the Great Sea Route, and it was not so important whether they went ashore. Immediately afterwards, the flying birds that emerged, the strange noises, and the ferocious animals walking out of the shore, all these indicate that this small garden island, as Robin said, is not safe at all. Suddenly, a tiger appeared in the forest several times larger than usual. Nami and Usopp were taken aback. Nami and Usopp embraced Lin Tian's arm, while Usopp hugged the mountain. Treatment of thighs. Seeing Nami actually plunged into Lin Tian's arms, looking down at Usopp, who was holding her thigh under her feet, the gap was not so big. Asshole, why are you holding my leg? Hugged Lin Tian's arm tightly. The softness on his chest made Lin Tian's heart tremble. As he held it tighter, the feeling became clearer and very comfortable. The scared Nami didn't realize this, staring at the sudden giant tiger. How could there be such a big tiger? Roar! The tiger roared, vomiting a lot of blood. Several blood spattered out of his body and fell to the ground suddenly, and the dead could no longer die. What? Everyone was surprised. Nami exclaimed excitedly, something's wrong, something's wrong. Why would the tiger of the king of the forest suddenly die? We still don't want to go. Yes, I think we should stay on the boat and wait for the record pointer to record, Usopp echoed, sweating. However, Luffy, who was too excited about the adventure, didn't hear the words of the two at all, and called for Sanji to prepare a lunchbox that was all meat, and he wanted to venture on the island. Hey, Sanji, in this case, I also prepare a copy for me. I also want to go to the island for a walk. It was too boring to stand the boat, and Lin Tian wanted to take a walk on the island. At the same time, Lin Tian also feels that this island is not simple. Otherwise, based on Robin's character, how could he deliberately mention this? Obviously there is something hidden on this island. Wee also said, Sanji, you can help me prepare a copy too, and I am also going to go shopping with brother Lin Tian. Okay, I will prepare a delicious love lunch for Ms. Wee right away, Sanji said with red heart and excitement. Soren glanced at Sanji lightly, stood up, raised his hands, and said, I've been on the boat for so long and I'm tired. I'll go for a walk in the forest. In a blink of an eye, all the people on the boat, except for Nami, Usopp, and Sanji, all rushed to the boat to explore this small garden island. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 boats left. Nami and Usopp squatted on the deck with tears. These are all virtues and won't stay well. At this moment, Sanji suddenly thought of something, and he leaped down the deck and walked towards the island. Nami, Usopp, I'm going to find some food. There is not enough food. You two will stay here first. Come here. Hey, Sanji. Hearing the words, Nami quickly stood up and shouted towards the shore, but it was a pity that Sanji had already ran into the island. In the dense jungle, where can I see Sanji? Seeing that only herself and Usopp were left, the 2 weakest people on the ship, of course, there was also a cowardly duck staying on the ship, and Nami suddenly came to her senses and shouted. It turns out that we are the most dangerous. Lin Tian. Where are you? Wait for me, I also want to go with you. In the forest, the dense foliage blocked a lot of sunlight, leaving only a few spots on the ground. Lin Tian and Wee were standing side by side. Suddenly, Lin Tian stopped walking well, raised his head and looked around, as if looking for something. Wee also stopped, watching Lin Tian's movements, and asked incomprehensibly, Brother Lin Tian, what are you looking at? Is there anything beside it? No, it feels like someone is calling me. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Tian touched his head with a puzzled face. However, there is no one on the side. I should have heard it wrong. Let's go ahead. Well, Wee nodded slightly, stretched out her hands and hugged Lin Tian's arm tightly, with a happy smile on her face, closing her eyes to experience it carefully. Said with a contented expression, I miss this feeling so much. Back then, Brother Lin Tian often took me out of the palace and then ran outside to play. Following Brother Lin Tian, he felt safe and happy. Hearing the words, Lin Tian also showed nostalgia on his face, rubbing it lightly with his hands, and Wee's head and waist was as blue as the sea. Yeah. The snot ghost, who used to follow me back then, hasn't seen me for more than a year now. I feel a lot has changed, but my personality is still the same as before. I haven't grown up at all. Wee suddenly raised her head, grumbled her mouth and said in dissatisfaction, where? I wasn't the snot ghost in the past. Okay, let's talk about how people grow up now. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, lowered his head and scanned Wee slightly, and commented to himself that compared with the past, she has indeed grown up a lot. Perceiving that Lin Tian didn't speak, Wee looked up puzzledly and saw that Lin Tian's eyes were fixed on her, and her cheeks flushed immediately, and she quickly lowered her blushing face. Feeling Wee's actions, Lin Tian couldn't help but blush, and cursed his beast in his heart. This is a goddess, clearing the extra thoughts in his mind. Ahem. Coughed slightly to hide his embarrassment, and hurriedly changed the subject. However, in my heart, you are still a little girl who bumped into me in the Chambered Islands. However, before Lin Tian could finish speaking, Wee's next sentence almost caused a mouthful of old blood in Lin Tian's chest to spray out. Brother Lin Tian is just a big pervert. Not only did I have Sister Ayan and Sister Hancock, but he also went to provoke Nami. My father was right. He wanted me to guard against Brother Lin Tian. Because of being shy in her heart, Wee's voice is very soft, but who Lin Tian is, even the ants can hear clearly all the time. The whole person is speechless and almost fell to the ground. However, this little Easy dared to say that to herself. It seems that she should have been disciplined recently, otherwise the majesty of being an elder is useless at all. At the same time, I couldn't help but curse the old man in my heart. What did the whole person hand over? What does it mean to be a big satyr, and Wee should guard against herself? Is she so scary? This is seriously tarnishing such a tall image of himself. It seems that the casters will have to settle the bill next time. He should dare to destroy his tall image. But now, I still have to find the majesty as an elder as soon as possible. Lin Tian is preparing to give this little girl a good lesson. Who knows, Wee, who is familiar with Lin Tian, had already anticipated this scene. She quickly let go of her hands and turned around gracefully, and the blue show swept across Lin Tian's face, avoiding Lin Tian's magical skill. Ran forward a few steps, turned around, and said with a smile, although the father is right, I still like the current Brother Lin Tian. Hearing the words, Lin Tian was taken aback and smiled. When did this little Easy become so bold she dared to play? Looking at Wee's happy back, Lin Tian flashed a trace of relief. The security of the whole country was really too heavy on her, and she really shouldn't bear this when she was just 16. A few days ago, I never saw her real smile. Let her have fun with her today, let her relax, those things are too tired to resist. Ah. Brother Lin Tian! A scream came from the front. Lin Tian's face changed, and Wee, who ran out first, was in danger, and her figure flashed. The speed was so fast that it turned into a white light and passed over the huge tree trunk that blocked the view in front of him. In an instant, he appeared in front of Wee and grabbed Wee, who was about to fall. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Wee, Lin Tian suddenly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was okay. He held Wee and looked forward. Looked up, it turned out to be a dinosaur several meters high and more than 10 meters long. I don't know when it appeared on Wee's path. A huge saliva came out of her mouth. Obviously, this dinosaur treats Lin Tian and Wui as food they have never seen before and is ready to run away for a meal. Roar! Opened the mouth of the blood basin and shouted wildly at Lin Tian and the two people. The foul smelly wine rushed toward each other. It was so uncomfortable that it made people feel like vomiting. Wui quickly covered her nose to cover up the unpleasant smell, waved her hand, and said with a disgusting expression, it smells really unpleasant. The huge lobby, every step of the fall is a huge noise, the ground is shaking, looking at the huge lobby, pushing it horizontally like a bulldozer. Lin Tian hugged Wui, leaped slightly, and stepped on her head with her right foot. With a loud bang, the huge body of the dinosaur plunged into the ground. Stepped on her toes, hugged Wui, flew back, lightly landed on the ground, and left Lin Tian's arms. Wui looked at the dinosaur in front of her with a worried expression. This small garden is actually an island of ancient times. It still stayed tens of thousands of years ago, retaining the same environment as in the past. Lin Tian nodded and agreed with Wui's words. Compared to this, I am still more worried at Nami and Usopp who stayed alone on the boat. P.S. Dear readers, because it was a free chapter yesterday, I had to skip to the front to read it, which caused chaos in the chapter. Sorry. To be continued. Before Lin Tian could act, the sudden screams had sounded, and the entire sky was echoing. Vash! The screams sounded, startled a burst of birds, covering the sky and the sun. At least there were hundreds of them. All of them flew in the direction of the island in horror. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian's face changed drastically. He didn't say much. He hugged Wui who was stunned behind him, and stepped on one foot. The strong force directly caused the adult-like roots of the tree to crack at his feet. Looking for the hole, the figure burst out and disappeared into the dense jungle in an instant. Phew. Lin Tian hugged Wui like a stream of light, flashing among the dense jungle, flexibly avoiding strange plants and tree trunks in front of him. Under high exercise, the wind, generated is extremely powerful, cutting the face of ordinary people like a knife, even if the weather is blocked by Lin. But for Wui it is still unbearable, so she has to close her head against Lin Tian's chest, and this feeling is very comfortable. Even if his own level has been increased to the extreme, Lin Tian still feels slow, too slow. The screams just now came from the Merly, and only Usopp and Nami were there. The two of them have no power to find the chickens. In this ancient dinosaur island, I don't know how many can kill them. Moreover, the previous screams and the startling of countless birds all explained that Nami and Usopp were in danger. Now his speed is too slow, and it will take some time to rush over. If something really happens, it's late now. Phew. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came from the side, and a crisis rose from my heart. Without even thinking about it, under instinct, Lin Tian hugged Wui and quickly avoided it. Phew. Before Lin Tian could stop, another sound of breaking through the air came from behind. His steps slipped, holding Wui in his upper body and leaning down flat, avoiding the attack from behind, and at the same time, he saw clearly what it was. Attacked. It was a flower, a very bright flower, a flower bigger than a human. The mouth of the flower was not a fresh bud, but a serrated like a beast. It was two piranha flowers that attacked Lin Tian. Seeing that a single blow could not be achieved, the previous piranha that attacked Lin Tian changed its direction and attacked below Lin Tian. Two piranhas, one up and down, flanking back and forth. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help snorting coldly, so the two piranhas dared to attack him. The palm of his right hand was formed, and he slapped down suddenly, and the light blue palm came out through his palm. With a loud bang, under Lin Tian's strong palm, the terrifying piranha was instantly exploded. The palm's power was undiminished, and it blasted to the ground with an explosion, leaving only a large pit on the ground. The next moment, the attack of the piranha above has been killed, enough to swallow the whole person's mouth, exuding a stench, and Lin Tian can clearly see the bones of some of the beasts. With such a big move, Wui also felt something was wrong. She just wanted to raise her head to see what happened next. Lin Tian's gentle hand gently pressed Wui's head. said softly, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. I will take care of it, so don't look at it. It's a bit disgusting," replied in a low voice. Wee put her head close to Lin Tian's chest. "Here, no matter what the world becomes, she is in absolute safety in her heart." Arashi feet kicked his right foot towards the void. A light blue vacuum shopping wave cut through the sturdy rhythm of the piranha, and the whole piranha was divided into two in an instant. Took a volley, taking advantage of the impact. Lin Tian stood up, with Wee in his arms, and rushed in the direction of the melee again. These series of actions were just born between flashes, and the two piranhas had been destroyed in Lin Tian's hands, without even blocking them. Before Lin Tian could go far, suddenly the ground began to vibrate, and the randomly scattered leaves were lifted up again. At the same time, there was a dull sound. Lin Tian hurriedly stopped himself on a tall tree trunk. Seeing and hearing color domineering. As soon as the domineering opened, Lin Tian's perception instantly increased by a geometric multiple. After the dense jungle, Lin Tian noticed that he heard all the sounds, not one but dozens of them. Such a big movement, even if Wee feels safe again, she can no longer suppress her curiosity, lifted her head from Lin Tian's chest, and looked forward curiously. I saw the dense leaves, and they began to shake in pieces. The next moment, I saw several huge dinosaurs rushing out of the plants, and a thick dust and fallen leaves were thrown up behind them. But I can still see clearly, behind that, hundreds of huge dinosaurs and some strange creatures mixed together, fleeing towards the island, the same as the previous hundreds of flying birds. So many giants gathered together to run. The scene is magnificent, the momentum is huge. Wherever it passes, everything that prevents is destroyed under its body. Withdrawing her shocked gaze, Wee curiously said, "What do these dinosaurs do? How do they get together and run forward, just chasing something behind? If this is a dinosaur of dozens of tons, this behemoth is the overlord of the island, and what creature can make them so scared?" "Yeah," Lin Tian answered in a low voice. "Yes, it seems that this island is not easy. It can scare so many dinosaurs. It seems that Robin is right." "What?" Suddenly remembered something, Wee screamed and hurriedly shouted, "Those dinosaurs are coming from Nami and the others. It's not good, they are in danger." Although Lin Tian didn't speak, his speed accelerated again a little bit, and he had reached an extreme, and he was very worried about the safety of those two. Click, click. But at such a critical moment, there will always be something, with a slam, a slash, straight to the big tree on the side. Unexpectedly, in addition to piranhas, there are piranha trees. Backhanded back to chase the wind, Lin Tian jumped into the air, followed by several leaps, and landed on a big tree. Under the tree, the Merly lay quietly there. However, in the open space, on the edge of the Merly, a huge dinosaur was chopped off, leaving only the corpse lying there. The blood from the neck flowed out along the wound, dyeing the entire emerald green grass bright red, and the water in the river beside it also brought a hint of bright red, but under the impact of the water, it was immediately diluted. Seeing this, Lin Tian's calm face also showed a trace of anxiety. Wee had already covered her mouth with a fright before her, and had just landed on the deck. Wee didn't say anything. She hurriedly left Lin Tian's embrace, ran towards the room, rushed out immediately, and ran into the kitchen again. Nami, Usopp. It's a pity that Wee has searched the entire Mary, but there is still no trace of Nami and Usopp, and the two disappeared for no reason. Wee, stop yelling, the two of them may have been taken away. With his back on his back, Lin Tian stared at the dinosaur's body below and quietly stopped Wee from moving. Regarding this situation, Lin Tian had already guessed it when he saw the dead dinosaur. By the shore, this dinosaur is a giant carnivorous dinosaur. How could Nami and Usopp be the opponent of this dinosaur? Not to mention, judging from the wound on the neck, this dinosaur was cut off by a single move, otherwise the wound would not be so smooth and sharp. If it was not a powerful slash, it would be cut off by a weapon instantly, and there was no resistance at all. From this point of view, Nami and Usopp must have been taken away by the person who broke out suddenly, but they did not know where they were taken. Wee ran over and asked worriedly, "Brother Lin Tian, What should I do? Nami and Usopp are gone, and they don't know where they are. Stretched out his hand, touched Wee Show lightly, and said softly, "Don't worry, this is good news for us. At least they did not have an accident, but from the current situation, they should have been taken away." I was arrested. Would it be the killer of the Baroque Job Club? Yes, it must be the killer of the Baroque Job Club. Before Lin Tian could speak, the more Wee thought about it, the more certain she was that her guess was correct. As SS11 SNDG said earlier, we will definitely not be able to get out of the small garden. He is Crocodile's assistant. He must have told Crocodile our information. Brother Lin Tian. Kill bar 5-2 people, he will definitely send a more powerful killer. Nami and the others should have been captured by them. Touching her aching head, Wee was crying and looked up at Lin Tian with a lovely face. Her eyes were clearly saying, "Why hit me again?" Withdrawing his hand, Lin Tian rubbed her sea blue head again, and said with a smile, "In your little head, you have been thinking about something all day. Where are there so many conspiracies?" Covering her head, Wee pouted her mouth and said, "Why not, except for the kind of things that might explain these things, otherwise someone would take Nami and the others away." "Don't worry, Robin couldn't have said it. If she really told Crocodile about us, the crocodile wouldn't send out a character. What he wants to think is not how to deal with us, but how to meet my anger, run away, or prepare to fight with me for something like that." Hearing Lin Tian's words, although Wee's mouth is still pouting, she already thinks that her inference is wrong. Having known Lin Tian for so long, Wee is very clear about Lin Tian's strength. I met Brother Lin Tian for the first time, and I accidentally bumped into him that day, and that day was the day when Brother Lin Tian became famous. Thinking of this, Wee admired so much. However, at the same time, I was very curious and puzzled. What is the relationship between SS11's Dai and Lin Tian? Why do you believe in her so much, and what happened between them? Lin Tian did not see the change in Wee's expression, because his eyes looked deep into the jungle where there is. To be continued. In the jungle, Lin Tian and Wee stood in front of a huge pit. No, it should be said that they were in front of a huge footprint. 8. Grav equals Grav. Wee covered her mouth and shouted in shock. Such a big footprint. This is a giant. There are giants on this island. Grabbing a piece of dirt, Lin Tian felt it carefully, stood up, and patted the dirt in his hands. Such a giant is not so easy to hide on this island. Let's go to the mountain over there and stand. You should be able to find them in high places. Staring at the footprints under his feet, he caught up with him for a moment, and then asked, "Brother Lin Tian, are you saying that Nami and the others were walked by giants?" Shaking his head, Lin Tian said softly, "I don't know the details, but it's 80%. I just don't know why the giants arrested Nami and Usopp." With a low response, Wee withdrew the question in her heart, smiled slightly, stretched out her hands to embrace Lin Tian's arm, and said indifferently, "Anyway, Brother Lin Tian is here, so don't be afraid of anything." Hearing that, Lin Tian smiled. Although his strength is good, there are not a few people in the world who can deal with him, and they have not reached the point of invincibility. Following the actual footprints, the two of them walked slowly in the calm forest. There was nothing on the way, and it was a bit scary to be quiet. I don't know if they were scared away by the giant or for what. Suddenly, Wee, who was walking well before, suddenly stopped, holding Lin Tian tightly with both hands, and could clearly feel the trembling from Wee's arm. Lin Tian stopped and followed Wee's gaze. It turned out that there was a giant snake over 100 meters long, coiled around the tree trunk, with scarlet eyes staring at Wee. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian's face changed slightly. If it was just a big snake, it would not be enough for Lin Tian to pay attention to it. Even a sea king that was several hundred meters long, Lin Tian could kill with one move. What really makes Lin Tian strange is that this is not a snake. No, it should be said that this is not a real snake. It is just a fake snake, but it is very vivid for some reason, and it is difficult for ordinary people to see the difference. Lin Tian was able to tell that it was because of his strong perception that this snake couldn't sense any living things, not even a breath of life. After so long, even if Wee was very scared, she realized something was wrong, and said, "Brother Lin Tian, why this giant snake hasn't made any movement for so long? Is it preparing something?" "No." Lin Tian walked forward with Wee, staring at the giant snake and said calmly, "No. This is not a real snake, but it was made by someone, just very expressive." Vivi was suddenly surprised. This completely exceeded what she had seen and heard. How is it possible? Even if you are a good artist, it is impossible to make such an image. Ordinary people can't do it, but if they have devil fruit ability, they can do it with special devil fruit ability. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tian stepped hard and rose into the air, stepping on both feet, and the whole person flew towards the snake head on the trunk, which was the moon step. Approaching the snake's head, the palm of his right hand turned into a grasp, without hesitation, towards the upper right part of the snake's head, a strong grasp. The 5 fingers were extremely sharp at high speed and penetrated into it without any obstacle. Feeling the sensation from his hand, Lin Tian showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Amidst Wee's exclamation, she yanked her towards the back. The eyes that were bigger than a human were completely snapped by Lin Tian. Seeing this scene, Vivi underneath was stunned, but it was not Lin Tian who huddled his eyes, but the place where he huddled them. There are no blood vessels, no disgusting organs, no blood, only a white piece. Just as Lin Tian said, this giant snake is fake, made of a white substance that is unknown. Landing on the ground, Lin Tian's arm suddenly exerted force, and within a short time, the entire right wall was covered with cracks, and there was a creaking sound, and the huge eye wall became countless pieces and fell to the ground. With this simple hand, you can already see Lin Tian's power control, breaking such a big eye wall into countless pieces, and preventing them from flying out and falling naturally. Underline. Greater than equals, Grav. Wee ran over and saw the scene on the ground. The huge eye walls turned into small pieces of white fragments, and she was suddenly frightened for some reason. Squinting to see the changes in Wee, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with doubts, and he asked, "Wee, have you found anything?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's question, Wee withdrew her horrified gaze and explained excitedly, "Brother Lin Tian, this is made of candle liquid. Only Mr. 3 from the Rookwork Club can do this. He is a candle man who melts fruits. He can fuse his body and secrete candle liquid that can be solidified into steel. One of the senior agents of the Baroque Working Society." Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help holding up his chin with a hint of fun on his face. This island has not only giants, but also Baroque senior agents behind, which can be said to be more and more interesting. He raised his head, glanced around, and took a closer look, and found that there were indeed some beasts made of candles beside them, but they were all fake, so Lin Tian did not perceive their existence before. He opened his mouth to analyze and said, "There are so many beasts with such an image here. It is no wonder that I have not found any dinosaurs here. I should have been scared by these fakes, so that the Baroque Work Club is also here." With that, Lin Tian took a step forward and looked for a direction to go. "Go, Wee, let's kill the crocodile's men first, and go find Nami and them. There is a poisonous snake hiding in the dark." Somewhat uncomfortable, Wee responded with a low reply and quickly followed Lin Tian's footsteps. Before taking a few steps, Lin Tian stopped again, staring at a dense jungle. Putting Viviera behind her, she whispered, "Be careful, something is coming." As soon as the voice fell, the calm bush shook quickly, and a yellow shadow rushed out. It was not a beast, but a duck. It was Karu, who was originally with Nami and the others. For some reason, he ran out from here. Whack! Seeing Wee and Lin Tian in front of him, the scared Karu showed an expression of excitement on his face and sprinted hard, running to Wee. Karu rushed over in a hug. Wee wept with joy. "Karu, I thought you were arrested and made roast duck. I didn't expect you to be alive. It's great." Whack! Karu's old duck suddenly became ill and hurriedly called a few times to express his dissatisfaction. Lin Tian was also stunned by his words. His expression was taken aback, and a wry smile appeared on his face, a little underestimating Karu. Suddenly, Wee suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked, Kalu, aren't you with Nami and Usopp? Where did they go? Quack quack quack. What? You said that they were captured by the giant first, and then by Mr. 3, from the Baroque Job Club. You escaped by yourself. In response, Karu nodded proudly and called out twice, feeling that he was very powerful. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian couldn't help laughing. To tell the truth, Lin Tian sometimes feels funny about the duck of Karu. I really don't know how Uwe played with this duck. Since they were caught, the matter was a little troublesome. Lin Tian asked, Karu, you know where Nami and Usopp were caught, and where are Luffy, Sanji, and Soren? Went. Whack. Wee translated it. Soren was also arrested, and Luffy was actually pressed down at the bottom of the mountain. Now he can't get out. It's here to rescue soldiers. Brother Lin Tian. What shall we do now? Just when Lin Tian was about to speak, a huge shout sounded, I will never let you go and disturb the guy in the uncle's duel. Hearing this yell, Lin Tian waved his hand, let's get closer first, don't let Luffy wait in a hurry. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tian's figure flashed, and he had appeared more than 10 meters away and rushed towards the place where Karu had come. Wee turned over to Karu and followed Lin Tian closely. Being able to hear Luffy shout so clearly, they didn't spend much time before they arrived at the place where Luffy was. Luffy is indeed a little embarrassed now. The whole person is pressed by a huge and strange mountain full of many holes. Even if Luffy has a strange power, he is still unable to move when he is pressed by such a heavy object. At the bottom of the mountain, Luffy was holding his hands on the ground, struggling desperately, trying to lift the mountain above and blast off the guy who insulted the sacred battle of the two uncles, but now being pressed under the mountain, he was also powerless. Hey, Luffy, this is the first time I've seen you so embarrassed for so long. Hearing this familiar voice, Luffy quickly raised his head and saw 3 figures standing in front of him, Lin Tian. Wee, why are you here? Walking in front of Luffy, he squatted down and said with a smile, we just ran into Karu, and then heard your call and ran over, but I didn't expect you to be pressed on the mountain now. After being happy, Luffy certainly didn't forget what was going on, and shouted angrily, Lin Tian. Hurry up and rescue me, I will fly those casters who undermine the justice of the uncle. Uncle, Luffy? Lin Tian's face was puzzled calm, but he didn't ask, he just kept his mind free. Now it's not a matter of time, Nami and the others are still waiting for their rescue. The right hand went to the place where Asian was in contact with the ground, grabbed hard, and uttered a low drink. The whole body's power was gathered on the right arm, and Asian, which occupies 1/3 of the entire island, was lifted directly under the power of Lin Tian's one hand. Stand up. But just from this point, it can be seen that Lin Tian's power is terrifying, and the giant who grows by strength alone is not Lin Tian's opponent. Luffy rushed out, like a dragon returning to the sea, and his figure suddenly flew into the forest. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared. Bang! Gently put down the huge rock, touched the sweat on his head, even for the powerful Lin Tian. Lifting such a high rock is very hard. Turning around, he suddenly shouted, hey, how about Luffy, why is it gone? Stupid, this casters knows to be messy all day long. To be continued. Fool. That fool Luffy. In the forest, running Lin Tian kept cursing that Luffy bastard. If he didn't say anything, he rushed over, always at a loss. Under the leadership of Karu, a ray of light passed through the jungle in front of him. Lin Tian knew that the place had arrived. As soon as his degree increased, he rushed out of the jungle with Karu. The scene before them made Lin Tian and Wee couldn't help but stay. They saw, in the huge open space, The first thing that entered in front of them were two huge bodies, the giants. There was no way anyone could call them too big. On the other side, there is an extra large candle with a rotating bowl behind it. Under the bowl, Soren, Nami, and Usopp stand on it. Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Woo. Lin Tian. At this time, the three of them were fixed under the candle, and the whole body was still and completely wrapped by a white thing, but from the top, it should also be a candle, but I don't know why it was like that. Lin Tian asked, "Hey, why did the three of you suddenly become like this? Are you finishing the body art?" "If it were really body art, it would be great, Lin Tian." "Help," Usopp said with a crying face, holding his hand to play. Nami is in the same mood as Usopp at this time, Lin Tian. "You should solve us first. These problems will be discussed later." Soren was still more calm and said something useful. "Hey, Lin Tian. Hurry up, there is a kind of wax mist floating on it. If we wait for a while, we will become candle dolls." When Soren said this, Lin Tian slowly put away his procrastination mentality and walked towards the huge candle in front of him when an arrogant voice came over. "Boy, you are also with this group of pirates, right? You want to destroy my art without my consent. Isn't that too much of an eye for me? I'm a Baroque senior agent." Turning his head slowly and looking in the direction of the sound, a guy wearing blue and white stripes with a strange, free shape on his head was leaning on the tree leisurely, still drinking slowly. With coffee. Wee and Teru were terrified when they saw the man, R3, a senior agent of the Baroque Job Club, a demon fruit-capable person of the Candleman. "Oh, I didn't expect that there are people here. I was wondering why no one is here. However, I don't need to ask anyone for permission to do things. I like freedom. As for the guy who threatens me, I don't mind sending him off into hell." After finishing speaking, Lin Tian turned his head and continued to walk towards Soren and the others. As for the R3, he ignored him. When R3 was directly caught by Lin Tian, he choked and shouted angrily, "Asshole, dare to look down upon me. I took the princess by myself and wanted to let my work go. Isn't it too rampant?" Turned his head and turned to the girl sitting on the picnic cloth beside him and said, "Catch this asterisk for me so that he can see what a Baroque senior agent is." Out of curiosity, Lin Tian looked back, and for a moment, he was dumbfounded and his eyes burst out of fright. "What? I saw that Luffy, who ran by alone, was sitting with a little asterisk the tablecloth, holding a teacup in his hand and drinking gently." In this scene, Lin Tian suddenly felt that he was messed up in his heart. What is this? Luffy, this guy, can actually drink tea. He would rather believe that the so will climb the tree. It seems that the world is not changing fast. At this moment, the little girl eating the roasted sendi took out a paint pad, holding a paintbrush in her left hand, and in Lin Tian's curious eyes, the paintbrush waved towards Lin Tian. "Have it." Lin Tian quickly dodged. Soren quickly reminded that it was this little girl who controlled Luffy's actions with paint. According to the degree of danger in Soren's view, this little girl is more terrifying than the Candleman, and that ability is even more difficult to prevent. Unfortunately, I don't know if it was Soren who reminded him a little late, or Lin Tian didn't hide it on purpose. Anyway, the most important thing is that the black paint has been painted on Lin Tian. It's over. Lin Tian is also under control. We are not saved now. Nami and Usopp ran in tears at the same time. If they were trapped by candles, they had fallen directly to the ground. Seeing the paint spilled on Lin Tian, R3 smiled triumphantly. "As long as it is painted, no one can escape." "Oh, is it?" Lin Tian lowered his head and slowly raised it, with a disdainful ridicule on his face. "However, I don't think this is of any use." "What? How is it possible the paint can't control her?" R3 shouted in horror. This was something he had never encountered before. Looking at Lin Tian's blood-red eyes, the little girl was directly frightened and sat on the ground. Her head was covered with sweat from fear, and she said in a trembling voice, "No! The will of R3 is too strong. We are not his opponent. We will be killed by him. I always thought I was extremely smart. How could the IIQ R3 endure my carefully designed plan and make a change? Isn't this slapping myself? How could it be that it was just a pirate from the East China Sea? How could it be so strong? Look at me, candle shackles." S right hand turned into white candle liquid, waved a black wax liquid towards Lin Tian, and attacked Lin Tian's feet. With his right hand slowly holding the chasing wind behind him, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a light. "Correct, I am not from the East China Sea. I have been living on a great sea route." The figure flashed, dodged the attack of R3, and at the same time swung a sword light, not towards R3, but towards Luffy. Disappeared. R3 exclaimed if he suddenly believed in his heart, this man is not something they can deal with. Waiting for Lin Tian's figure to appear, he was already in front of the giant candle with his back on his back and said calmly, "Hey, Luffy and the two of them will be solved by you, hurry up." S clothes were chopped to pieces by Lin Tian, and Luffy, finally rescued from the paint hint, stretched out his fist and knocked the little girl into the air with a momentum of covering the thunder. "Rubber rubber. Gun." Raising his fist, Luffy replied excitedly, "It feels good to be free. You, the guy who destroys the sacred battle of the uncle, let me fly and avenge the uncle and the others." Boom! Lin Tian stomped on the candle below with his right foot, and the candle, which was as hard as steel, suddenly trained into countless pieces. Lin Tian stretched out his hand, grabbed Usopp and Nami, and quickly retreated to the back. Soren, who recovered his freedom, also hurriedly followed Lin Tian and retreated back, because the huge candle was under Lin Tian's foot. Is about to fall. A huge sound, white smoke, filled the entire clearing area, flooding everyone in it, only barely able to see the shadow of the person next to him. R3, who had been beaten by Luffy for a while, saw it, and suddenly realized that it was a good opportunity to escape, and ran into the jungle without thinking. You must know that from the previous actions of Lin Tian. R3 understood that this group of people were incapable of fighting, and that the combat power that brought Luffy to him was extremely terrifying. Don't want to beat him up. Is not there anymore. My strongest moves are not available, and it is difficult to wield the maximum power. In summary, R3 decided to take the best strategy. Seeing R fleeing, Luffy hurriedly chased after him. He had already said that he would take the guy who destroyed the uncle's sacred duel into the air, so he must do it. Luffy is the kind of person who will do it even if he has given his life once he recognizes something. The faint sea breeze blew by, and the white wax dance began to slowly dissipate. Everyone appeared. Although everyone had a lot of wax on their bodies, no one was injured. Twisted twice, while holding his sore arm, Soren said with a relaxed face, "Hey. I'm really tired after holding it for so long. It's better to be free." Hoo. Usopp panted heavily, knelt on the ground, and said fortunately, "Ah. Finally offended. I almost thought I was dead there." Hugging Lin Tian's arm, Nami, who was also thankful, heard Usopp's words. A sudden anger rose in her chest, and her right foot suddenly kicked on Usopp. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian bit his teeth and saw a trace of sympathy flashed in Usopp's eyes when he fell on the ground. Raising her fist, Nami said angrily, "Idiot, if you hadn't said that using wine can make fishing better, would we bring the giant over? How could we be caught by the giant? Woo. It's all my fault." Glancing around, Wee said with some worry, "Luffy is going to chase R3 alone. Is it okay? He is a Baroque senior agent." Nami patted her shoulder and comforted, "Don't worry, he is Luffy, the strongest pirate in the East China Sea, and the big pirate who offers a reward of 50 million Baileys will surely be able to fly him." Hey www.pelmetal.com, but why haven't I seen that casters cook? Frowned, Soren asked suspiciously, but his tone was still slightly worried. Although Soren and Sanji don't usually have a cold, they are brothers who have experienced so many life and death battles. They can give their lives to each other at any time, so they are still worried in their hearts without seeing Sanji. Usopp got up from the ground, propped his chin and meditated. Speaking of this, Namik-Shang and I have never seen him. We also echoed, neither did I nor brother Lin Tian. We went to the Millie specifically, and there is no Sanji either. Don't worry, with Sanji's current strength, there should be nothing that can threaten him, Lin Tian smiled and exclaimed comfortingly. After a pause, Lin Tian continued, speaking of which, I would like to know how you guys did it. How did each of you become like that, and what happened to the two giants on the side? After hearing Lin Tian's question, the three of them couldn't help but flushed, and everyone was a little ashamed of this matter. On the other side, in the forest, under the chase of Luffy, he finally blasted R3 out, leaving only one light spot. And in the forest, in a candle hut made of R3, while Nami and the others were suffering, Sanji was sitting in it and drinking coffee comfortably. Just then, the voice of the phone bug rang. Gulu Gulu. To be continued. In the forest, the resolution of the matter also gave everyone a rare break. Surrounding everyone's minds, the problem of magnetism in the small garden that took a year to record has also been solved. 8. Grav equals Grav. The Sanji was lucky enough to find Mr. Three's secret base, took the time to drink a cup of tea and talk to the crocodile. The main thing is to get the permanent pointer to Alabaston and finally solve the problem of the sadness in the hearts of everyone. Immediately afterwards, Luffy with a rib, after seeing the giant uncle reconciled, was extremely happy. When Luffy was happy, he wanted to eat barbecue, and then he had a banquet. At this time, when the people in Luffy and the two giants held a small banquet in the previous open space, Lin Tian was sitting on the edge of a small stream on a huge number of arched roots, and behind that was a clear stream. Under the beautiful white moonlight, the flowing water was covered with white gauze. On the shore, some special plants, handed down from the ancient times, gave off a strange light, which added a touch of unique charm. In the clear and beautiful stream, you can vaguely see two beautiful shadows, making a fuss in the stream, and even more beautiful in the moonlight. Do you still hear a smile or two? That sounds like a yellow ring sound. Ha ha. Sitting on the tree trunk, Lin Tian propped his chin and leaned back behind the stream. Hearing the laughter coming from behind, the real person felt as if he was disturbed by a cat. At this time, under Lin Tian's calm appearance, he hides this restless heart, sitting in his heart an extremely important ideological struggle about major events in life. It's a beast after all. It's better than a beast. As long as you turn your head slightly, you will be a stunning beauty. This kind of sight is rare in the world, and two great beauties are bathing in the river behind. There are no obstructions in the middle, only when you turn your head you can have a panoramic view of the scene behind, and you won't have to endure so hard here. Hey. To be honest, Lin Tian really has this in his heart, no matter what, the urge to rush in and wash together, but in common terms, there is no such guts to have this heart now. Right, greater than Grav. If Nami was alone, Lin Tian would definitely not care about so much. Anyway, it was his own person, and he would watch it early and evening, But now there is still a wee inside, which is different in nature, but that is my own sister. How can I do that kind of beast thing? What frustrated Lin Tian most was that these two women were obviously rectifying themselves. Otherwise, why would they take a bath after taking a bath, and they called themselves over with a reputation of being afraid of others to peek. But on this small island, apart from a few of them, there are some figures, and I haven't found a better place. Just like this behind me, there is no shelter. What makes Lin Tian tiring the most is that you say you take a bath as soon as you take a bath, and you still make such loud noises. Isn't this Kai Lulu's temptation? At this time, Lin Tian couldn't help but think of a story he heard in the past. A couple of lovers went on a trip and fell asleep in a hotel at night. There was no room at night, and two people slept on the same bed. As a result, the girl drew a line from the middle before going to bed, saying that whoever surpassed the other was an animal. The man acted like a gentleman and did nothing that night. As a result, his girlfriend came together the next morning and said directly, "You are really inferior to an animal." Lin Tian felt that at this time he was standing at a fork in a difficult choice, one with beasts on it and the other with beasts on it. Which one should be chosen? In the stream, compared to Lin Tian, who was fighting fiercely there, Nami and Wui were fighting heartlessly there. Anyway, there is Lin Tian right in front of them, and both of them are 100 rest assured. With Lin Tian there, no one in this world should be able to break him without any movement. But they don't know what they see is the biggest pervert. But this pervert is now undergoing this fierce psychological struggle in his heart. What should he do? In other words, they are not unclear, but the refreshing stream impacted under the extremely smooth skin, and the moonlight brought out the whiteness of the skin of the two people. When the stream impacted, the exhaustion during the day seemed to disappear and the whole body seemed to be refreshed and comfortable. Surrounded. Greater than ya greater than when a underline equals grav equals grav equals. Holding her hands, Nami lifted a lazy waist. That perfect figure, the proud double peaks on her chest, and the white and rosy skin like snow, just passed through the water and appeared between heaven and earth. What? Surrounded by the cool stream, the comfort that came from her whole body made Nami panting. The soft voice was really tempting. Lin Tian, who was caught in a fierce choice on the side, couldn't help but tremble, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. This little girl, wait for me, so tempting me. Next time you must take time to deal with it. In the stream, only one end of Wui came out, looking at Nami's figure and looking down at herself. A hint of inferiority flashed across her face. Secretly thought, Nami's is really much older than me. No wonder brother Lin Tian likes it. However, I'm still 16 years old and I still have the opportunity to grow. Then Lin Tian. If Lin Tian knew what Wui was thinking at this time, he would really spit out a mouthful of old blood and just snap his fingers on the spot, thinking about things at such a young age. Stretching her waist, Nami hid her perfect body under the water again and asked Wui, "Hey, Wui, so you and Lin Tian first met 5 years ago?" It started. Hearing Nami's question, Vivi was taken aback for a moment and quickly reacted, quietly flushing immediately, clearing the extra thoughts in her mind and stammering in reply. Oh. Yes, the first time I met with Lin Tian was in the Chambered Islands. It happened that the day my father took me to play there, I met Lin Tian. By the way, that day, but the day when brother Lin Tian was famous for the great root, he was compared with a long-famous Pluto King Raleigh, which shocked the world. Saying this, Wui no longer looked proud. Pluto Raleigh. Nami was puzzled and asked, "Vivi, who is Pluto Raleigh? Is he strong?" Wui replied with excitement, "Well, maybe you have never heard of Li from the East China Sea, but you should have heard of Roger One Piece." Nami lightly tapped. The name is known all over the world, let alone those who live in the East China Sea. Pluto Raleigh is the deputy captain of One Piece. He is known as Roger's right hand. He is a very powerful man. Back then, brother Lin Tian fought against him, but he was only 15 years old. What? Nami exclaimed. Although she has never seen Pluto Raleigh, she can know how strong Pluto Raleigh is only from the story of the pirate King Roger's deputy captain, but Lin Tian can do that at the age of 15. After a few seconds of silence, Nami asked in a low voice, "Vivi, can you tell me about Lin Tian?" Through the conversation with Wui, Nami now realizes that compared to Lin Tian, she knows so little about it, she doesn't even know many basic things, even what Lin Tian likes or. Compared with Lin Tian, he knew everything about herself through Nuakageyo's mouth, and often noticed some of her habits in small things. Nami felt that this was a bit too unfair. She also wants to understand Lin Tian's past. Listening to the two people behind, they were talking in a low voice, but they could only hear the voice clearly. Lin Tian couldn't hear exactly what was said. In my mind, it was very strange, but I still didn't look back. I insisted on it for so long. If I turn around and it will be over, then the tall image will be over. At this time, Lin Tian had such a word in his mind. Hey! Tired. This is really not as good as a beast. Compared to Lin Tian's tiredness, Nami's feeling in her heart is not much worse than Lin Tian's. With Wee Wee's explanation, Nami also slowly came into contact with Lin Tian's past. But knowing that she has passed, Nami feels even more unclear in her heart, and she always feels a little bad. As if she knows this, she feels a little different from Lin Tian. Suddenly, Nami, who was originally feeling comfortable, felt an uncomfortable feeling inside her body. Suddenly, her whole body felt weak and her head was a little dizzy. Shaking her dizzy head, Nami suggested, Vivi, I'm too tired during the day, I feel a little sleepy now, let's go up first. Okay. Wee Wee nodded slightly and had been soaking for more than an hour. Brother Lin Tian also endured it for a long time, compared to him, calling him a big pervert, that's what he wanted, he. Swim lightly, Nami suppressed the dizziness and rode towards the shore. Wee Wee followed closely behind. The two were like mermaids swimming in the water with their smooth backs all exposed. Swim to the shore, the two beautiful bodies slowly rise from the water. The perfect body and the beautiful body are all exposed in the air. The drops of water dripping from the ends of the hair are fast on the smooth skin. When it slides down, even the drops of water cannot stand the suit-like skin. It is a pity that no one was able to see such beautiful scenery. I wonder if Lin Tian would vomit blood and die when he thought of such a scene. Hearing the gradual sound of water, Lin Tian understood that the two of them must have risen, and he couldn't help but recall the moving scene in his mind, and his nose started to get a little warm. Ah, Nami. The sudden screams shocked Lin Tian. Without thinking much in his mind, he turned around quickly. I thought that both of them were in danger. After all, this is the island of dinosaurs in the ancient times, and I don't know what will exist on it. As soon as he turned his head, the incredibly fragrant scene was caught in Lin Tian's eyes. His nose suddenly became hot, and he couldn't help it, and two blood arrows came out directly. Two such perfect bodies just appeared in front of my eyes without any obstruction. The S-shaped curve, the towering mountain, trembling with the body, the white skin, the luxuriant grass, the dark black forest below. The introduction is a masterpiece from the heavens, or two just show up before my eyes. Tough. Lin Tian couldn't hold it anymore, and again ran out two blood arrows from his nostrils, and even the trunk of the tree was pierced with two big holes. It can be imagined how angry Lin Tian was holding back. At the same time, Nami and Wee Wee have also discovered that Lin Tian turned their heads. The three of them stared at each other. Their hearts had long been blinded, and they had lost their most basic thinking ability. Time is forbidden at this moment, and I don't know how long it has passed. Maybe it's just a moment, maybe a few minutes. Anyway, I only hear it. Ah. Ah. To be continued. What? Little garden, two screams suddenly resounded across the sky. Seeing Lin Tian turn her head, Wee Wee hurriedly put her hands around her chest, covering her chest, while the two slender ones were clamped tightly, turning away from her body, and there was a loud scream in her mouth. Nami, who was about to fall, had already reacted the same as Wee Wee's actions, but this could only cover some hidden parts, and Lin Tian would still see it. The faces of the two of them were already extremely blushing, and they squatted on the ground, but they couldn't hide their beautiful bodies. As for Lin Tian, as early as when the two of them screamed, they had already woken up, and quickly covered the nosebleeds flowing out like a column of water. But the scene in front of me is too glamorous, especially the two of them, and they deliberately cover their posture, but they are very charming. Even if Lin Tian had such a strong will, he still couldn't control his thoughts, and even if he covered it with his hand, the nosebleed from the nose could not stop flowing out. attached hands to her chest, covering most of her position, squinting at Wee, whose tears are about to be left behind. Her heart is extremely annoyed, and she is also deeply helpless. I couldn't help cursing inwardly, Nami, you big idiot, why suddenly something happened at this time. Now that Lin Tian and that casters have taken advantage of it. If I was seen, it was fine, but Wee was also tired. What to do with these? Wee, who squatted on the ground with both hands on his chest, saw Lin Tian's eyes squinting. The blush on her cheeks deepened for a few minutes, and her entire quiet face was already blushing. Thought to himself in his heart, woo. These are all over, why did brother Lin Tian show them all so soon? What should I do after that? Aunt Tila Goten once said that if you want to grab a man's heart, you can't get it so quickly. Now I've watched it all. What should I do after that? I've known that I won't listen to Nami. If Nami, who was worried about Wee at this time, knew that Wee had this in her mind, would she vomit blood on the spot and die? Are several hundred meters in radius, and they are all shrouded in the screams of Nami and Nami. Not far from here, Luffy and the others who are holding the banquet, of course also heard this sound. As a satyr, cough cough, a satyr with sea knight spirit, Sanji is not a simple satyr, but a satyr with rich experience. Sanji, who was roasting meat, instantly heard that it was the shouts of Vivi and Nami, and the anger in his heart immediately popped out, throwing away the roasted meat in his hand. Damn, what did Lin Tian do to Nami and Wee who are taking a bath? As a sea knight, I am going to save them. Ran in the direction of Nami and Wee, but looked with red eyes. Sanji's goal was obviously not to save. The sudden screams also made everyone notice that something was wrong. They looked at each other as if they were looking at each other, following Sanji to see what happened. By the side of the stream, Lin Tian, who had already reacted, was in the heart of being sheep and not a bastard. Besides, such a wonderful scene is rare. Anyway, there are already beasts. If you look back, then it is really inferior to the beasts, and it is not as good as the beasts. Upon seeing this, Nami yelled angrily, Lin Tian, you bastard, don't you turn back to me. Lin Tian shrank. Nami spoke. She couldn't go back without turning her head, reluctantly turned her body back, muttering in her mouth. I have seen them all, there is nothing to hide. Anyway, I have to watch them later, isn't it all the same? By the shore, Nami saw Lin Tian turned around, and quickly took off the clothes hanging on the branches on the side, put them on immediately, and threw Wee's clothes on the side at Wee. Took the clothes, Wee hurriedly began to put on the clothes. The thoughts in her head were temporarily buried in her heart, and her face was still blushing. Hearing the faint sound of dressing behind, Lin Tian sighed deeply in his heart. I don't know when I will see such a beautiful scene. Phew. After putting on her clothes, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around and looked at Wee, who was already dressed without much participation, folded her hands and apologized with embarrassment on her face. Wee, I'm sorry, I didn't know that something like that would happen. I had known that I would not do that, and you would be seen by the casters Lin Tian. This bathing incident was actually designed by Nami deliberately to punish Lin Tian. As for the reason, the main reason was that Ian mentioned like Iroka's, Nami was jealous. Actually, at the beginning, it was mainly because I was very sad, because my body was full of solidified candle liquid, so I had the thought of taking a bath, but this island is too dangerous, and it is too dangerous to wash it alone. Therefore called Wee, but the two weak women were still very scared, and helplessly, the two important tasks of protecting them fell on Lin Tian. Later on Lin Tian teased the incident, and deliberately chose to be in such a place, which was thought of later. If she was alone, Nami would not dare to do anything. In case Lin Tian couldn't help it anymore, but with Wee, Nami would feel more relieved. In addition, when both of them were in the water, Lin Tian couldn't see much even if he looked back, but he didn't expect things to change in the end. With this, Nami's heart was already in tears. Not far from the stream, Lin Tian had a strange face. He had been waiting for so long. Why didn't the two of them get dressed so slowly? Suddenly, a very baffled question came. Lin Tian. Just look good at bow. Nodded. Lin Tian put his chin on and recalled, it looks good. I didn't expect Nami and the others to have such a good body. They all looked at. Suddenly, Lin Tian suddenly reacted. The smile on his face has turned into a bitter melon face and slowly turned his head back, looking at Nami behind. What was oncoming was a fist big as a sandbag. Nami, who was annoyed, hit Lin Tian's eye with a powerful and accurate punch without stopping. The right fist withdrawn, and another punch with the right eye that fell toward Lin Queen. In a short time, 2 black marks appeared on Lin Tian's eyes, which was not enough to vent Nami's anger. Next, using his fists and feet together, he could only hear a series of continuous sounds of close contact between the fists and the flesh, accompanied by a scream. Was shocked by Wee, she reacted quickly, rushed over, hugged Nami's hand with a swing, and squeezed Nami tightly to rescue Lin Tian from her fist. Hey, Nami, don't fight, you'll be over if you fight Lin Tian again. After Wee shouted, Nami stopped her fist, raised his fist, turned towards Lin Tian on the ground, and said angrily, idiot, I will spare you this time, so I dare to look back and take a peek. Lin Tian touched his head full of big bags, inhaling the air conditioning in his mouth, got up from the ground, muttered his mouth, and said innocently, I should be the most injured person. I was tempted for more than an hour, and it was not that I took the initiative to turn around. Who told you to shout suddenly? I thought something happened to you. Lin Tian only felt that he was in this matter. I was really wronged by Dewey. Nami sang, what gave birth, your sea knights have come to protect you, and I will resist all dangers. At this moment, a shout sounded, and a figure flew out of the grass, and leaped towards Nami with open hands. Luffy and the 3 people who followed immediately saw a figure flying over before they could see the situation clearly. The quick reaction Luffy and Soren quickly avoided. As for Usopp, hey. I was directly hit by the flying Sanji. The 2 didn't even have time to react, and they crashed into the big tree behind. Sliding down the tree trunk in a daze, Usopp had tears in his eyes and yelled unfairly, why, I always get hurt every time. Soren glanced at the situation in the field slightly and cried out in confusion, what is this? How can I feel something wrong? Wee waved her hand quickly and explained with a smile, it's okay, nothing is wrong, but a dinosaur suddenly ran out and scared us. Took a light of the barbecue in his hand, and Luffy glanced around. It was hard for him to understand the situation at this time, so he was unclear. That's not right, why I haven't seen anything, and there is Lin Tian. Guarding for you? How can you be discovered when you bathe in the river? Hearing the words, Nami and Wee remembered the previous scene, their faces all blushed, it is really too shameful in the scene just now. Luffy, eat your barbecue. It seems that the barbecue can't stop your mouth. Nami and Wee both made a tacit understanding, knocked Luffy out with both fists, and was instantly knocked out. Idiot, what do you say about this thing? Soren covered his face, looked at Luffy flying out, and said helplessly. Seeing the action of the 2, Lin Tian closed his mouth very consciously. Calm, tilde. At this time, he didn't say anything. Ming was the king to protect himself. As for Luffy, Lin Tian could only say sorry up. Holding the barbecue in his hand, Luffy leaped up from the ground, touched his head, looked at the 2 of Wee and Nami in front of him, and said puzzledly, why hit me? I made no mistake. It's easy. The 2 replied in unison. Suitable? At this moment, when everything stopped, the dizziness and discomfort in Nami's body originally caused by her excitement, at this moment, came out of her body like spring water. Touched his forehead, the whole person shook a few times, and then fell to the ground without warning. Lin Tian, who reacted in time, flashed his figure and appeared beside Nami. He quickly stretched out his hands and hugged Nami in his arms. Looking at Nami with flushed faces, she whispered, hey, Nami, what's wrong with Nami? Everyone on the side, seeing this strange scene, they all gathered and looked at Nami, who was lying in Lin Tian's arms, with flushed faces, very worried. Sanji shouted, "Lin Tian, what did you do to Nami-san? Why did Nami-san go into a coma for no reason?" "Don't make noise," Lin Tian yelled and stopped Sanji's movements. Feeling the hot temperature inside Nami's body in her arms, gently put her palm on her forehead. To be continued. On the calm sea, the heavy snow began to fly, and the Merly had been covered with a layer of white snow. Greater than bar grav equals. In Nami's room, after discovering that Nami had a high fever, Lin Tian and the others set off from the small garden overnight, and it was now the third day of sailing. But even if she lay down in bed and was taking care of her, Nami's condition still showed no signs of control, and she had a tendency to get worse. Looking at Nami, who is still suffering from a high fever, Wee said with worry in her tone, "If she has not found a doctor, Nami is really in danger of life." "Speaking of this, Wee, if we follow the paper, let's go to the doctor first. What will your country do?" Sanji leaned heavily against the wall while smoking a cigarette. Vivi suddenly fell silent, and Lin Tian beside her stopped moving. Nami ignored her own dissuasion and told the content of the newspaper. "Now that Nami has been ill, this is a very difficult choice," we said. At this time, it was even more difficult for Lin Tian to express his own opinions, and everything could only depend on what these two said. After a while, Wee smiled and said, "I want to arrive in Alabastan very quickly, so I have to find a doctor for Nami first. Without Nami's Mary, how can I sail the fastest?" Sanji didn't speak, but the smile on his face clearly showed his inner thoughts and put out the smoke in his mouth. Lin Tian also smiled slightly and pointed to an island on the map and said, "In this case, let's go to the nearest place here, the Drum Kingdom." "Drum Kingdom, where is it? I have never heard of it," Sanji asked puzzledly. "There is a great medical country with a great sea route," Lin Tian replied. "There are many famous doctors there. I am afraid it will not take long to cure Nami's disease without deviating too far from the original route." With that said, Sanji also nodded in agreement. According to the current situation, this is the best route. Nami's disease can be cured without wasting his time. Vivi held her chin in thought and said, "King of the Drum Kingdom, I seem to have heard of it somewhere, or even seen it. 8 grav. Of course, Lin Tian reminded aloud, "Did you forget, Wee, that was the second time we met. It was at the World Government Conference, responsible for security and reception. I remember that I reported for you. Hatred." Upon hearing this, Wee suddenly recalled, "Oh, it was him." Suddenly, at this moment, Millie shook violently. Lin Tian's figure flashed, and hurriedly raised Nami's head to prevent her from being shocked by the violent shaking. His face sank. He got up, turned his head and said to Sanji, "Sanji, go up and see what those three guys did to make such a big movement." Sanji nodded and responded, walking towards the door, with a dark face, still muttering, "Those three guys, what are you doing without being at the helm? If something happens to Nami, I will give you all three slaughtered." But even when Sanji went up, the movement on it still didn't decrease much, and there was still a crash, almost waking Nami. In desperation, seeing that the situation hadn't improved yet, Lin Tian had to ask Nami to wee and went up to see what happened by himself. "What are the four guys doing now?" As soon as he opened the door, he heard Luffy's yelling, followed by a screaming sound, accompanied by several threats, but in front of Nully, he saw a weird ship moving forward. Shave! 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 Boom! 4 consecutive falling to the ground, clapping hands. Lin Tian looked at the 4 people who had been beaten up into the corner by himself, and asked in confusion, "Okay, now I can say, what are you 4 guys doing?" "Be attacked. Fight. Helping. I blasted a guy who can eat a knife." "Stupid." Lin Tian held his forehead and said helplessly, "Nami is sick now. You still have time to finish here. Just kill those directly." Under the guidance of the nautical chart and the recording pointer, Luffy and the others began to move towards the drum island. Wow! Carefully wring out the hot water from the towel and gently apply it to Nami's forehead. After a slight test, the forehead is still very hot. It has been 3 or 4 days, and the fever has not gone away. 8 == turning around and asking, "Hey, Soren, go and ask Wee and the others when will they reach Drum Island. I am afraid that the time will be delayed and Nami will be more troublesome." Okay. Nodding lightly, Soren stood up and walked towards the door. At this moment, Wee rushed in and shouted happily, "Brother Lin Tian, we are going to Drum Island soon." Through the telescope, I saw that the white snow covered the entire island. The entire island was plunged into a piece of snow, and in the middle, the 3 cylindrical mountains that looked like Optimus Prime. Drum Island is really here! Through the ocean current, the Millie slowly moved towards the river channel it found and entered Yuanjigu Island. Whether it was surrounding hills or trees, all were covered with a layer of white blood. Only a trace of black soil was exposed. Outside the snow, there is snow everywhere in the eye. When you enter the island, let alone people, not even an animal is found, and everyone feels something is wrong. Even if this is an island covered in snow, it is also a big medical country, and it is impossible to lack popularity. How it feels lifeless, it feels a bit different from the past. "Hey, Luffy, aren't you cold?" "It's 10 degrees below zero now," Wee asked puzzledly, looking at Luffy in a summer dress. "Oh." Turning his head after a few seconds, Luffy suddenly reacted, shouting with his arms and hands, "Ah, it's cold." "Your reaction is too slow, right?" Sanji and Usopp complained. Lin Tian reminded him, "Hey, be careful, this Drum Island is a little abnormal. It's a lot worse than mine. Be careful." Soren didn't know when he came out, put his hands on the 3 knives on his waist, and echoed with a deep voice, "It's too quiet here, it's a bit scary to be quiet." Spitting out the smoke in his mouth, Sanji watched the surroundings vigilantly. That said, it is true, it feels very wrong. In the next second, hundreds of figures suddenly sprang out of the white snow, holding various weapons, and surrounded Lin Tian and the others. "Pirates, don't move!" The scene was forbidden in an instant, and the Sanji people changed their previous laziness with cautious gazes on their faces, and they began to confront these suddenly appearing residents. There was no words during the double play, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into a deadlock. One is Luffy, who wants to find a doctor for Nami, and the other is an island resident who hates pirates. A few seconds later, a sturdy figure walked out of the crowd. It was obviously the leader of this group. He said solemnly, "Pirates, please leave quickly. This is not suitable for you. You must immediately leave here." Waving his hands, Luffy simply said, "We are here to see a doctor. We have a patient on board, and now she is seriously ill. We need a doctor right away," Wee also quickly explained. However, the villagers on the shore are obviously unfortunate. They have been miscalculated. Sinister pirates, we will not believe it. This is our island. We are not going to let the pirates come up. You go quickly, or you will be blasted off your boat." Sanji said helplessly, "We are really unpleasant. We have never seen it before, so we treat it like this." Lin Tian, who had not spoken behind, stood up slowly, walked forward, and said in a low voice, "Since the softness is not good, then we must be hard. Nami can't delay." Standing nearby, Wee rushed over and hugged Lin Tian tightly. She had known Lin Tian for so long, knowing that sometimes Lin Tian's brother would be very cruel to do things, especially in this situation. If Brother Lin Tian really took action, these villagers would basically die, and not many people would survive. Wee didn't want the situation to develop into this. Bang! A gunshot sounded in this tense atmosphere. "You pirates actually dare to attack us. VV." Everyone shouted. The anger of both parties finally reached a critical point. These villagers didn't say a word, and they shot and wounded Wee. Even if Luffy and the others were different from the other pirates, they couldn't bear this kind of thing, and raging anger burned in their bodies. Kang Dang! Lin Tian lowered his head and held Wui in his arms. With his right hand held tightly behind him, he slowly let go, and with a bang, a golden projectile fell from the palm of his hand. Ah! Luffy roared and was about to knock them away. Not much to say, Lin Tian just held the hilt behind him with his backhand. These people have violated his bottom line. For this kind of person, Lin Tian has only one word, and that is to kill. Seeing that these pirates were about to attack, the villagers on the shore hurriedly aimed their weapons at the pirates below, and the battle was triggered. Stop! Two shouts sounded. Wui got up from the place and opened her hands to block the people who were about to attack. If she let go of her hands, it would really be over. Who would treat Nami's illness? Wait a minute, don't fight at every turn, what we have to do now is treat Nami. At the same time, the villagers on the shore were also full of puzzlement, why Dalton suddenly said such things and showed such a scared look. I saw that the man who took the lead looked at Lin Tian with a look of fear. It was snowy, but his face was full of sweat, and his whole body couldn't help shaking. That man, it was that man. How could this man appear here? Didn't he have left the Great Sea Route and hadn't been seen for half a year? He actually came back. With a trembling voice, he said, "Don't do anything, otherwise we will all be killed." What? At this moment, with a bang, Wui knelt down Tilda lowered her head and pleaded, "We don't need to go ashore, but please, bring the doctor here. Our partner is suffering from illness. Please help us, please." Everyone was shocked by this scene, staring at everything in front of them dumbfounded. Wui would actually make such a move. Squinting at the people behind, he whispered, "You are not qualified to be Nami's partners. You can't do things impulsively. If you really do that, what will Nami do?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but was stunned. They didn't expect that Wui could do this, but they just said, "Well, Wui, we know it was wrong." Bang! 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 "Sorry, we know we were wrong, please save our companions." The entire Straw Hat Pirates group, in order to save Nami, everyone knelt down. This was the first and the last time. At this moment in everyone's hearts, they understood what they figured out, and what they realized. For the life of their partners, they can not only give up their lives, but even more dignity than their lives. To be continued. Horn Village, this village, in the snow, in an ordinary room. Greater than underline. Greater than, Grav, equals, Grav. Lin Tian. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji took the seriously ill Nami and followed Dalton to this village, for a journey of seeking medical treatment. Putting down the things on his back, Dalton apologized for their reckless behavior just now, and from their actions just now, he had already determined in his heart that they were not bad guys. It is impossible for a real bad person to travel so far to seek a doctor for a partner, especially for giving up the dignity that is more important than life. Suddenly, Dalton's conversation turned, and he asked in a heavy tone, "However, I don't think about one thing. How did you appear here, still with these pirates, Lin Tian?" Former Vice Admiral of the Navy. The relaxed anger in the room suddenly became heavier as these voices sounded. Sanji and the others' expressions tightened, and their faces slowly became vigilant. Lin Tian carried too many things behind his identity. Slowly helping Nami cover the quilt, Lin Tian calmly said, "I didn't expect you to remember me. It stands to reason that I should have met you twice, so I can meet me so soon." For Dalton, Lin Tian knew about his identity a long time ago, especially from his previous actions to stop the villagers, as well as the words he already understood, and he was not so surprised. "Well, indeed, we have only seen it twice, once when you led the Navy to suppress the pirates, and the other was the World Government Conference." "The World Government Conference?" Sanji asked puzzledly, "what is that?" Wui explained on the side, "That is, the World Government meeting held in the Holy Land Maria Gioria, also known as the world's highest level meeting, is held by more than 170 participating countries of the World Government." Dalton suddenly said, and you should be the little girl who was deliberately knocked down by our king in the meeting room, Princess Vivi of Alabaston. What? Wee was taken aback for a moment, but she didn't expect her identity to be discovered too, and she was very nervous. Hey, compared to this, you should tell me where the only doctor in your country is. This is what we care about. My patience is limited. Lin Tian took the conversation and directly used threats. 8 == Wee quickly echoed, I just took Nami's body temperature and it was as high as 42 degrees. Since 3 days ago, her body temperature has been high. Sanji also hurriedly said, no matter how much, we need a doctor. Lin Tian's threat is still very useful to Dalton. Only by knowing who Lin Tian is can he truly realize his horror and at the same time be shocked by the temperature of the the bed. Pointing to the high mountains outside the window, that group of mountains is called Magnetic Drum Mountain. The middle high mountain you see is a castle. Now there is no king. The woman, called the witch, lives there. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but stunned. Unexpectedly, the old woman actually lived in that funny king's castle. The one who impressed Lin Tian the most on Magnetic Drum Island was that woman. She lived for a long time. Alive? If you go around, you still have to climb that mountain, Sanji said angrily. Wee asked puzzledly, how is it possible that the Drum Country is not a big medical country? How is it possible that there is only one doctor and there is no king, so what should you do if you are sick? After a pause, Dalton said in a heavy tone, when she is happy, she will go down the mountain to find the patients to be treated and then take away what the country wants. That's really a strange old woman. Usopp took a sip of tea. Is it no different from the pirate? Luffy said their evaluation. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Tian walked over from the window and decided to say, it seems that there is no doctor in your country. It should be the stupid king who got it. There is no way. We can only climb the mountain and find that old lady. For Lin Tian's proposal, Sanji and others disagreed with 100 people. How could it be possible to climb such a high cliff, and Nami was so sick now that she couldn't stand the severe stimulation? Greater than equals. Suddenly, just as they were arguing, the Luffy woke up Nami, and Nami agreed to the decision of Luffy and Lin Tian. We have to arrive in Alabaston as soon as possible to prevent the war, so I must cure the disease and cannot stay here for too long. I believe you can do it, Luffy, Lin Tian. Of course. On the mountain road, Lin Tian and others rushed towards the highest mountain, but the violent cold wind carried snowflakes and there was a layer of snow tens of centimeters thick on the ground. No matter how fast everyone is, they have to slow down, because the seriously ill Nami can't bear the heavy burden. On the foothills, on the white snowy ground, 3 traces climbed on it. Luffy carried Nami on his back, and Sanji and Lin Tian were attached to both sides to prevent any accidents from happening. Feeling the changes in the surrounding weather, Lin Tian frowned slightly and reminded him, the weather has changed a bit. The closer we get to those mountain peaks, the weather here becomes more and more severe. Suddenly a white shadow rushed out. Because the whole body was white and integrated with the surrounding environment, the only people found there were Lin Tian, who had a strong perception, and Sanji and others did not realize it. With a slippery footstep, half a step behind Luffy, he padded to the side and flew the white shadow fan out. Sanji noticed Lin Tian's movements and asked, Hey, Lin Tian. What was it that you fanned just now? Thing. Luffy turned his head and asked with a confused look, Fanfi, did Lin Tian just do what you did? Okay. Avoiding the branches in front of him, Lin Tian said, I didn't see the details, but I was completely white. I just wanted to sneak attack on Nami, but I blocked it. It should be the Raven mentioned by Dalton. Raven! Luffy's eyes flashed with a look of excitement. Raven? What is it? It seems to grab one and look at it. I don't know if it tastes good or not. Idiot, now Nami's safety lies with you, Luffy, please be careful, Lin Tian cursed immediately. Sanji turned his head and also reminded him that Luffy was too messy in his usual work. Yes, Luffy, you should be careful. If something happens to Nami, I will kill you. Looking at Nami, who was in a coma, Lin Tian thought to himself, Nami, you must hold on. We will take you to the doctor immediately. It doesn't take long. I will wipe out anything that is blocking. As Lin Tian fanned the white shadow, nothing appeared along the way. The three of them got closer and closer to the highest peak, but sometimes things tended to happen at the last moment. In the last place, not far away, the raven in Dalton's mouth finally came out. A rabbit that is bigger than a tiger and is extremely aggressive. The main thing is that this is not more than a dozen, but a large group. There are not many hundreds of them. His eyes swept slightly and he suddenly set on a small raven. It was not how special that raven was, but the wound on his face was previously caused by himself. These ravens are here to seek revenge. Call out! Several ravens leaped up, their huge figures rushed towards Lin Tian and the others with a muffled bang, and the flying snowball slammed towards everyone. Lin Tian flickered and appeared in front of Luffy. He raised his hand with a punch, and the ferocious force vented out. He flew out with a punch and fell to the ground, knowing his life or death. He opened his mouth and said, Luffy, you are behind Nami, don't take action, this will easily affect Nami. Turning his head to face Sanji, who was knocking away those who had attacked Lavang, said, Sanji, you and Luffy take Nami away first. I will stop them. These rabbits are here for revenge. The figure retreated, avoiding the oncoming attack, quickly kicked out the volley with his right foot, kicked Lavang back in front of him, nodded, and Lamara ran towards the top of the mountain with Luffy. Now the most important thing is to save Nami. As for the rest of the matter, it is just a piece of cake for Lin Tian. Seeing that these humans who had brought down their own kind wanted to leave, the Lavangs disagreed and immediately separated more than a dozen giant Lavangs and chased them towards Sanji. Flexibly dodged several Ravang attacks, soared up, kicking out a shadow with his feet suddenly, and several Ravang attacking from the face were kicked out by Lin Tian. With a bang, a stomping on the air exploded in front of Lin Tian's huge foot power, and he jumped into the air and landed in front of the rabbits, who were chasing. Looking at the hundreds of rabbits rushing towards him, Lin Tian held the chasing wind with his backhand. A strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes, exhaled a cold breath, and said softly, Since you want revenge, your opponent is me. With a scream, the chasing wind nowadays, the rust on the upper part has disappeared a lot, the middle sword body has almost disappeared, and a lot of the vicinity of the blade has also disappeared. After a while, the chasing wind should be able to rebirth from Nirvana and reach a higher level. He waved a slash in his hand, the light blue wave of slashing instantly approaching the group of Ravang, and in an instant, a series of puffs sounded. That row of Lavang was slashed and fell in a straight line. The blood from the wound and the entire snow were dyed bright red, and the violent cold wind seemed to play a miserable movement. Backhanded back to the chasing wind, did Lin Tian stare at Lavang, who was still in front of him. Until calm, thought in his heart, this way these giant rabbits should not make any more moves. I must catch up with Luffy them quickly. Unexpectedly, the death of their companions did not scare away these rabbits, but aroused the fierceness in their hearts. Their eyes were flushed red like an angry sea king, and they kept waving their hands and yelling at the sky. The entire sky was filled with their roars, and it was obvious that these Ravangs were really angry and wanted to tear up the guy who had killed so many of their companions in front of them. But before these Lavangs took any action, the ground began to tremble, and there was a sound like a galloping horse between the heavens and the earth, and an extremely bad premonition rushed into my heart, and the whole body's cold hair was unnaturally erected. I quickly looked back and saw that on the high mountains, countless years of accumulated snow rolled down below. It was only a little bit before, and as the scope expanded, there was that huge vibration. At the top of the entire mountain range, the countless snow that had accumulated for many years all shook down, forming a torrent of snow, carrying the might of the sky and the earth, and the momentum was immense, and the whole world was filled with its huge sound. Avalanche. Lin Tian only left these two words in his heart. To be continued. The ground is trembling, and the entire mountain range of snow, for several years, has all gathered and rolled down at this moment. It is hard to imagine how powerful it is in the face of such a disaster. Equals. The torrent of snow is just spreading, and you can't see the head at a glance. As for the eyes, there are endless waves of snow, which makes the scalp numb. Disasters, casters, bunnies, in such a high place, they roared so loudly together, they actually caused an avalanche that could spread to the entire island. I can't spare them. Lin Tian couldn't help cursing in his mouth, and at the same time, he looked behind him, but at this moment hundreds of Lavangs had disappeared and there was only a puff of white smoke. As for those Lavang who are chasing after him, they understand the power of the avalanche better than Lin Tian. At the moment Lin Tian's Ravengeo had already run away with his graves, and Lin Tian couldn't do anything, so he shouted bastard and hurriedly turned around and ran towards the avalanche. Luffy and Sanji took Nami and ran towards the top of the mountain. Now that there is such a big avalanche, they don't even have time to hide. Will definitely be affected by the avalanche. Luffy and Sanji are no problem with the two perverts, but Nami is just an ordinary person and is seriously ill. If Nami, you can't have an accident, otherwise, even if I destroy the whole island, I can save something. Body shape flashed, Luffy turned into a streamer along a straight line. Not long time, there are still faintly left Luffy and their footprints on the snow, rushing towards the top of the mountain. After a quick trip, Lin Tian was already very close to the top of the mountain and was only 100 meters away from the avalanche with a destructive atmosphere on it. But now, Lin Tian still hasn't seen Luffy and the others, and his heart is slowly falling towards the bottom of the valley. Nami, you must not have an accident. Hey, Lin Tian. We are here. Hey. Suddenly, a shout sounded. Lin Tian's heart, which was about to fall to the bottom, immediately rose. Looked up and saw that just over 10 meters away from the avalanche, 3 small figures were crushed by the snow stream behind them, and they ran towards the foot of the mountain. It was Luffy and the others. Phew. Seeing that the 3 of them were okay, Lin Tian stepped on his right foot lightly, and the sole of his foot suddenly stepped on the snow, but the snow that was a few meters in size turned into a big pit and flew out. Now that Lin Tian came back towards them, Sanji hurriedly waved and said, Lin Tian, run away, the avalanche is coming, let's go down to the mountain first. Luffy glanced at the back, and the splash of snowflakes could hit the 2 of them, and immediately accelerated a few minutes, shouting and ran down. Asked in a panic, what should Sanji do? The avalanche is about to catch up, and there is no place to escape. Flying over a blood mound, Sanji said, how do I know? Anyway, we and I protect Miss Nami, we must protect him in death. Now Lin Tian rushed over here. At that time, Give Nami sang to Lin Tian. He will be much faster than me, he should be able to escape the danger of avalanche. There is only one way to do it, do you know? Understood. Lin Tian rushed quickly, but suddenly stopped at a place only 100 meters away from the avalanche, pulled out his backhand to chase the wind, clasped his hands together, and held it high. Slowly, on the rusty sword body, a light green light rose up, enclosing the entire sword body, and Lin Tian's hands were also wrapped. Sanji, who rushed over, watching this scene, immediately shouted in confusion, Lin Tian, what are you going to do? Why did you stop suddenly? Hurry up and bring Miss Nami back. Your speed is faster than us. Seeing that Lin Tian would light up, Luffy's eyes also flashed with excitement. I never knew that Lin Tian's sword was so awesome, so powerful. Sanji, Luffy, the time is urgent now, you guys listen carefully. Even if I can take Nami out, but after an avalanche, the mountain road will be more difficult to walk, which means it will take us twice as long. But Nami's high fever has reached 42. This is an extremely critical situation. Maybe later, Nami will face the danger of death. In order to keep Nami alive, there is only one way now. Hearing this, Sanji's face changed slightly, and even Luffy, who had not felt so sad all the time, his face was hardly heavier. Even if Lin Tian's methods were not mentioned, the two of them could understand. The two stopped quickly, turned around, and faced the snow wave that was tens of meters away from them. Their faces calmed down instead. Spit out the smoke from his mouth, Sanji asked in a deep voice. Lin Tian, you are sure to do this? We are still more than 1,500 meters away from the top of the mountain, but the real avalanche range is not that big. The calmest, but even this is more than 1,000 meters. Following the brief exchange between the two, Lin Tian did not stop his actions and transferred his whole body power to the blade. More and more green light appeared, and the chasing wind in Lin Tian's hand had disappeared in the green light. What appeared next was a beam of light, composed of light blue rays, held by Lin Tian. Tens of meters high, but Lin Tian was still accumulating energy. Obviously this was not the real form. Lin Tian said, don't worry, it is a distance of 1 kilometer I can split, but according to the current degree of avalanche, the snow can be reunited in 20 seconds. That means you only need 20 seconds, because after you perform this trick, you will enter it, and I can't be acting. This will cause you harm. I quickly estimated in my heart. Sanji nodded, and now this plan can only be done like this, turning his head and asking, Luffy, can you achieve it? With his hands and hugs together, Luffy said in a firm tone, don't worry, I'm ready. I will definitely take Nami to the doctor. Okay, ready, I'm going to start. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tian revealed a majestic aura, suppressing the entire world. The loose snow was all suppressed by the weather, and the radius of hundreds of meters was reduced by several minutes. The chasing wind in his hand has also been charged up. A light green long sword tens of meters high is held tightly by Lin Tian. If you look closely, you can see the texture that appears in the light. The wind is exactly the same. This is an enlarged version of the chasing wind. Swordsmanship, profound meaning, great sword slash. With a low drink, Lin Tian clasped the giant sword in both hands and slashed it towards the avalanche ahead. Without too much language, the huge sword body pierced the void and exploded with great power. Under Lin Tian's sword, the avalanche that carried destroying the sky and the earth was split from the middle by a sword. The huge snow wave was divided into two, and a passage of tens of meters appeared from the middle. Not just snow waves, even the ground was cut by Lin Tian with a ravine tens of meters deep. The entire magnetic drum mountain, covered by countless years of snow, finally revealed black soil. That's amazing, Luffy shouted in shock, his eyes flashing. Although he had been in contact with Lin Tian for so long, he had never seen Lin Tian perform such a previous move. Yamaji was already dumbfounded. His face was full of shock. This kind of powerful strength, a sword is enough to split a mountain. Is this the power of the world's peak? No loss is a man who offers 1 billion rewards. Hey, what are you guys doing? Don't hurry up. Lin Tian saw the two people still there in the back, and hurriedly reminded him, but his tone was obviously weaker than before. Obviously for Lin Tian. Avoiding such a big avalanche, and even cutting a canyon on the mountain range, this kind of powerful trick not only requires a period of time to accumulate energy, but also has a period of weakness for himself. After all, this is purely looking at one's own powerful swordsmanship and physical skills. It is not like the existence of BG like devil fruit. It may not be bad in battle, but it is still much worse in some aspects. Hearing Lin Tian chasing, the two immediately reacted. Luffy, who was already prepared, carried Luffy on his back, spread his legs and rushed forward. Yelled, Sanji, hurry up. Sanji was taken aback, and he reacted immediately and quickly pulled his legs to keep up. In a blink of an eye, the two ran in, leaving only two small shadows. Whew! Observing the two people's time, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. According to the two people's time, 20 seconds, it is not difficult to cross a kilometer, and it will be much easier to have Sanji help. As for what I have to do now, there is only one thing. Without a word, I turned around and ran back. Avalanche could already touch my butt. What? With a scream, Lin Tian's voice was buried in the rolling snow waves. In the passage, Sanji and Luffy raced against the top of the mountain. Sanji's eyes were always watching the changes in the snow on both sides. Just as Lin Tian said, this white snow was pushed by gravity, and the other white snow and the surrounding high walls fell down into the gap at an extremely fast speed. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Under the rush of the crowd, the exit of the passage slowly appeared in front of the two of them. Similarly, the passage was filled with countless snow blocks, and the whole passage was slowly being blocked by snow blocks. He flew up and kicked the surrounding snow blocks, but there were still some fish that slipped through the net, but Luffy avoided it flexibly. Kicking a few pieces of snow in a row www.com, Sanji eagerly said, "No, there is something wrong with the situation. These snow pieces have accelerated, and I am afraid we will be flooded before we arrive. What should I do?" Luffy also noticed the seriousness and quickly asked, "Sanji, what should I do?" Thought for a while, avoiding the falling snow. Sanji said that there is only one way, and said, "Luffy is ready. I will send you up, and you can fly up from above." "Okay." Luffy hurriedly responded and suddenly realized what had happened. "Then we are up. What do you do?" "I can't control that much. Save Nami-san first. Lin Tian has already opened this path for us. We can't fail. We must take Nami to the doctor." As soon as the voice fell, Sanji stepped asterisk the sole of his foot, and the whole person rose into the air by the reaction force of the sole of the foot, and his right foot stretched out. "Luffy!" "Here, Sanji." Luffy stretched out his arms, grabbed Sanji's legs, and flew towards Sanji. The speed was so fast that he was about to hit him in no time. Yamaji gave a low drink, and with his right foot toward the entrance of the passage, with a strong flick, Luffy flew into the air with Nami on his back, and walked out of the passage after a few jumps. Sanji, who lost his leverage point, fell into the crack below, watching Luffy walking out, and whispered, "Luffy, Nami depends on you. This is the best I can do. P.S. Because today is limited, so this chapter is late, not morning. To be continued." Limited exemption is on the web version today. There is no customer service side. QQ. Reading is exempted tomorrow. Let me talk about it first. After the avalanche, the blank snowy ground was covered with white snow everywhere, and the past forest was also flooded with snow. Suddenly, an explosion sounded, and the whole person exploded. A large pit several meters high in the snow, and a figure crawled out of it. "CZ, it's so cold, it's really uncomfortable to be buried in snow." Lin Tian just rushed out of the snow, and when the cold wind blew, he felt a cold breath all over his body, and he couldn't help but put his hands on his chest. Was previously buried in the snow melted into water and all entered into the body. Even if it was useless to wear a padded jacket, he stepped out of the big hole and glanced around. Unfortunately, under the impact of the avalanche, Lin Tian didn't know where he was rushed, and now he doesn't even know how long time has passed. Even though I said that, the high mountain top was still there. After distinguishing the direction, Lin Tian continued to walk towards the back mountain top. Now they still see Luffy and they are talking about what happened. Following the previous passage, Lin Tian began to run towards the top of the mountain quickly. One is to get to the top of the mountain quickly, and the other is because running can greatly reduce the cold. What? Lin Tian, who was running, suddenly stopped. On the snowy ground in front of him, hundreds of Lapang were lying here, their bodies covered with wounds. Appeared in front of several Lapangs with flickering figures, and felt that these Lapangs were not dead. Fortunately, their huge size and fat blocked most of the attacks for them. Although these Lapangs attacked them earlier and caused an avalanche to cause all the following things, Lin Tian did not take action to solve them. It was not Lin Tian's style to shoot at this time, and there was no deep hatred between the two sides. It's just that, who is the person who injured these rabbits, and judging from the route of their advancement, it seems that they are also heading towards the top of the mountain. This is bound to conflict with Luffy and the others. Thinking of this, Lin Tian frowned slightly. It was really troublesome that so many things came up just to find the doctor. Looking at the rabbit at his feet, Lin Tian's figure flickered and his whole body flew out, turning into a stream of light and disappearing on the snow. So fast, in about a minute, Lin Tian had already reached the foot of the mountain. Stood upon the Optimus Prime, unable to see the bottom at a glance. The dark red rock was covered with a trace of ice and snow, and the entire mountain peak had entered the clouds. The true peak is probably higher than the dark clouds above. When Lin Tian arrived here, he had heard that it was more than 5,000 meters high, and it was usually leaning on a cable. But from Dalton's words, it is known that the cable was broken when the idiot king escaped, and now I can only climb this way with bare hands. Lin Tian flew suddenly, his feet were like magnets, and he stood firmly on the cliff and stepped on the flat ground, and ran towards the top of the mountain along the straight cliff. Phew. As I reached the top of the mountain, the cold wind on it became more violent, and there was still a lot of snow and ice crystals in it. Under the fierce wind, these things were no less than sharp knives. And most importantly, Lin Tian is only halfway there now, and the environment above is even worse, but Luffy has to go through such an environment, making Lin Tian worried. Repeated footsteps, Lin Tian speeded up a few minutes, and ran to 2/3 of the place. Now the temperature here is already minus 20 degrees. Lin Tian's footsteps stopped suddenly, not because of anything else, but on the cliff. Lin Tian showed several blood stains, with the marks of his feet on the top, so there is no need to think about these as Luffy. Without staying too much, Lin Tian rushed towards the top, covering his whole body with aura like a sharp knife, breaking all obstacles in front of him. At this time, on the summit, a cable car slowly ascended upward, with Vivi, Soren, Usopp and Dalton all on it, as well as some villagers. Suddenly a villager pointed at the cliff and shouted in disbelief, "Hey, look at what it is." What, is there still someone at this height?" Soren muttered, but he turned his head back like everyone else. "What?" Suddenly there was a scream, and everyone on the cable car was frightened. The scene in front of him was the white figure. Wee said with a trembling voice, This is actually true. Someone is running on the cliff." "Who is that?" Everyone shouted in unison. Hearing this, Usopp quickly took the binoculars on his head and adjusted the focus. The figure on the cliff slowly appeared before his eyes. Seeing the figure clearly, Usopp was taken aback and exclaimed, "That's Lin Tian. Lin Tian is running on it." "What?" Soren hurried over, pushed Usopp away and took a look, and saw a white figure. Besides Lin Tian had that kind of pretense, who else would have it? Immediately shouted, "Hey Lin Tian. We are here." Hearing the shouting, Lin Tian looked back, and saw a cable car driving towards the top of the mountain not far behind, and the three of Soren could be seen vaguely above. There was a flash of puzzlement on his face. How did Soren come down on the boat? These questions just flashed through his mind, shaking his hand in response. The two sides are too far apart, and with the sound of the wind, the sound cannot be transmitted clearly. Lin Tian made an upward gesture and ran directly towards the top of the mountain, disappearing in front of everyone in a few flashes. Dalton whispered with an abnormal expression on his face, "It's a legendary man who is so powerful, but on that day, for his companions, he could do that. This is really..." Got up and jumped, Lin Tian finally climbed to the top of the mountain, where he saw a huge and familiar palace, but it was different from the past. Now it is all covered by ice. Boom! I was still waiting for Lin Tian to react, and then there was an explosion sound, and thick black smoke rose from a pointed roof above the palace. Was followed by a scream, and then a figure flew out of the palace, turning into a bright light flashing. Looking at the figure above, Lin Tian was taken aback, and then shook his hand and shouted, "Hey, Luffy, what happened to this?" Hearing the shout, Luffy shook his head and saw that Lin Tian was below, with a happy smile on his face. He jumped from above and swooped towards Lin Tian. Hey, Lin Tian. I helped Nami find the doctor. They have all recovered. Hearing the words, Lin Tian sighed in secret, and at the same time moved to the side, revealing that Usopp and Soren had just come up, but also confused. What? Hearing the sound from the side and the splashing snowflakes, Lin Tian smiled slightly. Crawling out of the snow, Soren scolded, "Idiot, what the asterisk are you two doing?" Touching his head, looking at Usopp and Soren who were half buried in the ground, Luffy laughed unapologetically, Soren didn't expect it to be you guys are here too. Turned his head and asked Usopp, who had just stood up, "Didn't Usopp say you dare not climb up? Why did you come up too?" With his hands on his hips, Usopp said, "Serious nonsense, I am a big man who climbs as soon as I see the mountains. The cliffs here are really a bit risky for me. Luffy, we came up by cable car." Vivi came up and said that Usopp was embarrassed in an instant. Could he have fun together? After hearing that Sanji and Nami were okay, the worry on Vivi's face disappeared, showing a happy and joyful smile. Lin Tian asked, "What have you been doing on the top of the mountain for so long? Who is the person who was blown up, and how does it feel so familiar?" With his arms folded, Luffy said indifferently, "Oh, you said that. It was the king who was blown away by me." Dalton did not know when he came up. He heard the conversation and asked excitedly on his face, "Then Waldo, who was just blasted out, have his two men also been defeated?" "Yes, but those two subordinates were defeated by the reindeer, and I also found a partner that is the reindeer." "Reindeer?" Lin Tian whispered. There was a sudden sound in his ears, and when he turned his head, he saw a blue-nosed reindeer half hiding behind the trunk. "Blue nose, I really want to see it somewhere." Lin Tian put his chin on and fell into the meeting, but he couldn't remember where he was. Dalton knelt down suddenly and thanked with tears in his eyes. "Thank you, Drum Island will definitely be reborn." At this time, a large group of people rushed out from below and looked at the reindeer hiding behind. They were all shocked. Everyone couldn't help shouting the word monster in UU, reading www.can't-you-com. The reindeer saw this scene and hurriedly ran like a jungle. Seeing this, Luffy immediately chased him out, shouting that he should be his partner. At this time, a white but very energetic old woman ran out and asked with a smile, "Are you happy? Hurry up and send these people to the ward." Seeing the old woman appear, Lin Tian was so shocked that she couldn't believe it and shouted, "You old woman, you are still alive. How could it be possible? So you are not over 14 years old, you are a pervert." Oh, seeing Lin Tian drive, Tila was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, you actually came here. I heard that you seem to be chased off the Great Route. Why did you come back again? He also became a pirate. What's going on? I can't compare to your perverted old woman who has lived 139 years old and is still alive. I really don't know why she is so energetic. While talking, Lin Tian suddenly remembered something and suddenly realized, how did I see this reindeer? It turns out that it was Chopper. I was almost. It's a pity that before Lin Tian finished speaking, what came oncoming was a whip kick that kicked Lin Tian away. Dr. Tilia patted his leg. "You kid, I dare to say that I am young and energetic. Old lady, unforgivable." "Hey, Lin Tian just said, what is the name of that reindeer?" "Well, it seems to be Joe." "Chopper. To be continued." Ah. A scream of screams sounded in the operating room. Lin Tian looked back and then set his eyes on Nami again. As long as Sanji didn't die, there was no need to worry about the rest. Grav equals. Put your hand on Nami's head slightly and feel it. The hot eye fever in front has indeed gone away a lot, and now her forehead is just a little hot. To be honest, Dr. Tila's medical skills are indeed good and very strong, but from the time he lived to be 139 years old, we can know how strong this young and energetic old woman is. He warned, although the fever has gone, you still have to take a good rest these days to prevent the high fever from recurring. This time, Nami did not agree with Lin Tian's words and directly objected. No, no, we have to rush to Alabastan as soon as possible to prevent the outbreak of the war. This. Lin Tian suddenly fell into a speech jam. The most difficult thing to intervene in this matter is himself. If this is true, it will be troublesome. Dr. Tilea took a bottle of Yangtze wine and walked out of the operating room, objecting. No, you are in a good condition, but you can't go out. You must rest here for a while. Vivi also echoed. Yes, Nami, you should rest here for 2 days. Your condition is not stable yet. Don't worry, I know my own body. Nami smiled slightly. Dr. Dollier, don't charge the medical expenses for our crew. Except for Lin Tian and Nami, the remaining 3 of the Straw Hat Pirates are penniless poor ghosts. No. Huakshu said that even poor ghosts are not as good as they are all negative equity. If you really have to pay for medical expenses, you still have to pay all by yourself. How could Nami agree that after so long sailing, she doesn't have much money? Fortunately, there is Lin Tian's relief from time to time, but now this situation is different. Lin Tian's is no longer good. Drive. Tilea turned around, put his hands on his waist, and said in disagreement, you know that's impossible, just say it's fun. The medical expenses are all your treasures in exchange, and there are all the assets of that kid. To exchange. 8. Drive. Tilea stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Tian, who was sitting aside, sinking into the bewilderment, making him helpless. Why did he stare at me? Hearing that, Nami smiled. She didn't know when she took out a key in her hand and turned it slowly in her fingers, her eyes revealing pride. He smiled and said, Dr. Dollier, I have the key to the weapon arsenal. You want it, let's exchange it. This can't be fake. Dr. Tilea shouted in disbelief, how the key to Valvo suddenly appeared on Nami. Dalton got up with excitement and shouted in disbelief, how is it possible? How can the key to the weapon store be on you? Hey, this is what I stole from Valvo before, Nami said triumphantly, waving the key in her hand. It turned out to be like this, Dalton suddenly realized it, but then immediately changed the conversation. However, I just remembered just now where on earth I saw you, Princess Vivi Alevas. What? Things went back to 5 years ago. It was the second day after the First World War in the Chambered Islands. Lin Tian's fame finally appeared in the eyes of countless powerhouses. At the age of 15, he could fight against the legendary Pluto Raleigh. Falling Wind. On that day, the Navy was a big publicity and it gained a lot of attention in the world. At the same time, it also solved many secret crises. Lin Tian also evolved from the Navy's strongest genius to the world's strongest genius. Lin Tian, cultivated at the headquarters, after all, Pluto Raleigh was one of the few strong men in the world. Even if he kept his hand, his injury was still not light, and he would not get better without a period of training. On the second day, he immediately received the order from the headquarters to be responsible for the safety and security of the upcoming World Government Conference. Of course, Lin Tian disagreed with 100 people. He finally had time to cultivate for a few days, and he was actually sent to do such boring things. Unfortunately, this task was personally assigned by the Marshal of the Warring States period, and the 5 elder stars of the world government agreed that Lin Tian must be responsible and it is difficult to change. 8 ==. Therefore, on the second day, 3 days before the upcoming world conference, kings of all countries arrived in Marijoa one after another. After all, this is an annual conference, and under normal circumstances, one cannot be absent. As for Lin Tian's daily work, is very simple. Lying on the dock when he is okay, the kings arrived, and then they showed their smiles and began to welcome on behalf of the world government. In the eyes of civilians, this is the receptionist. But what Lin Tian did was different. Lin Tian represented the world government, and every move represented the face and meaning of the world government. In essence, Lin Tian is just a political mission, sending the most powerful genius of the Navy, who has been famous recently, to give the face of all countries in the world, and at the same time to promote the power of the world government to protect their rights. In these 3 days, Lin Tian did a good job in general. He was praised by many kings and left a deep impression. From this point, you can see what kind of contacts Lin Tian has in the Navy for many years. Overall is good, but there are some shortcomings. 2 things happened, one of which is about Doflamingo. There is no need to say more about the relationship between Lin Tian and Doflamingo. It was the vengeance of life and death. It was the last day. Mingo participated in the world government meeting as the king of Dressrosa. That day, attracting most of the kings, Lin Tian directly sent thousands of naval soldiers to surround Mingji and their ships. At that time, he was young and frivolous, and directly in front of countless kings, he humiliated Brother Ming again and declared to the world that he and Brother Doflaming were enemies of life and death. Moreover, in front of countless newspaper reporters, he bluntly declared that he never believed that Flamingo's kind of could rule any good country, and said a lot of things. Brother Ming couldn't help being so humiliated as well. The 2 of them directly fought, and the boss of both sides fought, so the next one must be done. On that day, the day before the World Government Conference, a battle of thousands of people began in Maria Joa, but after all, it was the World Government. The 2 were directly stopped before they handed in a few tricks. Of course, this little time was enough for the thousands of elites below to gain something. After knowing the situation of the 2 people, even the World Government is very troubled. One is the Dragonite who was expelled, and the other is the strongest genius of the Navy. It can be said that they have the same status. Moreover, they are justified and well-founded. You almost killed them. Revenge is also human nature. Besides, people are young, and children are always so impulsive. In the end, each team reached 50 big wars. When this kind of thing happened, Brother Ming was not in the mood to attend any meeting. He took a few of his subordinates, who were still alive, and ran away. Lin Tian was also punished by the Navy. Through that time, Lin Tian also gradually learned about the power of the world government, and the world government could conceal such a big thing. Another thing, compared to this, is a trivial matter, but this incident, which should be said to be related to Ui, happened on the last day of the World Conference. Strolling in the holy place Maria Joa, staying here for 5 days, the only thing Lin Tian can do every day is to go around bored, but it is meaningless to see more of Maria Joa. Walking on the road, Lin Tian muttered horribly, "Hey, it's really boring. Sleeping here all the time, people are really going to be rusty, but this meeting will be over soon." Suddenly, a figure caught Lin Tian's attention. It was a beautiful little loli. Of course, to correct it, Lin Tian didn't think much of little loli. It's the little girl who bumped into her a few days ago, holding her chin in secret. I can meet here. It seems that this should be the princess of which country, and that middle-aged man should be the king of which country. Just when Lin Tian was going to say hello, it was too boring to be alone. It would be good to pass the time and get to know it. At this time, a group of figures walked out of the conference room. The leader was a body covered with iron sheets. Lin Tian didn't know how to describe it, so let's define it as a person for the time being. Coming over, he deliberately bumped his hand at the little girl and exaggeratedly said, "A lot of meaning, I didn't see it, my hand slipped, the daughter of the incompetent king is really pitiful." However, what happened next made Lin Tian very surprised. The little girl actually made her own guard movement, then smiled back and apologized. "Sorry, I accidentally ran into you." This little girl is amazing. There are kings from all over the world gathered here. If you are not careful, it will cause wars, but she can do this at a young age. However, seeing this situation, Lin Tian likes to be nosy. Anyway, it is boring, find something to do, and walk over. Bang! The right foot kicked out at will, but it possessed a powerful force. It accurately hit the back of Valvo's butt, and was kicked out and fell into the flower pond on the side. King Valvo! Putting his arms around his chest, Lin Tian laughed and said, "I'm sorry, my feet slipped a bit. I didn't expect that there was a person in front of me. I'm really sorry." When he fell into the water, Valvo was furious when he heard this. Everyone knew it was intentional. In his words, he was clearly mocking him for not being a human being. He quickly jumped out of the pool, pointed at Lin Tian, and cursed directly, but when he saw that it was Lin Tian, he didn't know what to say. Valvo is a stupid king, but he has one advantage. A few days ago, he watched everything www.com. If he competes with a naval genius in front of him, he will definitely suffer. He has nothing to do with such a big thing. He is still in charge of the World Government Conference, and he is strong, and if he is against it, he will die. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian showed disdain at the corner of his mouth. Why, King Valvo, are you going to do something? Should we specifically discuss it? Hearing this, Valvo couldn't help but furious, clenching his fists, but the courage he had finally brought up with his own life disappeared instantly. In order not to behave badly, he gave a cold snort, took a close look at Lin Tian, waved angrily and walked towards the back, saying it was him who was ashamed. As for the guards on the side, they didn't say much. They just pretended that they didn't see it. There was nothing to do. One was the chief, in charge of all things in the meeting, and the other was the king. Neither of them could intervene. Lin Tian turned his head, smiled at the stunned little girl below, and secretly gave her a thumbs up. To be continued. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel, and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.